Chapter 709. 10,000 Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals, plus Yaoji and the 3 Tai Jingxian. Even if Yang Jian had become a Daoyuo Jingxian, it would be difficult for him to escape arrest. Needless to say, he had a burden with him. In order to take care of the seriously injured fake Yaoji, Yang Jian certainly could not exert his full strength. The enemy was strong and he was weak. In addition, it was difficult for him to exert his strength. Yang Jian and his mother were naturally captured by the heavenly soldiers. As for immortal Yu Ding, who was hiding in the dark, he wanted to save his disciple. However, in the boundless starry sky, on a bright white star, Taibai Jingxing was silently watching him. At that moment, immortal Yu Ding felt a terrifying pressure attacking him, imprisoning him in the void and cutting off his perception of the acquired Tao. Taibai Jingxing was the innate star god born by Venus. As early as the Heavenly Emperor, he had successfully attained the realm of Daoyuo Taoist priests. With such strength, it was not easy to deal with immortal Yu Ding. In front of this power, immortal Yu Ding, the second disciple of Heavenly Lord Yuanshi, was as powerless as a mortal. He did not dare to move, and he could not move. If he did not care about the cost, he could naturally break this imprisonment, but in that way he might die. Therefore, immortal Yu Ding could only hide in the void and watch his disciple Yang Jian being taken away by the heavenly soldiers. When Yang Jian was taken to the heavenly court, Taibai Jingxing withdrew his gaze from immortal Yu Ding. Phew! The moment Taibai Jingxing withdrew his gaze, the power that imprisoned immortal Yu Ding also disappeared, allowing him to regain his freedom. Is this the real Daoyuo Jingxian? After regaining his freedom, immortal Yu Ding was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he continued to stay where he was, recalling the power that had imprisoned him just now. The moment he met Taibai Jingxing's eyes, immortal Yu Ding understood his realm. Like him, he was also in the realm of Daoyuo Jingxian. However, Taibai Jingxing had attained the innate Dao and was called Daoyuo Taoist priests. However, he had attained the acquired Dao and could only be called Daoyuo Jingxian. Innate and acquired, there was only one word difference. However, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. As a fellow Daoyuo Jingxian, the other party could easily kill him, and he couldn't even resist. This was the difference between them. If he was not the disciple of the primeval Lord of Heaven, he would have died today. That was not right. If he was not the disciple of Heavenly Lord Yuanshi, he might not be weaker than that person today. He might even be stronger. One had to know that perfected Yu Ding was also a person with a great background. He was formed from Panga's teeth, and was also a top Khanate godfiend in the world. It was truly a case of a single misstep leading to a subsequent misstep. Because of Taibai Jingxing, perfected Yu Ding's Dao heart was stirred. He was supposed to shine brightly. Taoist priests. At this moment, a desire for the Taoist priests rose in immortal Yu Ding's heart. Your Majesty, the criminal from the lower realm has already been captured by the heavenly soldiers. Please punish him, Your Majesty. Yaoji, who had returned to the heavenly court, reported to Haoyan. Behind her was Yang Jian and his mother, who were chained up. Send them to the heavenly prison, and behead them in a few days. Looking at the two people on the ground in disgust, Haoyan waved his hand impatiently, and ordered people to send Yang Jian and his mother to the heavenly prison, so as not to dirty his eyes. Yes, Your Majesty. Immediately, 2 heavenly generals in the Lingxiao Palace stood up and accepted the order. They escorted Yang Jian and his mother to the 9 Heavens Thunder territory. The heavenly prison was the 36 Thunder prisons, which were evenly distributed in the 9 Heavens Thunder territory. In the court, after Yang Jian and his mother were taken down, Haoyan announced the end of the court. The immortals and gods bowed and left one after another. Soon, there were only 3 high and mighty figures left in the huge Lingxiao Palace. The Jade Emperor, the Great Emperor of Ziwei, and the Great Emperor of the South Pole. Fellow Taoist, are you still going to choose to back down this time? Turning his head to look at Haoyan, Feng Zichen said solemnly. This question was naturally whether Haoyan wanted to take revenge on Saint Juanti, and Haoyan's answer would determine their attitude towards him in the future. He had been bullied to this extent by Juanti. If Haoyan still chose to tolerate it, then this person was really not worthy of his attention. Excessive tolerance was a sign of cowardice. and the strong could fail, but they could never be cowardly. A cowardly person, no matter how hard he worked, had no possibility of becoming primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. There were no cowards in front of the great Tao. No. Previously the poor Wei thought wrongly. She thought that her concession could be exchanged for their understanding. However, they seemed to take the poor Wei's concession as a sign of cowardice. As a result, they repeatedly looked down on the poor Wei. Even their disciples did not take the poor Wei seriously. The prestige of the heavenly court has also plummeted. It's time for the poor Wei to move around, so that others won't look down on her. Moreover, it's time for the heavenly court to re-establish its prestige. Haotian sighed and said in an inexplicable tone. Then, a strong fighting spirit rose from his body, and spread to the entire primitive world in a wave-like manner with the Lingxiao Palace as the center. Rumble. At that moment, the world was roaring, and the myriad Tao let out a whine of submission. For the first time, all living beings sensed the majesty of Heavenly Emperor Haotian, and could not help but tremble under this power. Whoosh! The majesty swept across Mount Meru and pressed the living beings on it to the ground. They could not stand up as if they were worshipping the heavenly court. Not good. Disaster is coming. Sensing the rising fighting spirit above the heavenly court, Saint Jiayin and Saint Zhuanti immediately understood that disaster was coming. They were obviously going to take revenge. At the same time, the great mediums of the primitive world were awakened by this fighting spirit, and looked at the heavenly court with high spirits. The big show was about to begin. Who would win the battle between the heavenly emperor and the saint? Everyone was looking forward to it. Sometimes blindly compromising will not give you the peace you want. Instead, it will make them feel that you are weak and easy to bully, and it will encourage them to become even more aggressive. Nodding, Feng Zichen said. Haotian's biggest mistake was not to give in, but to overestimate himself. He thought that when he became the heavenly emperor, he was already at the same level as the saint. But in fact, even if Haotian became the heavenly emperor, in the eyes of the saint, he was still the Taoist child of the past. The difference in status was so great that Haotian's concession was naturally a sign of weakness in the eyes of the saint. If Feng Zichen was in Haotian's position, not only would the saint not think that his concession was a sign of weakness, but they would also owe him a favor and thank Feng Zichen for giving them face. The same performance, but with different positions, would bring about different results. Therefore, the first thing that Haotian had to do was to let the saints know him again. He had to tell the saints that the current Haotian was no longer the Taoist child that was looked down upon by others, but the heavenly emperor Haotian of the primordial world, an existence on the same level as them. Only in this way would the saints look at Haotian again, and not take his concession as weakness. Fellow Taoist, to them, your strength alone may not be enough. But you are not alone. Behind you, there is the heavenly court, the 4 heavenly emperors, and the Tao ancestor in the purple cloud palace. So, how about we deal with the problem in a different way? Show a little strength and let the saints know our determination. Perhaps in the future, they will have scruples when they do things. Even if you fail, what else do you have to lose? Is it the position of the heavenly emperor? Staring at Haotian, who was full of fighting spirit, Feng Zichen continued to provoke him. He even used the power of bewitchment when he spoke. Just the fighting spirit was not enough. It had to be raised to the point of releasing killing intent to explain Haotian's determination. Yes. It's time for the saints to get to know me again, and at the same time, settle the karma between the heavenly court and them over the years. Under Feng Zichen's bewitchment, everything that the saints had done to him over the years appeared in Haotian's mind one after another, making him even angrier. Gradually, a wisp of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Rumble. Between heaven and earth, a blood-red thunderbolt suddenly appeared, accompanied by a deafening sound of thunder. The heavenly emperor moved to kill, and heaven and earth resonated with it, giving birth to all kinds of strange phenomena to show ominous signs. At the same time, the killing intent floating in the void, under the guidance of an inexplicable force, gradually gathered in one place, forming the embryonic form of a new great calamity of heaven and earth. When this great calamity was completed, heaven and earth would usher in a new calamity, the immortal god calamity, also known as the God Investiture Calamity. Fellow Taoist, do you want to make a move? Feng Zichen suddenly said to Haotian when he felt that the time was almost right. Of course. It's time to end the humiliation that poor Wei has suffered all these years, as well as the blood feud between fellow Taoist Gaochen. Haotian stood up from the emperor's throne and said with killing intent. Then he took a step forward and directly left the heavenly court, taking the lead to kill his way to Mount Meru. Haha. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. I'll go with you. After Haotian left, Feng Zichen and the South Pole Emperor also stood up and followed Haotian to Mount Meru. The three emperors had left the heavenly court, and there was a killing calamity on Mount Meru. The Western sect is going to be in big trouble this time. I've already said that Saint Xuanti would have to pay the price sooner or later for being so arrogant. Now retribution is coming. The three emperors swaggered out of the heavenly court, and their killing intent was not concealed at all, pointing directly at Mount Meru. At this point, everyone understood what the three emperors meant. They were going to join forces to kill their way to Mount Meru. Saint Xuanti was going to be defeated this time. In a one-on-one battle, the three emperors might not be a match for the saint. However, if the three emperors joined forces, their power would increase exponentially. It was definitely not something that the two of them could resist. Everyone had witnessed this with their own eyes when they surrounded and killed the demon ancestor Rahu back then. Although the four emperors had joined forces at that time, and now that the three emperors had joined forces, their power would inevitably decrease. However, the two of them were not the demon ancestor Rahu. Seeing that Saint Xuanti was about to fall, not only did the great divine abilities of the primordial world not have the slightest bit of sympathy, but they were also gloating. Even the other saints were the same. Saint Xuanti deserved such an outcome. Back then, in order to strengthen the Western sect, Saint Xuanti came to the East to save all living beings. He was really unscrupulous. When he saw those with good talent, he did not care if they had a master or not. He would go up and say that they were fated with the Western sect and forcefully send them away. Even Xianqing was almost converted by Saint Xuanti back then if Dao ancestor Hongjun had not saved him. From this, it could be seen how Saint Xuanti's actions were. He had offended almost all the great divine abilities of the primordial world. Because of this, many people were secretly waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Seeing that Saint Xuanti was unlucky, everyone was happy. Why would they help? Feng Zichen and the other two were so powerful, so Xuanti was naturally prepared. When the three of them arrived at Mount Meru, a Khanate array had already risen on Mount Meru. The Khanate mind-cleansing Bodhi array. It was one of the top 10 array formations of the primordial world, the strongest array formation of the Western sect. It was formed by the wisdom of the two saints. This array did not use a Khanate numinous treasure as the array core, but two saints as the array core. Its power was absolutely terrifying. Fellow Taoist Haotian, this is indeed Poor Wei's fault. Poor Wei apologizes to you here. How about you leave now? On Mount Meru, looking at Haotian who was striding over, Saint Xuanti still spoke even though he was unwilling. In his opinion, although he was wrong, Haotian was just a boy with a low status. He had already given Haotian enough face by apologizing to him as a saint. At this time, Haotian should stop when he was ahead and leave. At this point, Saint Xuanti still looked at Haotian with his old eyes. However, he did not know that Haotian had changed at this moment. He was like an unsheathed long sword, showing his own sharpness without hiding. Apologize. An apology is enough? Saint Xuanti, you are really shameless. Seeing the undisguised contempt in Saint Xuanti's eyes, Haotian was undoubtedly even angrier. Just because he was a Taoist child, the saint looked down on him so much? That was enough. In that case, let me tear down your Mount Meru and then apologize to you. How about that? Rage burned in his heart. As Haotian spoke, he could not help but draw out a divine sword and swing it at Mount Meru. Whoosh! Bright sword light burst out with boundless power, enough to destroy everything. However, Mount Meru, which was facing the sword light, was unharmed. No matter how strong Haotian was, it was impossible for him to break through the blockade of two saints and destroy Mount Meru. However, as he moved, it was as if he had sent a signal. Feng Zichen and the South Pole Emperor moved at the same time. A vast starry sky appeared in Feng Zichen's hand and smashed toward Mount Meru. A boundless sea of thunder rose and fell in the hands of the South Pole Emperor. Like a vast ocean, it surged toward Mount Meru. In the face of the powerful attacks of the two saints would certainly not sit still and wait for death. Endless divine light bloomed from their bodies and poured into Mount Meru under their feet. Rumble. The innate mind-calming Bodhi formation operated quickly and evolved into a sea of golden lotuses in front of Mount Meru. Chapter 7:10. Rumble. The Milky Way fell and the Thunder Sea surged, entangling with the Golden Flower Sea. It was a shocking scene. At that moment, the world was shaking and the great Tao was wailing. The aura of destruction reverberated between heaven and earth as if doomsday had arrived. Kill. After the first blow, Feng Zichen and the other two stepped forward, each displaying their strongest moves, and blasted toward Mount Meru. Facing the powerful attacks of the two saints did not choose to fight back. Instead, they used all their strength to activate the innate mind-calming Bodhi formation to the limit. Rumble. The formation was roaring and Mount Meru was shaking. The two seemed to have reached a resonance and filled the air with endless Taoist rhymes. Then he saw an illusionary figure of a Bodhi tree blotting out the sky, and an illusionary figure of a green lotus, surrounded by Taoist rhymes slowly appearing in the sky. Boundless divine light poured down, enveloping the entire Mount Meru. In this battle, the two saints of the Western sect had made up their minds to defend. It was not because they were in the wrong first and were embarrassed to attack Haoyin. It was because they knew that this battle would not last long. The way of heaven would not allow the three emperors to continue fooling around. Although Mount Meru was located outside of time and space, and was not in the untainted world, it was still too close to the untainted world. Once the three emperors unleashed their full strength, the terrifying power would spread and definitely affect the untainted world. At that time, in order to protect the untainted world, the way of heaven would interfere and forcibly end the battle. What Zhuan-Ti and the other two had to do was to guard Mount Meru firmly before the way of heaven intervened in the battle to prevent it from being broken into pieces by the three emperors. Feng Zichen and the other two naturally knew what Zhuan-Ti and the other two could understand. Therefore, they used all their strength from the beginning to try to break through Mount Meru in the shortest time possible, and do their best to destroy the Western sect. However, they had obviously underestimated the means of Zhuan-Ti and the other two. No matter how they attacked, when the magical powers hit Mount Meru, it was useless except for splashing out ripples. Since the last time Mount Meru was smashed, Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Yin learned from their painful experience, and used all means to improve the defense of Mount Meru to prevent the same thing from happening again. Unexpectedly, their defense was put to use not long after it was set up. It was a coincidence that the three imperial emperors had joined forces to attack. Damn it! What a hard turtle shell. Seeing that the three of them were still unable to break through the defense of Zhousing Mountain, Feng Zichen made up his mind, and was about to forcefully summon the Zhousing map that was in the midst of upgrading. Unfortunately, just as he was about to make a move, an extremely oppressive aura suddenly spread out in the void. Then, dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The heavenly Tao is about to descend. Not good. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen and the other two immediately understood that there was not much time left for them. If they could not break through Mount Meru before the heavenly axiom completely descended, then their plan for this expedition could be considered to have come to an end. Immediately, Feng Zichen did not hesitate and directly summoned the Zhousing map from the deepest part of the boundless starry sky. Boom! The void shattered with a loud bang, and an ancient scroll broke through the air. In an instant, a powerful aura suddenly erupted and swept across the universe. That was the pressure of an upper-grade innate treasure. Hundreds of thousands of years had passed, and the Zhousing map had completed part of its transformation. It had been promoted from a middle-grade innate treasure to an upper-grade innate treasure. Moreover, more origin power was stored in the Zhousing map's body. If it was given enough time, it could completely transform into a supreme-grade innate treasure. Originally, Feng Zichen wanted to wait for the Zhousing map to transform into a supreme-grade innate treasure before taking it out to intimidate everyone. However, plans could not keep up with changes. In order to deal with the two Western saints, he had to take out the Zhouxing map in advance. This time, using the Zhouxing map would probably delay the time for it to be promoted to a supreme grade innate treasure. Suppress. Anger in his heart made Feng Zichen use all his strength to activate the Zhouxing map and suppress Mount Meru. Rumble. The Zhouxing map slowly unfolded in the air and turned into a bright starry sky. With unparalleled power, it pressed down on Mount Meru. Whoosh! Under the suppression of the Zhouxing map, the defense that the three could not break through finally changed. The Khanate Bodhi tree swayed continuously, as if it could not bear the unimaginable power, and its body gradually bent. The Khanate Tranquil Lotus shook violently, and its petals rustled. Faint cracks appeared as if it was about to break. Go. Seeing this, Haotian and the South Pole Emperor also used their divine powers to support the Zhouxing map, further enhancing its power. Under the joint efforts of the three emperors, the Zhouxing map's power was pushed to the limit. The starry sky became deeper and brighter, as if a real boundless starry sky had descended. Crack! Crack! Under this mighty force, the Khanate Tranquil Bodhi formation finally showed signs of collapsing. The shadows of the Khanate Bodhi tree and the Khanate Tranquil Lotus began to collapse from top to bottom. Oh no! The moment he saw the Zhouxing map appear, Zhuan Ti knew that something was wrong. Sure enough, as soon as the Zhouxing map moved, the means that they were proud of were broken. The biggest shortcoming of the Western sect was that they did not have a Khanate supreme treasure. Combine. With a loud shout, Zhuan Ti and the South Pole Emperor transformed into their original forms, a huge lotus and a huge Khanate Bodhi tree. Mount Meru was their painstaking effort, and the foundation of the Western sect. It could not be destroyed by outsiders. Therefore, even if they had to pay a huge price, they had to protect Mount Meru. Rumble. After Zhuan Ti and the South Pole Emperor transformed into their original forms, they directly merged with their dispersing shadows and reconstructed the Khanate Tranquil Bodhi formation with their original forms. At this moment, the Khanate Tranquil Bodhi formation, which had two saints as the eye of the formation, jumped to the top 3 levels of the primordial world. Its power was unparalleled. Whoosh! A divine light flashed, and the entire Khanate Tranquil Bodhi formation looked brand new. An even stronger force spread out and blocked the attack of the Zhouxing map. Hiss! Isn't this a little too tragic? At this moment, even as an enemy, Feng Zichen could not help but sympathize with Zhuan Ti and the South Pole Emperor. Since when did saints fall to this point? Using their bodies to replace the Khanate Supreme Treasure as the eye of the formation. This was too undignified. Yes, the bodies of Zhuan Ti and the South Pole Emperor were definitely not weaker than the Khanate Supreme Treasure. In the past, the formation that they had set up as the eye of the formation could definitely block the Zhouxing map, or even better. However, in this way, the two of them really lost their dignity as saints. Since they were forced to use their bodies, it meant that the two of them really had no other means. Rumble. Just as the two sides were pulling at each other, the heavenly Tao was finally about to descend. However, at this moment, a vast force suddenly appeared and distorted space and time, isolating the connection between Mount Meru and the primordial world. It was the power of reincarnation. The Lady of Earth had attacked. In the netherworld, she shook the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. With her supreme power, she isolated the connection between Mount Meru and the primordial world to delay the descent of the heavenly Tao. The Lady of Earth and the descendants of the Chaos Fiend God were natural enemies. There was no way to resolve it. It was not strange that she attacked the Western sect. At the same time, in the gap of time and space, powerful Khanate numinous treasures appeared one after another. They released astonishing power and protected the stability of the void together. This was the attack of the great divine abilities to maintain the stability of the void and stop the descent of the heavenly Tao from another angle. This was what it meant to push everyone down. Zhuan Ti and the South Pole Emperor had offended too many people, so everyone hoped that the two of them would be unlucky. Now it was not easy for someone to find trouble with the two of them. How could the great divine abilities that they had offended let this battle end so easily? Naturally, they would think of ways to prolong the battle, so that the two of them would suffer great losses. Haha! Fellow Taoists, you have angered the public. Sensing everything that was happening around him, Feng Zichen could not help but laugh out loud. Then he directly drew the power of the boundless starry sky into his body. In an instant, his realm rose to the 9th heaven of primordial chaos. Kill. Before Xuanti and the South Pole Emperor could react, Feng Zichen, whose strength had greatly increased, directly used his body as a weapon and slammed toward Mount Meru. How strong was Feng Zichen's body? It was not weaker than a Khanate cardinal treasure at all. With the support of the boundless starry sky, the power. Therefore, his collision directly shattered the Khanate mind-calming Bodhi array. With a boom, Feng Zichen directly crashed into the Khanate Bodhi tree, sending it flying high into the air. Its leaves and branches scattered all over the ground. Then, Feng Zichen used the recoil force to crash into the Khanate mind-calming lotus, sending it flying so hard that a few petals fell off. Rumble. The formation eye shifted, and the array was immediately broken. With a roar, Mount Meru, which was decorated with gems, appeared in front of the three of them. Cough cough. In the distance, after Xuanti and the South Pole Emperor landed, they turned back into their human forms. However, they did not look good. Obviously, they had suffered serious injuries. On the other side, Feng Zichen did not feel good either. The power that was supported by the boundless starry sky was directly repelled, and brought him a lot of backlash. However, the result was gratifying. The Khanate mind-calming Bodhi array was broken by him. 1 primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian, and 2 half-step primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. Fellow Taoists, do you think that you can deal with 2 saints with this strength? Suppressing his injuries, Saint Xuanti said with an ugly expression. If they really fought, the other party might not be their match. They did not make a move previously mainly because they were worried about Mount Meru. But now, Mount Meru could not be saved, so they did not have to worry. It's useless to just talk about it. We have to try before we know. The Khanate mind-calming Bodhi array was broken, and the destruction of Mount Meru was inevitable. The three of them had almost achieved their goal. Even if they were defeated by Xuanti, they would not lose anything. Therefore, Feng Zichen was very free and easy now. You're courting death. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Saint Xuanti raised the wonderful 7 treasures tree and brushed it toward the three of them. At the same time, Saint Jiayin also moved. The divine banner quietly appeared and brushed toward the three of them. Fellow Taoists, I'll deal with Saint Jiayin. I'll leave Saint Xuanti to you. After turning his head and saying that, Feng Zichen faced the divine banner and fought with Saint Jiayin. Behind him, Haotian and the great emperor of the South Pole joined forces and fought with Saint Xuanti. In such a civil war, saints could not use the power of the heavenly Tao, and the supremes of heaven and earth could not use the power of their ranks. Therefore, they could only rely on their own strength. However, nothing was absolute. The heavenly court had a huge advantage over the Western sect, and that was that their luck was more powerful. It was precisely with the support of the heavenly court's luck that Haotian and Luai's, 2 half-step primordial chaos existences, could fight with Xuanti, who was at the primordial chaos level. Otherwise, the two of them would have been suppressed and sealed by Saint Xuanti long ago. Rumble. As the two sides exchanged blows, terrifying shockwaves swept out in all directions, destroying everything in their surroundings. The void collapsed layer by layer, and the rules shattered one after another. Everything no longer existed. The outcome of Mount Meru, which was at the center of the battle, could be imagined. Layer after layer of the mountain disappeared, and very soon, it became much smaller. The innate Tao patterns carved on the mountain did not play any role, and could not stop the destruction of Mount Meru at all. Fortunately, Saint Jiayin had taken away the disciples living on Mount Meru in advance. Otherwise, the Western sect would have been destroyed again. This battle lasted for 100 years. Because the terrifying aftermath broke through the seal of the Great Medium and affected the untainted world, it was forcibly stopped by the heavenly Tao. When the battle ended, Mount Meru had already turned into ruins. It was even more tragic than before, and only the foundation of the mountain was left. And this was the result of the two Western sages protecting it at all costs. Otherwise, Feng Zichen and the other two would definitely be able to completely erase Mount Meru from the world. Not long after the heavenly Tao took action, Feng Zichen and the other two dragged their injured bodies and left, leaving behind the grieving and indignant Xuanti. He wanted to cry at the ruins of Mount Meru but had no tears. This should be the third time that Mount Meru was destroyed. First, it was the war between Taoists and demons, then it was the tribulation of the inner demons, and finally this time. The three tribulations, each more ruthless than the last, caused Mount Meru, which was not inferior to Mount Kunlun, to fall to the level of a top-blessed enclave. It was miserable. Mount Meru. It was really a mountain full of disasters. If he wanted to recover this time, he did not know how much it would cost. Taoist Haotian, how do you feel after this battle? After returning to the heavenly court, Feng Zichen asked Haotian. Carefree. Although he was seriously injured, Haotian could not hide his excitement and said, after this battle, not only did he untie the knot in his heart, but he was also one step closer to primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. It could be said that he had gained a lot. It's good that you have gained something. It means that this battle was not in vain. Nodding, Feng Zichen replied. Chapter 7:11. Fighting with a real master of the origin was undoubtedly a great opportunity for Haotian, who was half a step into the origin. This could help him understand the realm of the origin better, and lay a solid foundation for his future breakthroughs. I have to go back to heal, so I won't disturb you. When I recover, I'll come back to talk with you in detail. After chatting with Haotian for a while, Feng Zichen suddenly got up and left. He was not seriously injured. After all, if they really fought, Saint Jiayin might not be his match. However, Haotian and Lei were seriously injured and needed to be healed in time. Otherwise, it might have a little impact on their future. Therefore, Feng Zichen was in a hurry to leave. Not long after Feng Zichen left, Lei also left. Soon, only Haotian was left in the heavenly court. Your Majesty, what should we do with the fake Yaoji and her son? At this time, Yaoqi walked over and asked Haotian softly, find a time to kill them. Haotian frowned and said, yes. Yaoqi nodded and did not object. No matter what the truth was about Yaoji, that person had pretended to be the princess of the heavenly court, and married a mortal, and had a child. It was a fact that had spread throughout the three realms. If the heavenly court did not kill her to correct the heavenly prestige, how could they maintain their dignity? By the way, Yaoqi, I was seriously injured in this battle. I need to recuperate in seclusion for a while. So, during my absence, I'll have to trouble you to take care of the heavenly court. Haotian's face became paler as he spoke. Obviously, that was the power left in his body by Saint Xuanti, which was still destroying his body. Your Majesty, go ahead. I'll take care of the heavenly court. I just don't know if your Majesty's injury is serious. Seeing Haotian's pale face, Yaoqi said worriedly. It's okay. It's just a small injury. Smiling at Yaoqi, Haotian disappeared on the spot. He went to the origin of the heaven realm to heal his injuries. After Feng Zichen and Lei left the heaven court, Lei rushed back to the Nine Clouds lightning region to heal himself. After Feng Zichen wandered around the boundless starry sky, he quietly went through the passage of the world tree and rushed to the realm sea. He hadn't been to the realm sea for a long time. This time, he could use the excuse of recuperating to disappear in front of everyone for a while. It had been more than 100,000 years since Feng Zichen returned from the realm sea. As for the realm sea, that was even more formidable. It might have already been several million years, or even several tens of millions of years. The difference in the flow of time between the two was quite big. After so much time had passed, he hurried over to Realm Sea again. It was still the same as before, spacious and desolate, without too many changes. But when Feng Zichen stood in the Realm Sea and carefully sensed it for a while, he discovered that the current Realm Sea was greatly different from before. In his perception, among the countless small and medium worlds floating in the Realm Sea, most of them were connected to him. Even among the 3,000 large worlds standing at the peak of the Realm Sea, there were dozens of large worlds that appeared in his perception. Obviously, these worlds were already under his control, or were in the process of being under his control. And this was all thanks to the 10,000 Worlds trading city. After careful calculation, Feng Zichen discovered that almost 1% of the entire Realm Sea had been taken down by the 10,000 Worlds Trading City. It seems that they have spent a lot of effort these years. Looking at the results of the 10,000 Worlds Trading City, Feng Zichen said with emotion. Then his figure flashed and came to the outside of time and space, where the 10,000 Worlds Trading City was located, in the God Realm that was created by him. Compared to before, the God Realm didn't change much. Even if the 10,000 Worlds Trading City had taken down nearly 1% of the Realm Sea's territory, it was still the same. Feng Zichen had expected this. And this time he came to solve this problem. Those small and medium worlds were the associated worlds of the greater world. Once they were touched, the will of the greater world would definitely sense it. Therefore, in order not to alert the enemy and to better invade the greater world, the 10,000 Worlds Trading City didn't touch those small and medium worlds even though they had been taken down. As for why they didn't integrate the greater world that they had already taken down into the God Realm, the reason was even simpler. In every greater world, there was a Chaos Demon God sleeping, and the 10,000 Worlds Trading City wasn't a match for the Chaos Demon God at all. Therefore, in order to prevent waking up the sleeping Chaos Demon God, even if the 10,000 Worlds Trading City had taken over those worlds, they didn't dare to integrate them into the God Realm. Otherwise, once the sleeping Chaos Demon God woke up, the 10,000 Worlds Trading City might be able to survive, but the God Realm would definitely be finished. Without enough power, the 10,000 Worlds Trading City wouldn't touch the greater world. However, although the 10,000 Worlds Trading City didn't have the power to deal with the Chaos Demon God, Feng Zichen did. He came here to deal with the Chaos Demon God. Elder Yu, long time no see. In the center of the 10,000 Worlds Trading City, Feng Zichen looked at Yu clan who hadn't changed much and said guiltily. The biggest change was that there wasn't any change. After all, the Realm Sea wasn't as good as the Eldritch world. Otherwise, Yu clan wouldn't have not improved much after such a long time. Your Majesty, why are you here? Seeing Feng Zichen who suddenly appeared in front of him, Yu clan asked curiously. Of course, I'm here to relieve your worries. Suppressing the guilt in his heart, Feng Zichen said. Relieve our worries. Could it be? As if he thought of something, Yu clan couldn't help but look happy. All of you wait here first. Once the Chaos Demon God falls, immediately pull the greater world that he's in into the God Realm. After gathering everyone, Feng Zichen instructed. Then, he left directly and hurried to the greater world. His first target was a greater world called the Primordial World. This world had been completely infiltrated by the 10,000 Worlds Trading City. It was only because of the Chaos Demon God that it didn't integrate into the God Realm. What Feng Zichen wanted to do now was to kill the Chaos Demon God in it to create an opportunity for the 10,000 Worlds Trading City. Although there was a boundary set up by the Primordial Demon God outside the Primordial World, the origin of this world had been infiltrated by the 10,000 Worlds Trading City. Naturally, the boundary was completely useless. Therefore, Feng Zichen easily entered this realm and found the sleeping place of the Primordial Fiend Celestial without a hitch. After arriving here, Feng Zichen didn't rush to make a move. Instead, he started to draw Dao patterns and set up layers of restrictions in the void. Then, he took out the 10,000 Spirit Crown and the Zhouxing painting and laid an ambush in the void. After making all the necessary preparations, Feng Zichen took out the Hongmeng Daozhong and violently blasted it at the sleeping Primordial Demon God. Clang! The power of the Hongmeng Daozhong was first compressed to the limit by Feng Zichen, then suddenly exploded on the Primordial Demon God. The tremendous power directly sent the Primordial Demon God flying, and his body disintegrated in midair. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Ah, who is it? The Primordial Demon God was naturally awakened by this heavy blow, but before he could see the enemy's face clearly, he saw countless stars swirling in front of him and enveloping him. In the void, an ancient scroll appeared, forming a vast starry sky and sucking the Primordial Demon God in. Clang! The Hongmeng Daozhong trembled again, and entered the Zhouxing painting as well, continuing to attack the Primordial Demon God. After a while, the bloodied Primordial Demon God brandished a long spear, and charged out of the Zhouxing painting against Hongmeng Daozhong's suppression. It's you. As soon as the Primordial Demon God exited the Zhouxing painting, he saw Feng Zichen standing in the distance. This time he was furious. Roar! The primordial demon god roared and charged at Feng Zichen with the primordial war spear in his hand. However, as soon as he took a few steps, countless Tao inscriptions burst out around him. Like chains, they pulled him back into the heavenly cycle star map. Kill! This time, not only did Hongmeng Daozhong enter the Zhouxing painting, but Feng Zichen also entered and attacked the primordial demon god together. Roar! After an unknown period of time, the primordial demon god suddenly exploded. He swept Feng Zichen away with his spear and pushed away Hongmeng Daozhong. Once again, he charged out of the Zhouxing painting. However, after this attack, his aura suddenly weakened a lot. Obviously, in order to escape, he paid a heavy price. Go! After escaping this time, the primordial demon god did not charge at Feng Zichen immediately. Instead, he used a secret technique to try to contact the other chaos demon gods. Unfortunately, the results were disappointing. This time, Feng Zichen came prepared. Everything here was isolated by him. It was impossible for the primordial demon god to send a message outside. Bang! While the primordial demon god was sending a message, the 10,000 spirit crown suddenly appeared and smashed on the primordial demon god's head. After being hit, the primordial demon god felt dizzy and could not control his body for a moment. He fell to the ground directly. At this time, the Zhouxing painting opened again and pulled the primordial demon god in. Let's see if you can survive this time. Making up his mind, Feng Zichen took out another Khanate Supreme Treasure and blasted it at the primordial demon god. Boom! As the void trembled, a finger that blotted out the sky appeared and pointed at the primordial demon god. It was the human Tao imperial seal. Many years ago, Feng Zichen had taken it back. Today, in order to deal with the primordial demon god, he even used this treasure. After the human Tao imperial seal, Hongmeng Daozhong and the 10,000 spirit crown also released their power and blasted at the primordial demon god. With the power of 4 Khanate Supreme Treasures and Feng Zichen at the 6th firmament of chaos primordial chaos, the primordial chaos demon god had been besieged for hundreds of years and finally killed him. The primordial demon god had fallen. While Hongmeng Daozhong was devouring the primordial demon god's great Tao imprint, Feng Zichen cleaned up the battlefield and checked his spoils of war. A primordial chaos demon god's corpse, a portion of its origin, a damaged primordial chaos spear, and a complete greater thousand world. Not bad at all. These things were almost equivalent to the entire wealth of Zhuanti and Zhuanti. Fortunately, they did not know about the existence of the realm sea. Otherwise, their eyes would have turned red, and the primordial chaos demon gods would not have a moment of peace. Unfortunately, they did not know, and neither did the others in the Eldritch Wilderness. The enormous treasury that was the realm sea still belonged to Feng Zichen alone. After notifying the myriad realms exchange to pull the primordial world into the divine realm, Feng Zichen turned and walked to the next greater thousand world. In this world he used the same trick again, and killed another primordial chaos demon god. Unfortunately, this primordial chaos demon god did not have a broken primordial chaos treasure. Otherwise he would not have been killed by Feng Zichen so easily. Thinking about it, when the 3,000 primordial chaos demon gods and Pangu fought in the chaos, they could not even save their own lives, let alone the magic treasures in their hands. Naturally, it was shattered beyond recognition. In fact, it was completely destroyed. It should be normal for primordial chaos demon gods to not have magic treasures in their hands. Primordial chaos demon gods who had magic treasures in their hands were different. Thinking about it now, Feng Zichen was really lucky. He only killed a few primordial chaos demon gods, but they all had broken primordial chaos treasures in their hands, which made him rich. However, maybe because he had killed too many primordial chaos demon gods, his good luck seemed to have come to an end. In the following period of time, Feng Zichen killed another 3 primordial chaos demon gods in a row, but they did not drop a single broken primordial chaos treasure. This made him very depressed. After complaining for a while, Feng Zichen continued to rush to the next world, the Grand Celestial World. In this world, even though Feng Zichen was prepared in advance, he was still exposed, and he was once again surrounded by the primordial chaos demon gods. This time he was exposed not because Feng Zichen was not well prepared, but because the primordial chaos demon god was too decisive. The primordial chaos demon god saw that the situation was not good, and he chose to self-destruct, which caught Feng Zichen off guard. If he did not react quickly enough, the Zhouxing map would have been destroyed by the primordial chaos demon god's self-destruction. Even so, the Zhouxing map was severely damaged, and it would take a long time to recover. To be able to protect the Zhouxing map was already Feng Zichen's limit. He could no longer seal the ripples caused by the primordial chaos demon god's self-destruction. Therefore, after the primordial chaos demon god's self-destruction, the terrifying ripples spread, and the entire world sea was shaken. The primordial chaos demon gods who were in deep sleep were naturally awakened. What happened next was much simpler. When the primordial chaos demon gods who woke up saw Feng Zichen, who was at the center of the primordial chaos demon god's self-destruction, they immediately understood what happened. When they released their consciousness to sense for a while, they realized that besides the primordial chaos demon god, there were 5 other comrades who had lost their auras. Evidently they were killed by Feng Zichen. In an instant, the primordial chaos demon gods were enraged. This was the second time that they were hunted down. Did the primordial chaos demon gods not care about their dignity? Chapter 7:12. Sensing that the chaos demon gods had awakened, Feng Zichen did not wait for them to attack him, but fled directly to the untainted land. If he did not escape now, when would he escape? Feng Zichen's reaction was fast. Before the chaos demon gods attacked, he had run far away. But unfortunately, he still could not get rid of the chaos demon gods and was chased closely by them. However, it was also thanks to his fast reaction that the chaos demon gods did not form an encirclement. Otherwise, Feng Zichen would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Whoosh, in the realm sea, a stream of light flashed and disappeared in an instant. It was Feng Zichen's fleeing figure. Behind him were hundreds of chaos demon gods. They formed a vast expanse and were following closely behind him. They looked extremely terrifying. However, Feng Zichen did not panic at all because he was used to it. Anyway, those chaos demon gods could not catch up with him, and were now being played by him. After cultivating in the boundless starry sky for so many years, although Feng Zichen had not developed a way to restrain self-explosion, he had increased his speed again and again to ensure that no one could catch up with him. As long as he was not trapped by these chaos demon gods, and was just being chased, these chaos demon gods would definitely not be able to do anything to Feng Zichen. Feng Zichen, who was wandering around the realm sea with the chaos demon gods, suddenly thought of something. Now that the chaos demon gods had run out to chase him, wouldn't there be no one guarding the great thousand world that they had occupied? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was about to send a message to the Myriad Realms trading city, so that they could take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to quickly occupy the great thousand world. But immediately, Feng Zichen gave up this idea. It was not that this plan was not good enough, but it was obviously not suitable for him to contact the Myriad Realms trading city at this time. There were hundreds of chaos demon gods behind Feng Zichen. Once he contacted the Myriad Realms trading city at this time, the fluctuation of his mind would be immediately sensed by the chaos demon gods. In that case, wouldn't the Myriad Realms trading city be exposed if the chaos fiend celestial tracked it down? The chaos demon god could not deal with Feng Zichen, but he could deal with the 10,000 Realms trading city. It was conceivable that once the chaos demon celestial detected the existence of the Myriad Realms trading city, Feng Zichen would have to take it away. Otherwise, the city would definitely be torn to pieces by the furious chaos demon gods. Awesome! This method is simply amazing. After going through this method again in his mind, Feng Zichen couldn't help but marvel at his own wisdom. He would lead the chaos demon god away, and then the trading city of the 10,000 realms would devour the greater 1,000 realms while the chaos demon god was away. This plan was perfect. But now was indeed not the time to carry out this plan to avoid alerting the enemy. But next time, when Feng Zichen was fully prepared, that might not be the case. Perhaps he could seize 1/10 of the greater 1,000 realms, or even more through this plan. Taking a deep look at the realm sea, Feng Zichen seemed to see the picture of the realm of gods standing at the top of all the realms. After that he planned to leave. It was meaningless to continue to lead the chaos demon god away, so he might as well return to the untainted land as soon as possible to prepare for the next arrival. As the saying went, the chaos demon god wouldn't be defeated a third time after suffering 2 losses in a row, so he must have some means to deal with him. Therefore, the next time, Feng Zichen would be facing a tough battle, so he naturally had to be fully prepared. Fellow Taoists, please don't chase after him. Looking back at the chaos demon god, Feng Zichen suddenly said. Hearing that, the chaos demon god didn't retreat. Instead, he used a secret method to forcibly increase his speed, and got closer to Feng Zichen. How boring! Shaking his head, Feng Zichen took out a ball of chaos origin chi. Then he threw it back without looking back. That was the origin chi of the chaos demon god that he had killed, and it contained amazing power. After throwing out that ball of chaos origin chi, Feng Zichen ignited his own origin chi to increase his speed to another level. In the blink of an eye, he pulled away from the chaos demon god again. Seeing that, the chaos demon god naturally didn't want to be outdone, so he ignited his origin chi and chased after him. However, just as they approached the origin chi, Feng Zichen spat out a word coldly. Explode. At his command, the massive origin of chaos exploded, and a terrifying power wreaked havoc. The few chaos demon gods who were in the center of the explosion were blown into pieces, and turned into a rain of blood that fell from the sky. As for the chaos demon gods that were far away from the center of the explosion, they were sent flying by the terrifying power, and were more or less injured. Not to mention them, even Feng Zichen, who had already run far away, was affected. He was sent flying by the ripples caused by the explosion of chaos origin chi, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Feng Zichen took advantage of this opportunity to escape successfully. He left the realm sea and returned to the untainted land. Puff! After returning to the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen couldn't suppress his injuries anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his injuries completely broke out. With a puff, countless wounds suddenly appeared on his body, and blood spurted out like a fountain. This time, Feng Zichen's injuries were not light. First of all, when the Tianyuan demon god exploded, in order to protect the Zhousing map, Feng Zichen could be said to have taken most of the damage from the explosion. Because of this, he suffered a lot of injuries. Then, he was chased by the chaos demon god, which further worsened his injuries. Finally, the explosion of the chaos origin chi was not much weaker than the explosion of the chaos demon god. Feng Zichen was seriously injured after being injured by the self-detonation twice, and being chased by the chaos demonic celestial. However, even so, he was not in a hurry to heal his injuries. Instead, he contacted the Youyu clan through a secret method, and asked them to keep a low profile and stop all activities in the trading city of the 10,000 realms. Wasn't it courting death to cause trouble under the eyes of the chaos demon god? After instructing the Youyu clan, Feng Zichen began to heal his injuries in seclusion. At this time, it had only been 100 years since he left the untainted land. When Feng Zichen was in seclusion, at this moment, the disciples of the Clan of Enlightenment gathered on the Kunlun mountain, and were secretly planning a big event that would shake the untainted land. They were going to raid the execution ground. Soon, the heavenly court would publicly kill the fake Yaoji and Yang Jian on the immortal slaying platform to correct the heavenly might. And the 12 golden immortals of the Clan of Enlightenment were going to raid the execution ground, so that they could save the fake Yaoji and Yang Jian. Yang Jian was the second disciple of the heavenly lord of the origin, immortal Yuding's only disciple. As his master, how could immortal Yuding watch his disciple be killed by the heavenly court? Therefore, he wanted to save them. Saving one was saving two was also saving. Therefore, immortal Yuding planned to save both the fake Yaoji and Yang Jian. However, there was a problem at this time. He, immortal Yuding, did not have the ability to save people from the heavenly court. That was awkward. However, it did not matter. He could not, but he still had his fellow disciples. If they worked together, they would be able to come up with a perfect solution. After making up his mind, Immortal Yuding directly called his fellow disciples to his cave residence. Fellow disciples, I believe you have heard about Yang Jian. He will be dragged to the immortal slaying platform in a few days. Poor Wei is incompetent and can't save him from the hands of the heavenly court. Therefore, I shamelessly invited everyone here today. I hope you can help me come up with an idea to save poor Wei's poor disciple. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Immortal Yuding said with a face full of shame. No one was surprised by this. Before coming, everyone had already guessed why Immortal Yuding had invited them here. However, they did not have a good idea on how to save Yang Jian. This, junior brother, in my opinion, we might as well go directly to the heavenly court and ask for him. I think, with our status as disciples of the saints, the heavenly court will not disrespect us. Perhaps they will release martial nephew Yang Jian on the spot. After thinking for a while, Guangqingzi, who was the eldest senior brother of the clan of enlightenment, said, in the past, when Haotian was determined to give in, there was naturally no problem with his method. But now Haotian's attitude had changed drastically. If the disciples of the clan of enlightenment were to follow Guangqingzi's method, they would go to the heavenly court to ask for him. It would be good if the heavenly court did not capture them together, let alone release them. Fortunately, there were still some intelligent disciples of the clan of enlightenment who stopped Guangqingzi's plan. That's not appropriate. This method is not appropriate. Just as Guangqingzi finished speaking, Immortal Yuding directly objected. He had personally experienced the change in the heavenly court's attitude. What's wrong? Guangqingzi was not angry when he heard his method being objected to. He only asked in confusion. He had just come out of seclusion and did not know the changes in the heavenly court. He was completely following the previous method. Otherwise, he would not have come up with such a stupid plan. Eldest senior brother, you might not know, but the current heavenly court is completely different from before. It suddenly became incomparably tough and did not give us any face at all. Take the previous example. I wanted to save Yang Jian and his mother when the heavenly soldiers captured him. However, before I could make a move, the great Luo Holy Venerate in the heavenly court looked at me from afar. At that moment I felt the threat of death. It seemed that as long as I dared to save Yang Jian, the Daoyuo Taoist priests would kill me without hesitation. Recalling the scene that day, Immortal Yuding still had some lingering fear. This was the first time everyone had heard of this matter. At this moment they could not help but be shocked. The heavenly court was indeed different from before. From what junior brother said, the poor Wei's method just now really won't work. Guangqingzi shook his head and said. Following that, everyone began to discuss amongst themselves. However, after discussing for a long time, no one could come up with a feasible method. The only way now is to raid the execution ground. Seeing that everyone had discussed for a long time, and still could not come up with a feasible plan, Immortal Yuding gritted his teeth and said, raid the execution ground? Hearing this, everyone asked with some uncertainty. Yes, raid the execution ground. If we combine our strength, we can definitely rescue Yang Jian and his mother from the demon execution stage. Immortal Yuding nodded and repeated. That's also a way. After thinking carefully, everyone could not help but nod. This was indeed a feasible method. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect may not be very strong individually, but if the 12 of them joined forces, they could even fight the real Daoyuo Taoist priests. In addition, with the magic treasures given to them by the primeval Lord of Heaven, they had the ability to protect themselves even in the face of a sage-to-be expert. Therefore, if they joined forces, it would not be difficult to rescue Yang Jian and his mother from the heavenly court. As for how to deal with the aftermath after rescuing Yang Jian and his mother, it would be even simpler. What, does the heavenly court dare to go to Kunlun Mountain and ask for them? Okay, let's do it. After making up their minds, everyone nodded and said. At this time, the disciples of the Chan sect had not yet fallen out with each other, and were on good terms. Naturally, they were willing to share the worries and difficulties of their senior brothers. It was far from being like the later generations, where they all left Kunlun Mountain and passed down their orthodoxies. Poor Wei, on behalf of my inferior disciple, Yang Jian, thank you all. Seeing that everyone nodded without hesitation, Immortal Yu Ding was very touched and could not help but bow to everyone. "We're all family. Senior brother, why are you so polite to us?" Seeing this, Immortal Tai hurriedly stepped forward and supported Immortal Yu Ding, not letting him bow down. The other disciples of the Chan sect also nodded in agreement. In this way, the matter of raiding the execution ground to save Yang Jian was settled. In fact, there was a better and faster way to save Yang Jian and his mother besides raiding the execution ground. That was, Immortal Yu Ding went to see the primeval Lord of Heaven and begged him to save Yang Jian. There was no need for the primeval Lord of Heaven to do anything. He only needed to write a letter to Haoyan and soften his words, asking Haoyan to give him face and let Yang Jian go. In this case, would Haoyan disrespect the primeval Lord of Heaven for Yang Jian? Of course, after locking Yang Jian up for a period of time, he would find an excuse to let him go. However, none of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect said such a simple method. Did they not think of it? No, they would have thought of such a simple method. Since they had thought of it, why didn't they say it? Of course, it was for the sake of that ridiculous face. If the primeval Lord of Heaven asked Haoyan for Yang Jian, it would undoubtedly make the primeval Lord of Heaven lose face in front of Haoyan. Therefore, even if they went to the execution ground, the disciples of the Chan sect would not let the primeval Lord of Heaven appear. The face of the Chan sect was very precious. Time flew by. Soon, the day of the fake Yaoji and Yang Jian's execution came. On this day, the two gods of war led the elites of the Thunder region, and personally escorted the fake Yaoji and Yang Jian to the immortal slaying platform outside the Southern Heaven Gate. The monster slaying platform was located not far from the Southern Heaven Gate. As for why the monster slaying platform was set up here, the purpose was naturally to warn all living beings. Chapter 7:13. The execution took place outside the South Heaven Gate. Anyone with a bit of cultivation in the three realms could clearly see the scene of the execution. The fear in the hearts of all living beings naturally served as a warning. However, although setting up the immortal slaying platform outside the Southern Heavenly Gate could warn all living beings, it also gave some people an opportunity. For example, robbing the execution ground outside the Southern Heavenly Gate was considered to be out of the Heavenly Court. It was naturally much more convenient to make a move here than in the Heavenly Court. Why do you think those Chan sect disciples were so confident in robbing the execution ground and saving Yang Jian and his mother? It was because the immortal slaying platform was outside the Southern Heavenly Gate. Once they succeeded, they could directly escape into the Eldritch Wilderness. It was very convenient. If the immortal slaying platform was in the Heavenly Court, they would have to think carefully about whether to rob the execution ground. Because in the Heavenly Court, even if they successfully rescued Yang Jian and his mother, it would not be easy for them to escape. There was a high chance that they would be suppressed by the Heavenly Court. Kneel. After pulling Yang Jian onto the immortal slaying platform, the heavenly soldier pressed down hard and forced him to kneel on the ground. Then there was a long wait. The Heavenly Court did not need to choose a good time to kill people, but since they wanted to warn all living beings, they had to choose a time when there were many people to maximize their goal. The waiting now was just to give the living beings of the three realms time to react, so that they would look over. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed, and a month had passed in the mortal realm. Execute. As the executioners, the North and South War gods felt that most people had noticed this place, so they ordered the execution. With the order, streaks of blood-red light rose from the immortal slaying platform. Then, endless blood-red light gathered and turned into a blood-red sword that slashed at Yang Jian's head. At that moment, a large array suddenly covered the entire immortal slaying platform in the void. Just as Yang Jian was about to die, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect finally made their move. In the array, wind and lightning appeared together, and flames intertwined, bursting out with great power and shattering the blood-red sword formed by the immortal slaying platform. You thieves really came. Our preparations were not in vain. Seeing that someone had come to rob the execution ground, the North and South War gods were not surprised. They immediately activated the backup plan they had prepared in advance. It was clear that they had already planned for someone to come to the execution ground. No matter what, Yang Jian was a third-generation disciple of the Chan school. How could the Chan school let him be killed by the heavenly court so easily? Naturally, they had to save him. On the other hand, the second-generation disciples of the Chan school were famous for being bold and unscrupulous. They were completely capable of robbing the execution ground. Since they had a guess in their hearts, the heavenly courts naturally had to make arrangements early, so as to avoid being robbed of the execution ground and losing face in front of all the living beings in the 3 dimensions. Kill. Not long after the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school attacked, a large number of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals suddenly rushed out from the South Heaven Gate and surrounded the immortal slaying platform. There were more than 100,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. 100,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals. This time, in order to deal with the 12 golden immortals of Chan school, the heavenly courts had sent out 100,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. They were all elites among elites. Don't underestimate these 100,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals. The current celestial heavens was no longer the celestial heavens of the journey to the west. These heavenly soldiers were selected from the Khanate races that lived in the heavenly realm. Each of them was a relatively outstanding disciple of their race. Among them, the weakest was at the golden immortal realm. As for the heavenly generals, they were at the Tai Jingxian realm. Their commander, like the 12 golden immortals of Chan school, was Daoyuo Jingxian. When these 100,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals worked together with the Khanate formation that the heavenly courts had specially prepared for them, their power could even temporarily trap a quasi-saint mighty figure. Even the Daoyuo Taoist priests would not be able to escape the fate of being suppressed if they fell into it. Not to mention the 12 golden immortals of Chan school. It could be said that the heavenly courts had put in a lot of effort to deal with the 12 golden immortals of Chan school this time. Activate the formation kill. As if they had practiced countless times, the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals had just formed an encirclement when they directly formed a formation and charged toward the 12 golden immortals of Chan school on the immortal slaying platform. Rumble. The soaring aura of the weapons erupted and swept everything, directly shattering the formation set up by the 12 golden immortals of Chan school. However, the 12 golden immortals of Chan school were disciples of the saints after all, and they were also Khanate god-fiends. Naturally, they would not be so easily killed by the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Primeval formation activate. The moment the formation shattered, the 12 golden immortals of Chan school moved and formed another Khanate formation, the primeval formation. Although this formation was named after primeval, it was jointly created by the 3 pure ones. This was the formation that the 3 pure ones had specially created for the 12 golden immortals of Chan school. Not only could the primeval formation maximize the power of the 12 golden immortals of Chan school, but it could also condense an incarnation of the primeval Lord of Heaven, thereby displaying part of his power. The reason why the 12 golden immortals of Chan school were so confident was because of that supreme array formation. Once the incarnation of the primeval Lord of Heaven appeared, how many people in the Eldritch world could compete with it? Rumble. Once the primeval formation was formed, a supreme power immediately spread out. Then, a supreme phantom slowly appeared in front of everyone. Boom. In an instant, an indescribable power attacked everyone's hearts, causing their minds to tremble. The heavenly court's formation immediately showed signs of instability. How dare you be so impudent? Do you really think that there's no one in the heavenly court? At this critical moment, 10 tall figures suddenly rushed out from the North Star heavenly palace that had long fallen into silence. Violent auras surged around them. They were Emperor North Star's guards. At the same time, they were also experts of the human race. Emperor North Star was a god, the sovereign of a race, and the ancestor of a Tao. How could he not have people under him? In fact, Emperor North Star had the most subordinates among the heavenly court's great emperors. At the same time, he was also the strongest. As the Tao ancestor of the celestial and demon Tao, if the cultivators of the celestial and demon Tao joined the heavenly court, they would naturally be under his name. Apart from being the celestial and demon Tao ancestor, he was also the lord of the Khanate sword Tao. Therefore, the sword Tao cultivators would naturally be his subordinates. Apart from that, Emperor Northstar was also the sage emperor of the human race. Therefore, the power of the human race in the heavenly court naturally belonged to him. During the era of the 5 heavenly emperors, the heavenly court was filled with human experts. After the 5 heavenly emperors abdicated, they naturally couldn't bring all the human experts with them. Therefore, these human experts naturally became the subordinates of Emperor Northstar. Emperor Northstar, who controlled so much power, was the most powerful person in the heavenly court. However, although Emperor Northstar had great power, his subordinates gradually quieted down after his death. They didn't interact with outsiders and silently waited for their majesty to return. As he hadn't shown himself for a long time, many people neglected this power. This time, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect didn't consider this power when they attacked. That was because they hadn't shown themselves for too long. However, they forgot that they were different from others. They were the disciples of the primordial heavenly lord. Emperor Northstar had died in the hands of the primordial heavenly lord. In other words, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect had a grudge with Emperor Northstar's subordinates. Moreover, it was a deadly grudge. How could Emperor Northstar's subordinates not react when they saw their enemies flaunting their power in front of them? Immediately, 10 people rushed out. These 10 people all cultivated the Tao of celestial demons. Moreover, each of them had reached the realm of Tao Lord Tai. Tao Lord Tai. He was Tai Jingxian, who cultivated the Tao of Khanate. Although he was called Tai Jingxian, his power wasn't any weaker than Tao Yuo Jingxian. In fact, he was even stronger. Hehe. The primordial array. Not bad. I wonder if it's better than the primordial array of the human race? When the 10 human experts arrived in front of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, they didn't waste any time and directly used the strongest array of the human race, the primordial array. At the end of the primordial era, when the demon race was massacring the humans, the sage emperor of the human race, Feng Zichen, set up the primordial array and fought against the Eastern Emperor Tai without losing. This made the array famous. It became a supreme array that was comparable to the heavenly cycle star array, and was ranked as one of the 3 great array formations of the primordial world. Yes, there were 4 of the 3 great array formations of the primordial world. There was nothing wrong with that. In fact, the primordial array was naturally inferior to the primordial array. However, the conditions for setting up the primordial array were too harsh. It required 10 Khanate numinous treasures of the corresponding attributes. With the strength of these human experts, they probably couldn't find them. Therefore, they could only use other Dharma treasures to replace them. However, this way, it was hard to say how much power the primordial array could unleash. However, no matter how weak it was, it couldn't defeat the primordial array. Could it not be on par with it? Rumble. As the 10 people moved, 10 postnatal cardinal treasures of different attributes slowly appeared. Immediately, all kinds of great Tao interweaved in the world. It started from the first origin, went through yin, yang, heaven and earth, and ended in the 10 directions. Boom. In the end, the great Tao interweaved into a huge great Tao divine diagram that lay between heaven and earth, emitting shocking waves. The primordial array, infinitely weakened, was completed. Primordial array rise. Seeing the great Tao divine diagram appear, the 10 experts walked into the diagram without hesitation, and became one with the array. Boom. The divine diagram of the great path shook, and a vast aura spread out. An indescribably noble figure slowly appeared. The incarnation of the heavenly Tao. The supreme achievement of the primordial array in the primordial world. However, compared to the incarnation of the heavenly lord of primordial beginning condensed by the primordial array, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao was undoubtedly more blurry. One could barely see its shape. Obviously, this was caused by the 10 experts' lack of strength and Dharma treasures. However, even so, the power of the incarnation of the heavenly Tao was not weaker than the incarnation of the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. After all, the strength of the heavenly lord of primordial beginning was not inferior to the heavenly Tao. If the incarnations of the two were on the same level, how could the incarnation of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning be a match for the incarnation of the Heavenly Tao? The 10 of them stepped forward and used the primordial array to block the primordial array of the 12 golden immortals of Chan School. They fought on the immortal slaying platform. At this moment, the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals regained their footing. They formed the heavenly court array again and charged towards the 12 golden immortals of Chan School. When the two sides worked together, the 12 golden immortals of Chan School were immediately defeated. Even if they used connate numinous treasures, it would be difficult to reverse the situation. At that moment, the 12 golden immortals of Chan School were in danger. Master, Uncle Master, leave quickly. The heavenly court wants to kill me. It has nothing to do with you. If Master and Uncle Masters are implicated because of me, how can Yang Jian live in this world? Seeing that the situation was not right, Yang Jian hurriedly said. In order to save his mother, Yang Jian did not hesitate to offend the heavenly court. It could be seen that he was a filial person, and filial people would not have bad temperaments. How could such a person be willing to see his teachers be implicated by him and attract a fatal disaster? Therefore, seeing that the situation was not right, Yang Jian immediately let the 12 golden immortals of Chan School leave. At the end of the day, Yang Jian was also a pitiful person. His parents might be guilty, but he was definitely innocent. However, being born in such a family was the greatest mistake. Yang Jian's idea was good, but he had overestimated the 12 golden immortals of Chan School. Based on the current situation, they did not have the final say if they wanted to leave. It would depend on whether the heavenly court was willing to let them go. The 12 golden immortals of Chan School were already trapped by the heavenly court. If not for the power of the primeval array, they would have been taken down by the heavenly court. Rumble. The battle continued. The heavenly court had the home advantage. The more they fought, the braver they became. On the other hand, the 12 golden immortals of Chan School were gradually unable to hold on. Moreover, there was still an endless stream of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals surging out from the South Heaven Gate. They filled the heavenly court's array to increase its power. It was as if they would not stop until they took down the 12 golden immortals of Chan School. The heavenly court's array was an array formation that Fuxi had personally created when he was the heavenly emperor. One could imagine its power. The greatest advantage of this array was that the more people there were, the more powerful it was. If 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were to attack together, even a quasi-sage could be suppressed. Now, the heavenly court had mobilized more than 150,000 troops, and there were more heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals on the way to support. In the face of such a powerful force, the defeat of the 12 golden immortals of Chan School was only a matter of time. Zai, you're already so old. Don't you know how to make others worry? Seeing that the 12 golden immortals of Chan School were about to be suppressed by the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, the deputy sect master of Chan School, Taoist Randang, finally could not sit still in the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun Mountain. He sighed and was about to save them. To be honest, Taoist Randang did not want to make a move. If he made a move, he would definitely offend Hao Tian and the others. He would definitely suffer a calamity in the future. However, if he did not make a move, the Heavenly Lord of Primeval Beginning would not let him have an easy time now. After weighing the pros and cons, the fear of the Heavenly Lord of Primeval Beginning prevailed. Taoist Randang chose to save them. Rumble. As the void trembled, an ancient ruler quietly arrived and pressed down on the immortal slaying platform. It was the superior grade Khanate spirit treasure, the Qian ruler. It was one of Taoist Randang's natal spirit treasures, and was extremely powerful. When the Qian Kuan ruler pressed down, it was as if a vast Qian Kuan world was pressing down, bringing great pressure to everyone on the immortal slaying platform. Chapter 7:14. Rumble. The universe was in turmoil as a supreme force attacked. Be it the Chaos Array formation or the Heavenly Court Array formation, they immediately showed signs of instability. Retreat. Taoist Randang stretched out his hand and pointed. The cosmic ruler trembled slightly and immediately shook off the endless heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, revealing the 12 golden immortals of Chan school, who were trapped inside. Let's go. Not daring to delay, Taoist Randang activated the cosmic ruler and emitted an immortal light. It swept up the 12 golden immortals of Chan school and was about to take them away. However, go? Where are you going? A huge hand that covered the sky suddenly reached out from the Gauchan heavenly palace and slapped the cosmic ruler fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. After receiving this blow, the cosmic ruler was sent flying. The 12 golden immortals of Chan school, who were swept away by it, fell from it. Daoyuo Taoist priests. In the Jade Void Palace, Taoist Randang's pupils suddenly constricted. He sensed the strength of the person who attacked. Only the Daoyuo Taoist priests could send the cosmic ruler flying with one strike. Moreover, he was not an ordinary Daoyuo Taoist priests. The person who attacked was called Yin Hua. He was one of the top existences under the North Star Emperor. He was a top expert of the God Fiend Dao. His strength had long reached the level of the Daoyuo Taoist priests, which was the same realm as Taoist Randang. That's right. Although Taoist Randang was one of the 3,000 mortal guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, his realm was far from being comparable to his fellow disciples. Taoist Randang had not even stepped into the Sage-to-Be realm, let alone a great divine ability. The Tao ancestors' preaching had ended for an eon, but he was still the Daoyuo Taoist priests. His strength had not improved at all. Taoist Randang could be said to be the weakest existence among the 3,000 mortal guests of the Purple Cloud Palace who were still alive. Taoist Randang was about to become the shame of the celestial sect of wonders. Ignorant junior. How dare you be so rash? Taoist Randang felt that he had lost face after his weapon was sent flying by a junior. He snorted coldly and raised the cosmic ruler to attack Yin Hua, who had just flown out of the Gauchan heavenly palace. Seeing this, Yin Hua hurriedly took out a long halberd and waved it to meet the universal ruler. With a bang, the halberd and the universal ruler collided in midair, bursting out. The shocking shockwave shattered the surrounding void. Then Yin Hua, together with the long halberd, flew back at a speed faster than when he came. However, the cosmic ruler did not move at all. After one strike, the difference in strength was obvious. Yin Hua was no match for Taoist Randang, and was sent flying by the cosmic ruler. Go. After casually defeating Yin Hua, Taoist Randang did not mind. He used the cosmic ruler to sweep up the 12 golden immortals of Chan school, and was about to bring them out of the heavenly courts. But at this moment, another unforeseen event occurred. A horsetail whisk swept over from the distance, turning into thousands of divine chains that swept towards the ruler of the universe. It was the Khanate star god, Taibai Jinxing. The horsetail whisk in his hand was called the Taibai horsetail whisk. It was his lifelong numinous treasure. It was nurtured by the Khanate gung metal origin, and contained 36 Khanate divine restrictions. It was a superior grade Khanate numinous treasure. The Taibai horsetail whisk looked like a horsetail whisk, but it was actually a Khanate divine sword with astonishing power. The Khanate gung metal chi was the killing aura of the world. Its power was boundless and incomparably sharp. The Taibai horsetail whisk was formed by this chi, so its power could be imagined. It was a top-notch killing treasure in the world. Swoosh as the horsetail whisk was waved. Thousands of silver threads danced like sharp divine swords. They carried a cold sword intent as they slashed at the cosmic ruler, wanting to keep it behind. Another Daoyuo Taoist priests? There are really many experts in the heavenly courts. Taoist Randang was not surprised to see another Daoyuo Taoist priests appear. If the heavenly courts only had so few people, they would not be qualified to command the primordial world. With a thought, Taoist Randang controlled the cosmic ruler. He messed up the universe and shook the universe, sweeping away the thousands of silver threads that swept over. Taibai Jinxing's attack was ruthless. It could be said that he had used all his strength. However, in front of Taoist Randang he still could not cause any waves. He was easily repelled by him. Your strength as a Khanate star god is not bad, but you still can't compare to the poor way. As he spoke, Taoist Randang spun the cosmic ruler and stirred up the boundless universe, causing the universe to tremble and sending Taibai Jinxing flying. With a flip of his hand, Taibai Jinxing was defeated. It would be a mistake to underestimate Taoist Randang, because he could not break through to the quasi-saint realm. After all, he was one of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace. He did not lack opportunities and talent. The reason why he could not break through was that his opportunity had not arrived. Because his opportunity had not arrived and he could not step into the quasi-saint realm, Taoist Randang had stayed in the realm of Daoyuo Jingxian for countless years. If it were anyone else who could not break through, they would have given up long ago. However, Taoist Randang was different. He had never been discouraged, and had never given up the opportunity to break through. For this reason, he did not hesitate to give up his face and worship the heavenly Lord Yuanshi as his master. Although Taoist Randang's series of efforts did not allow him to successfully step into the quasi-saint realm, it allowed him to lay an unparalleled foundation in the realm of Daoyuo Taoist priests. To put it bluntly, in the realm of Daoyuo Taoist priests, there were not many who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Taoist Randang. Even if he could not be invincible in the Daoyuo realm, he was still one of the top existences. Even ordinary quasi-saint almighties might not be a match for him. After all, in the untainted world, Taoist Randang had been staying in the realm of Daoyuo Taoist priests. He was the only one who could not break through. This caused him to be far more powerful than others. How could existences like Yin Hua and Taibai Jingxing, who had just entered the realm of Daoyuo Taoist priests, be a match for a wily old fox like Taoist Randang? Even if there were a few more of them, the gap was too big. Taoist Randang could easily defeat them. Kill. After Taibai Jingxing's defeat, the Heavenly Court finally realized that it was difficult for them to fight against Taoist Randang alone. Therefore, almost at the same time, a terrifying aura rose from the Heavenly Palace of Haotian, the North Star, the South Pole, and the Ziwei Heavenly Palace. Then, 4 Daoyuo Taoist priests appeared and attacked Taoist Randang. At the same time, Yin Hua and Taibai Jingxing also climbed up from the void and attacked Taoist Randang together with the 4 Daoyuo Taoist priests. At this moment, in order to deal with Taoist Randang, the deputy hierarch of the Chan school, the Heavenly Court sent out a total of 6 Daoyuo Taoist priests. Among these 6 people, 2 were from the Ziwei Heavenly Palace, 2 were from the North Star Heavenly Palace, 1 was from the Luai's Heavenly Palace, and 1 was from the Haotian Heavenly Palace. The 6 Daoyuo Taoist priests were already a very strong force in the postnatal era, when all the Dharma had withered. At this moment, the Heavenly Court sent out 6 Daoyuo Taoist priests, which really shocked the world. No one would think that these 6 Daoyuo Taoist priests were all the Daoyuo Taoist priests of the Heavenly Court. Since the Heavenly Court dared to send out 6 of them, it meant that there were more Daoyuo Taoist priests hidden in the Heavenly Court. At this moment, under the pressure of the Chan school, the hidden strength of the Heavenly Court finally revealed a corner of the ice peak. At the same time, it also showed its fangs to the world. Even if they couldn't defeat Taoist Randang with 6 against 1, it was more than enough to hold him back. Damn it! In a moment of carelessness, Taoist Randang was swept by the Taibai horsetail whisk and couldn't help but stagger. Although this attack did not cause him any harm, it caused him to lose his guard for a moment. Everyone seized the opportunity to attack the universal ruler, and beat the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school back into the encirclement of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Oh no! When Taoist Randang saw this, he knew that something was wrong and wanted to save them. However, the 6 of them had finally forced out the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school. How could they let him save them so easily? Therefore, just as Taoist Randang was about to attack, the attacks of the 6 of them immediately became intense. That reckless aura forced Taoist Randang to give up on saving them and focus on defense. Kill. Knowing that this was a rare opportunity, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals immediately perked up and surrounded the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school with all their might, intending to take them down in the shortest time possible. For a moment, the battle became more and more urgent. It was as if the entire heavenly court had become a battlefield. Where was the Jade Pool? This was the only great mystical ability user in the heavenly court. She had not appeared since the start of the battle, as if she did not care about this matter at all. Strange. Exceptionally strange. Why couldn't the Jade Pool attack? Because she was in big trouble. At this moment, in the Jade Pool, the Heavenly Empress Jade Pool was blocked at the door of her house. It was a Taoist priest in a Taoist robe. He had a kind face and held a worn-out horsetail whisk in his hand. He stood quietly outside the Jade Pool, without a trace of aura bursting out of his body. Even so, the Jade Pool looked as if she was facing a great enemy. Her whole body was tense as she stared at the Taoist priest in front of her, not daring to move at all. Since returning from the tribulation with Haotian, the Jade Pool's strength had improved greatly. Although it was not as exaggerated as Haotian, who had directly stepped into the half-step primordial chaos realm. She had also stepped into the realm of Sage to be perfection. She could be called a top great mystical ability user. However, the Jade Pool with such strength showed an expression of defeat in front of the Taoist priest who looked like a mortal in front of her. From this, it could be seen that the Taoist priest was very powerful. He was definitely a half-step primordial chaos realm existence, or even stronger. After a moment of silence, the Jade Pool asked, "Fellow Taoist, where did you come from and what do you want?" Where did this master in front of her come from? Judging by his clothes, he was obviously a member of the Xian sect. However, after thinking for a long time in her heart, she could not recognize the origin of this Taoist priest. She could not help but feel surprised. After all, there was no one in the Xian sect that the Jade Pool did not know. The fact that she could not recognize him was enough to show how mysterious this person was. In the past, when the 3,000 mortal guests went to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the Tao, it was Haotian and the Jade Pool who stood guard outside the door. Therefore, as long as someone entered the Purple Cloud Palace, they must meet Haotian and the Jade Pool face to face. Therefore, the two of them remembered all the 3,000 mortal guests. Therefore, the Jade Pool could be sure that there was no such person in the Xian sect. Porway Bodhi from the west. Today, I came here to settle a karma here. The Taoist priest smiled and replied. Bodhi. Hearing this, the Jade Pool's pupils shrank. She had already understood the origin of the person in front of her, and knew that today's matter could not be settled peacefully. In the entire West, there were only two great mystical ability users, Jian and Juanti. The Taoist priest in front of her was called Bodhi, so his origin was very obvious. He was Saint Juanti, or rather his good corpse. How does fellow Taoist Bodhi want to settle the karma? Taking a deep breath, the Jade Pool asked very cautiously. At the same time, she was ready to fight. What kind of karma could Taoist Juanti come here for? It was nothing more than the matter of the three emperors of the heavenly court trampling on the western sacred ground. Mount Meru. The mountain gate was destroyed, and the foundation was destroyed. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to take this lying down. It was normal for Saint Juanti to come to take revenge on the heavenly court. Fellow Taoist, please don't worry. Poor Wei came here today not for the matter of Mount Meru, but for the poor disciple of Poor Wei. Seeing that the Jade Pool was a little nervous, Taoist Bodhi explained with a smile. The destruction of Mount Meru was caused by the three great emperors, Haotian, Ziwei, and Gaochen. Although Taoist Juanti was a little shameless, he would not blame the Jade Pool for this matter. On the one hand, he could not afford to lose face, but the pride in his heart did not allow him to do so. Since he wanted to take revenge, then every injustice had its perpetrator, and every debt had its debtor. There was no need to look for other people's family members. If this spread out, wouldn't it mean that Saint Juanti was afraid of Haotian? It did not matter if he was afraid of Tai. After all, everyone was afraid of him, and Saint Juanti was not the only one. Therefore, he had no pressure to use the 10 golden crows to deal with Tai. If he was afraid of Haotian, Juanti really could not afford to lose face. Therefore, Juanti would not attack the Jade Pool. He did not come for the destruction of Mount Meru, but for the fake Yaoji. For some reason, the fake Yaoji's identity had been completely exposed. Everyone knew that she was from the Western sect. For this reason, when the heavenly court wanted to kill her, Saint Juanti had to save her. Otherwise, if the Western sect watched its disciple be killed by outsiders, the cohesion of the Western sect would be scattered. A sect that could not even protect its own disciple, even if it was the orthodoxy of a saint, no one would join it. Therefore, no matter what, Juanti had to save the fake Yaoji. With his identity, It was not appropriate for him to come to the heavenly court in person. For this reason he specially sent his good corpse, Taoist Bodhi, to deal with this matter. Even if the 3 corpses of a saint were not as strong as the original body, they were still the top existences in the world, second only to the saints. There were not many people in the primordial world who could defeat them. The jade pool was not an exception. Therefore, Taoist Bodhi alone was enough to save the fake Yaoji, Yangjian, and her son. In fact, Taoist Bodhi did not need to do anything. He only needed to stop the jade pool. He did not need to worry about the rest. The Chan sect would naturally do it for him and bring her out intact. It was precisely because Taoist Bodhi was blocking the way that the jade pool had not shown up since the battle. It was not that she was unwilling, but that she could not. Without the help of Taoist Randang, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect gradually lost to the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Soon they were forced into a desperate situation. Sigh. At the critical moment of the battle, a sudden sigh attracted everyone's attention. Then, a Taoist wearing a feather robe and a star crown appeared in the field, ignoring all the arrays. Chapter 7:15. It's time for this farce to end. No one knew where that Taoist came from, but his tone was frightening. He called the matter of the 12 golden immortals of Chan's school a farce and threatened to resolve it. Kill. At that moment, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were already in a frenzy. When they saw someone interfering in the battle, they did not ask about his background and directly charged forward. From the looks of it, it was obvious that they wanted to kill that Taoist and the 12 golden immortals of Chan school together. Shut up. When the Taoist saw the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals charging over, he could not help but frown. A displeased expression appeared on his face. Then he waved his hand impatiently. Boom. Immediately, a vast aura rose from his body and spread out in all directions with him as the center. Clang. 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 The sound of weapons falling could be heard. It was the group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals who could not withstand this aura. Their bodies trembled nonstop, so much so that they could not hold the weapons in their hands firmly and fell to the ground. Those who could not perform well even prostrated on the ground, as if they were worshipping a supreme god. Master. In a trance, the 12 golden immortals of Chan school seemed to see the shadow of the heavenly lord of primordial beginning on that Taoist, and could not help but shout. Hiss! The heavenly lord of primordial beginning. At the side, the 6 Daoyuo Taoist priests who were fighting with Taoist Randang could not help but gasp in shock when they heard the words of the 12 golden immortals of Chan school. That person is the heavenly lord of primordial beginning? It can't be. For such a small matter, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning, who is an extremely prideful saint, actually personally took action? It shouldn't be, right? In addition, it was not that they had never seen the portrait of the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. Although this person's appearance was somewhat similar to the heavenly lord of primordial beginning, he was obviously not the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. However, the 12 golden immortals of Chan school could not possibly mistake their own master. The 6 Taoist priests who were frightened by the shouts of the 12 golden immortals of Chan school no longer had the intention to fight with Taoist Randang. After fighting him head-on, they retreated to the side. May I ask where you are from, and why are you here? Tai Bai Jinxing tidied up his clothes that were slightly messy due to the continuous battles. He took a step forward and asked the Taoist. Hee. Poor Wei Taoist Yuqing came from Kunlun Mountain's Jade Mirage Palace. Today, I am here to bring those unfilial disciples home. The Taoist chuckled and told him his origin. Taoist Yuqing. Everyone was shocked when they heard this name. The person who came was indeed Heavenly Lord Yuanshi. Although he didn't know why his appearance changed, he thought that no one in the untainted land dared to use the name of Taoist Yuqing except for Heavenly Lord Yuanshi. Not to mention impersonating him. If he pretended to be a saint, wouldn't that be suicide? Humph. Fellow Taoist Yuqing, you sure are impressive. Coming to the heavenly court to show off. Do you really think the heavenly court is your Kunlun Mountain? At this time, Yao Qi finally showed herself and walked out of the Jade Lake. He had to show up. At this time, in the heavenly court, except for him, No one could talk to Taoist Yu Qing. The others didn't have enough status. And Bodhi Taoist didn't stop him, because there was no need to. The Jade Lake was already unable to deal with Taoist Bodhi, let alone Taoist Yu Qing, who was even stronger. If the two of them worked together, they could even fight Hao Yin. Poor Wei greets fellow Taoist Yao Qi. Seeing Yao Qi come, Taoist Yu Qing stepped forward and bowed. If Heavenly Lord Yuanshi was here, he naturally wouldn't take Yao Qi seriously. But the current Taoist Yu Qing wasn't the real Heavenly Lord Yuanshi, but an existence like Bodhi Taoist, a good corpse that was cut off for Heavenly Lord Yuanshi. Fellow Taoist, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to take away the disciples today. Your disciples tried to kidnap the prisoners of the heavenly court in broad daylight and injured countless heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. This is equivalent to humiliating the heavenly court in front of all living beings in the three realms. If you don't give the heavenly court an explanation today, you won't be able to take this disciple away. Yao Qi said bluntly to Taoist Yu Qing. The dissatisfaction in her words could be felt even through the screen. It's just a joke between the younger generation. Why do you have to take it to heart, fellow Taoist Yao Qi? Taoist Yu Qing said lightly in the face of the angry Yao Qi, looking at his expression. It wasn't that he didn't realize the impact of this matter on the heavenly court, but that he didn't take the heavenly court seriously at all. Yao Qi was furious. She pointed at Taoist Yu Qing and couldn't say anything. After a long time she calmed down. Goddess, if Taoist Yu Qing wants to take away the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, then let him take them away. On the contrary, even if we really capture the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, we can't do anything to them. After seeing Yao Qi calm down, Taibai Jingxing stepped forward and whispered. In fact, letting the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect leave was the best choice for the heavenly court. Otherwise, what could they do even if they captured them? Could they kill them? In the end, how to deal with them was also a problem. It was better to take this opportunity to release the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect and sell a favor to the primeval Lord of Heaven. In that case, Taibai Jingxing, do as you see fit. Yao Qi thought about it and felt that it made sense. However, she had said too much earlier. Now that she was asked to change her words, she was a little embarrassed. She could only let Taibai Jingxing do as he saw fit. Yes, Taibai Jingxing. Taibai Jingxing was a smart person. When he heard Yao Qi's words, he knew that she agreed. However, he couldn't lose face and was unwilling to say this. Therefore, he left this matter to him. With a plan in mind, Taibai Jingxing winked at the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals below, indicating that they should make way so that the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect could leave. In fact, after seeing Taoist Yu Qing appear, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals lost their fighting spirit and didn't dare to continue to attack. Now that they had received Taibai Jingxing's signal, it was exactly what they wanted. Therefore, soon, the group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals wanted to retreat to both sides and make way. Seeing that their master had come, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect were full of confidence again. They no longer looked like they were in a sorry state. Instead, they swaggered through the passage and walked toward Taoist Yu Qing. Seeing this, although everyone's face was a little ugly, they didn't say anything. After a while, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect came in front of Taoist Yu Qing. After greeting him one by one, they silently retreated behind him. Taoist Yu Qing, since you have received your disciple, why don't you leave? Seeing that Taoist Yu Qing still hadn't left after she released his disciple, Yao Qi couldn't help but frown and ask. Poor Wei has received his disciple, but he hasn't received his disciple yet. So how can he leave? Shaking his head, Taoist Yu Qing said with an insatiable desire. Taoist Yu Qing, do you really think that poor Wei is afraid of you? It's not enough to release your disciple, and now you want to release your disciple? You've gone too far. This time, Yao Qi was really angry. There was still a reason to release the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, but if Yang Jian and his mother were released, the heavenly court's face would be completely lost. From now on, the heavenly court would become the laughingstock of the untainted land, and the object of ridicule of all living beings. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a great shame. So, How could Yao Qi agree to release them? She couldn't even fall out with him. With anger rising in her heart, Yao Qi flashed directly to the fake Yao Ji and Yang Jian's mother and son, and restrained them. If you want to save them, you can, but first over the dead body of poor Wei. After suppressing the mother and son with a flip of her hand, Yao Qi looked back at Taoist Bodhi and Taoist Yu Qing and said with a resolute face, in a one-on-one fight, Yao Qi might not be a match for them, let alone 1 against 2. But Yao Qi really didn't believe that the two dared to kill her in order to save people. Not to mention her identity as the Heavenly Queen of Jade Lake. Her identity as the child of Tao ancestor Hongjun was enough to make Taoist Yu Qing not dare to kill her. In order to save your grand disciple, you killed your own master's Taoist child. And it was even under the circumstances that you were in the wrong. Do you really think that Tao ancestor Hongjun is so weak that he won't be angry? Alas! Fellow Taoist, why are you doing this? With a sigh, Taoist Yu Qing made a move. A jade-colored immortal light fell and turned into a white light, rolling toward Yang Jian and the fake Yaoji. At the same time, on the other side, Taoist Bodhi's body suddenly bloomed with hundreds of millions of fine lights, which hit Yao Qi overwhelmingly, forcing her to defend with all her strength. Damn it! Seeing that Taoist Yu Qing's immortal light was about to sweep away Yang Jian and his mother, a cold light flashed in Yao Qi's eyes, and she had the intention to kill. After that, she didn't do anything, but Yang Jian and his mother directly exploded into 2 clouds of blood mist, completely losing their lives. Yao Qi was a great medium in the great perfection of sage to be. If she wanted to kill 2 little Tai Jingxian cultivators, wasn't it just a matter of a thought? She could kill Yang Jian and his mother in an instant with just a thought, and not even their bones would be left. Fellow Taoist, don't make a futile struggle. You can't kill them in front of the poor Wei. After seeing Yang Jian and his mother being killed by Yao Qi, Taoist Yu Qing's expression didn't change at all, and he just said coldly. Then he waved his big sleeve, and a force that could turn everything upside down appeared, twisting yin and yang and reversing life and death, making Yang Jian and his mother appear in this world again. This was the reversal of yin and yang of the Big Dipper 36 superpowers. The Big Dipper 36 skills, after being performed by a saint, finally showed its invincible power. It reversed black and white, mixed up yin and yang, and crossed the boundary of life and death to resurrect Yang Jian and his mother, who were killed by Yao Qiyu. Kill! Yao Qi was shocked and angry. She pulled out the silver hairpin in her hair and waved it in the air, drawing a vast river of stars, which rushed toward Yang Jian and his mother. The silver hairpin was a protective spiritual treasure, given to Yao Qi by the Taoist ancestor. It was of the highest quality, and its power was shocking. Under normal circumstances, a gentle wave from Yao Qi could turn 1,000,000 Yang Jian into ashes in an instant, let alone a single Yang Jian. But now, under the protection of Taoist Yu Qing, Yao Qi's attack couldn't hurt Yang Jian and his mother at all. Taoist Yu Qing formed a seal with one hand and pointed at the jade pool. The vast river of stars immediately rolled back and rushed toward the jade pool at a faster and stronger speed. This was called Wind and Fire Return. It was one of the Big Dipper 36 superpowers, and it had the power to reverse the enemy's attack. Puff! Just as Yao Qi was thinking about killing Yang Jian and his mother, Bodhi Taoist's attack came and hit her. It broke her protective phoenix chi and sent her flying, crashing into the river of stars. After being hit twice in a row, Yao Qi spat out a mouthful of blood. She was seriously injured. Whoosh! Taking advantage of Yao Qi's injury, Taoist Yu Qing rolled up the jade pure celestial light to save Yang Jian and his mother. But at this moment, a horsetail whisk suddenly rushed out and took Yang Jian's mother away, leaving only Yang Jian, who was taken away by the jade pure celestial light. Taoist Yu Qing looked up and saw that it was Bodhi Taoist who took Yang Jian's mother away. What are you doing? Taoist Yu Qing narrowed his eyes and asked expressionlessly. Haha, you want to save your grand disciple, while the poor Wei wants to save her disciple. What's there to be confused about? Taoist Subhoodie laughed and asked, pretending that he didn't know anything. Yang Jian was a third-generation disciple of the Chan sect, but the fake Yaoji was also a disciple of the Western sect. It was completely reasonable for Bodhi Taoist to save her. However, Yang Jian's mother fell into the hands of the Western sect. This might not be a good thing for him. But now was not the time to discuss this. Because they were in trouble. Yao Qi came back to her senses. Seeing that Yang Jian and his mother had been rescued, she exploded. She drew the heavenly quartz qi into her body and brazenly attacked the two. For a moment, Yao Qi's aura skyrocketed and directly entered the origin realm. Kill. Seeing this, Yu Qing and Bodhi did not dare to hold back. They each used all their strength and drew the support of their own body's strength. Like Yao Qi, they entered the origin realm and faced her together. Boom. At this moment, Yao Qi faced Yu Qing and Bodhi head-on. The three origin realm forces collided fiercely, shaking the world and disturbing the universe. After a single blow, the outcome was decided. Yao Qi was no match for the combined power of the two. Not only was she sent flying, but even the heavenly quartz qi was blasted out and fell from the origin realm. With just one blow, Yao Qi had completely lost the ability to fight again. Let's go. After defeating Yao Qi, Taoist Yu Qing and Bodhi Taoist did not have the slightest bit of pride on their faces. Instead, they looked solemn. They grabbed the disciples beside them and were about to leave. However, they could not leave. Yao Qi's defeat caused the heavenly quartz qi to be in turmoil, which awakened the three great emperors who were closely related to it. The Jade Emperor, the Great Emperor of Ziwei, and the Great Emperor of the South Pole. Yuan Shizhuanti, how dare you do this? As soon as he opened his eyes, Haotian saw Yao Qi, who was seriously injured and unconscious, as well as Taoist Yu Qing and Bodhi Taoist who were about to leave. Chapter 7:16. Killing Intent. Uncontrollable killing intent rose in Hao Yan's heart, and then he directly attacked. Roar, with a loud dragon roar, the heavenly quartz lux suddenly turned into a divine dragon and flew out from the top of Hao Yan's head. It meandered for tens of thousands of miles and roared as it pounced on Bodhi Taoist. At the same time, on the other side of the heaven realm, in the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen also ignored his injuries and forcefully activated the galaxy cosmic light array, brazenly attacking Taoist Yu Qing. Whoosh! The starlight was like rain, turning into a huge waterfall, cutting through the sky and sweeping toward Taoist Yu Qing and the 12 golden immortals. Without a doubt, Feng Zichen and Hao Yan's attacks belonged to the primordial chaos level, and it was the highest primordial chaos power. Because in anger they used the power of rank. If it were Heavenly Lord Yuanshi and Saint Zhuanti here, it would not be difficult for them to block this attack. Because they could mobilize the power of the heavenly way. This was a power that was not inferior to the power of rank at all, or even stronger. But the problem was that Taoist Yu Qing and Bodhi Taoist were not Heavenly Lord Yuanshi and Saint Zhuanti. They were only the good corpses of the two. It was already the limit for them to be able to exert the power of the primordial chaos level. It was completely impossible for them to mobilize the power of the heavenly way. Mobilizing the power of the heavenly way was the privilege of saints. Other than the saints themselves, even their incarnations could not do this. What if they could not block the attacks of Feng Zichen and Hao Yan? It was simple, they could only die. Rumble. The divine dragon roared and swallowed Bodhi Taoist and the fake Yaoji in his hand. The starlight was vast and swept everything, drowning Taoist Yu Qing, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, and Yang Jian. Sacrifice. At the moment of life and death, Taoist Yu Qing and Bodhi Taoist actually made the same choice. The two of them sacrificed themselves without hesitation in exchange for a huge power to protect their disciples. From the moment Feng Zichen and Hao Tian woke up, Taoist Yu Qing and Taoist Bodhi knew that the two of them were doomed to die. Since they were going to die anyway, they naturally had to choose a more valuable death. For example, using their own fall in exchange for a chance of survival for their disciples. They could die, but their disciples could not. Otherwise, wouldn't their trip be in vain? Rumble. The two sacred arts exploded at the same time. The terrifying power spread out, and the heaven and earth stopped moving at this moment. After everything calmed down, Taoist Yu Qing and Taoist Bodhi were no longer in the world. Their disciples, on the other hand, were unscathed because they risked their lives to protect them. How could this be? Master, Even though the truth had already happened in front of their eyes, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect still could not believe that their master had fallen in front of them. He believed that this experience would leave an indelible mark on them, and they would learn to respect him. Reverence for the strong. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect should restrain themselves. They were quite unscrupulous and did not know what reverence was. That was a disaster. In the untainted land, the name of a saint was not omnipotent. Many existences would not give face to a saint. But strength could. As long as one was strong enough, one could be omnipotent. Just as the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect and the fake Yaoji were stunned, two big hands suddenly reached out from the direction of Kunlun Mountain and the west, grabbed them and left. It was the Heavenly Lord of the Origin and Saint Juanti, who took action to save their disciples. They had paid such a high price, and their good corpses were destroyed for this. If they could not save their disciples, they would suffer a great loss. You're courting death. Seeing this, Feng Zichen and Haotian were even more furious. They stood up directly, and the monstrous aura spread out. The whole untainted land shook because of it, and a terrifying vision appeared as if it was the end of the world. Kill. The two of them shouted in unison. The whole heavenly court, and even the whole 33 heavens, and the boundless starry sky shook together. Then, a supreme force spread out and condensed on Feng Zichen and Haotian. It gradually condensed into one, and then chased after the two giant hands. Rumble. The two forces tore through the layers of space and chased after the giant hand. The Heavenly Lord of the Origin and Saint Juanti were very fast. They almost did not give Feng Zichen and Haotian time to react before they saved their disciples. However, although they were fast, Feng Zichen and Haotian were not slow either. Their palms had just returned to Kunlun Mountain and Meru Mountain when the two supreme forces arrived. Then, without hesitation, they smashed down fiercely. How dare you! How dare you! This time, it was the Heavenly Lord of the Origin and Saint Juanti's turn to be angry. This was their dojo. If it was hit by this magical power of the two, what would be left? It would probably shatter directly. In their anger, the two of them attacked almost without holding back. On Kunlun Mountain, the Trigem Jade Rui rose into the air and evolved the Tao of heaven, earth, and man. It separated the three lights, separated water, fire, and wind, and developed essence, chi, and spirit. It brazenly faced the terrifying wave from the heavenly court. On the newly rebuilt Meru Mountain, the Tree of Seven Wonders spanned between heaven and earth. It developed the mystery of yin and yang and the five elements. It bloomed with light and covered the entire Meru Mountain, protecting it firmly. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a terrifying wave of energy blasted towards Mount Kunlun and Mount Meru. Bang! After the fierce confrontation, although Kunlun Mountain and Meru Mountain were fine, the magic treasures protecting them were severely damaged. Crack! Crack! There was a shattering sound, and shocking cracks appeared on the Tree of Seven Wonders and the Trigem Jade Rui at the same time. Then a shocking scene happened. The two magic treasures, which could be called the Tao-proving treasures of the saints, were shattered one after another, turning into fragments that scattered into the untainted land and disappeared. It was the Heavenly Lord of the Origin and Saint Juanti's fault for underestimating their enemy. Although the Tree of Seven Wonders and the Trigem Jade Rui were strong, they were only supreme-grade primordial spirit treasures, and not primordial cardinal treasures. How could they resist the power of Feng Zichen and Haotian? It should be known that that attack was launched by the power of the entire heaven realm and the boundless starry sky. Its power was no weaker than the full-strength attack of a 12th heaven of Hunyuan expert. Even Tao ancestor Hong Jun did not dare to take such a powerful attack lightly. How could the Heavenly Lord of the Origin and Saint Juanti easily block it? The destruction of the magic treasures was light. It was thanks to their quick reaction that they did not destroy Meru Mountain and Kunlun Mountain together. They knew to use primordial cardinal treasures to block it, or ask another saint for help. Hiss! This scene sent chills down the spines of those powerful beings who were watching the show, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Was the world going to change? This should be the first time that the two saints had suffered such a big loss. Although they saved their own disciples, the loss was too great. Not only was the good corpse destroyed, But even the Tao-proving treasures were destroyed. It was really a heavy loss. Puff! The Tao-proving treasures were destroyed. The Heavenly Lord of the Origin and Saint Xuanti immediately suffered a backlash and spat out a large mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. At the same time, Feng Zichen and Haotian in the Heaven Realm were not feeling well either. Forcibly activating the power of the Heaven Realm and the boundless starry sky was undoubtedly a huge burden for them, who were already seriously injured. It made their injuries even more serious. However, compared with the results they achieved, the price they paid was undoubtedly worth it. The Tao-proving treasures were destroyed, the good corpse was destroyed, and they were seriously injured. This time, the Heavenly Lord of the Origin and Saint Xuanti could be said to have lost face in front of everyone. As for the Heavenly Court, they had also used this battle to recover some of their lost dignity. You're courting death. After suffering such a huge loss, how could the Heavenly Lord of the Origin and Saint Xuanti let it go? Immediately, the two of them used their full strength. The Heavenly Lord of the Origin took out the Panga banner, while Saint Xuanti revealed his true body. He wanted to charge towards the Heavenly Court to save some face. However, at this moment, the Heavenly Tao made its move. In the blink of an eye, an incomparably grand and noble aura descended. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire Kunlun Mountain and Mount Meru. Then, the Panga banner trembled for a moment before slowly retreating. The huge Khanate Bodhi tree that stood on Mount Meru also slowly transformed into a human form. To the Heavenly Tao, it was time for this farce to end. If this continued, it would not be the face of the Heavenly Emperor and the saints, but the Heavenly Tao. They are all figures who have achieved the Tao, but they are like children in the human world. How can they make such a huge joke in front of everyone? How can they do this? Tao Ancestor Hongjun's ethereal voice suddenly sounded in the world, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically. Master, teacher, I know my mistake. Hearing that, the Heavenly Lord of the Origin and Saint Xuanti hurriedly admitted their mistakes. On the other side, Haotian did the same. As for Feng Zichen, he was the younger brother of the Heavenly Tao. His status was extremely noble. If he gave Tao Ancestor Hongjun face, it would be fine to call him Tao Ancestor. However, if he did not give Tao Ancestor Hongjun face, he would not even be called Tao Ancestor. Humph. Seeing Tao Ancestor Hongjun appear, Feng Zichen snorted coldly without giving him face. He turned around and returned to the boundless starry sky to continue healing. It was unknown whether Tao Ancestor Hongjun ignored him, or had left long ago. In short, after reprimanding them, there was no sound. Although the Heavenly Lord of the Origin and Saint Xuanti were still very dissatisfied with Haotian and Feng Zichen. However, after being reprimanded by Tao Ancestor Hongjun, they had no choice but to suppress their dissatisfaction and temporarily put this matter behind them. After all, they could not afford to offend Tao Ancestor Hongjun. The more powerful an existence was, the more they could understand how terrifying Tao Ancestor Hongjun was. It could be described as unimaginable. The Heavenly Lord of the Origin and Saint Xuanti had finally let go of this matter. After all, they were the ones who were in the wrong in this matter. If the matter was blown up and Tao Ancestor Hongjun was involved, their faces would not look good. However, they had let it go, but there was someone who could not. That was Haotian. The matter of robbing the execution ground had already made him feel extremely aggrieved. In addition, Yaoqi was seriously injured by the Heavenly Lord of the Origin and Saint Xuanti. This undoubtedly made Haotian even angrier. When Haotian opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Yaoqi lying on the ground with serious injuries and falling in front of him. How could he not have been in a bad mood? In short, at that moment, Haotian went crazy. Ignoring his injuries, he forcefully activated the origin power of the Heaven Realm to kill the two of them. Feng Zichen felt the madness in Haotian's heart, so he went crazy with him. He also ignored his injuries and activated the boundless starry sky power. Haotian was angry, especially when he looked at the seriously injured Yaoqi in front of him. The anger in his heart directly rose to the level of hatred. For this reason, after seeing that Tao Ancestor Hongjun only reprimanded the Heavenly Lord of the Origin and Saint Xuanti, and did not give any actual punishment, The more Haotian thought about it, the angrier he became. As the saying goes, the most terrifying thing is to force an honest person into a corner. This time, Haotian was really forced into a corner, and perfectly demonstrated this point. After that, Haotian ignored his injuries and carried Yao Qi, who was also seriously injured, directly broke through the void, walked into the chaos outside the sky, and went to the Purple Cloud Palace. The apotheosis tribulation begins from here. Looking at Haotian and Yao Qi, who were heading to the Purple Cloud Palace, Feng Zichen could not help but sigh. Of course, he knew the purpose of Haotian's visit. Obviously, he was going to complain and complain. However, with Haotian's visit, the apotheosis tribulation was about to begin. As for him, it was time for him to make preparations. The chaos outside the sky was boundless and unimaginably vast. It was deeper and more vast than the boundless starry sky. After Haotian and Yao Qi arrived here, they directly returned to the form of Taoist children. Following the feeling in their hearts, they wandered around the vast chaos, hoping to find the location of the Purple Cloud Palace. As the Taoist field of the Tao ancestor, the Purple Cloud Palace was a very magical place. It did not exist in the past, the future, or the present. It was like a shadow, wandering outside of time and space, not existing in any place in the world. Unless your strength was close to, or even comparable to or surpassing Tao ancestor Hongjun. Otherwise, without his permission, no matter how you searched the entire chaos outside the sky, you would not be able to find any trace of the Purple Cloud Palace. After all, they were his children. Tao ancestor Hongjun still remembered their old friendship, and opened the door of convenience for Haotian and Yao Qi. Not long after Haotian and Yao Qi walked in the chaos outside the sky, the Purple Cloud Palace appeared in front of them. Seeing this, Haotian was overjoyed and walked over. "Teacher, please uphold justice for me." As soon as he entered the hall, Haotian bowed and said. As he spoke, he did not forget to place Yao Qi, who was seriously injured and unconscious, in front of Tao ancestor Hongjun. Sigh. Looking at Yao Qi in front of him, Tao ancestor Hongjun could not help but sigh heavily. There was obvious displeasure on his face. P.S. Brothers who are reading pirated copies, or brothers who are reading books on other websites, please support them. The average subscription has begun to drop. Chapter 717. It was normal for Tao ancestor Hongjun to be unhappy. Were the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and Saint Xuanti fighting the Jade Pool? No, they were slapping Tao ancestor Hongjun's face. No matter what, the person who asked Haotian and the Jade Pool to be the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress was Tao ancestor Hongjun. In other words, the Jade Pool and Haotian were Tao ancestor Hongjun's people. The saints were bullying the two of them. It was obvious that they did not take Tao ancestor Hongjun seriously. As long as they had a trace of Tao ancestor Hongjun in their eyes, they would not be so ruthless to the Jade Pool. Thinking of this, how could Tao ancestor Hongjun be happy? The saints wanted face, but could it be that Tao ancestor Hongjun did not want face? With this thought in mind, Tao ancestor Hongjun's expression could not help but turn uglier. Suppressing the unhappiness in his heart, Tao ancestor Hongjun looked at Haotian in front of him and said, "I've wronged you all these years." As he spoke, he waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and swept out a breeze towards Haotian and the Jade Pool below. As the breeze blew past, Haotian felt a rich power of creation rise from his body. In the blink of an eye, his injuries were healed. Haotian did not have time to be happy. He hurriedly looked at the Jade Pool in front of him. Seeing that his face was gradually recovering and his aura was gradually calming down, Haotian was relieved and said respectfully to the Tao ancestor, "Thank you for your help, teacher." After saying that, Haotian bowed to Tao ancestor Hongjun. However, he did not bow down. Halfway through, he was stopped by Tao ancestor Hongjun. "Enough, you're already the Heavenly Emperor. How can you be like before?" A dignified supreme of heaven and earth bowed to an old man like the poor way. If word got out, what would it look like? Don't do this in the future. Tao ancestor Hongjun pretended to be angry as he held up Haotian with his horsetail whisk. "Yes, teacher. Haotian will remember." Seeing Tao ancestor Hongjun like this, Haoyan did not insist and bowed slightly. Only then did Tao ancestor Hongjuan's expression relax. Poor Wei already knows why you're here. All these years, those senior brothers of yours have indeed gone too far. Even poor Wei is unable to tolerate it. It's just that if you don't look for poor Wei won't stand up for you, lest others say she's biased. However, since you're here today, the poor Wei has a reason to make a decision for you. After Haoyan calmed down, Tao ancestor Hongjun said slowly. However, what he said made Hao Tian blush. It turned out that it was not that Tao ancestor Hongjun was unwilling to help Haoyan, but that Haoyan did not take the initiative to speak. If Haoyan did not speak, how would Tao ancestor Hongjun know that he had been wronged? Tao ancestor Hongjun might think that Hao Tian did not retaliate because he was holding back something bad and numbing the other party. He was prepared to ruthlessly backstab the other party at the crucial moment. If that was the case, wouldn't Tao ancestor Hongjun ruin Haoyan's matter, if he interfered rashly? It was precisely because of this that even though he knew that Haoyan had been wronged, Tao ancestor Hongjun did not help. If you didn't say anything after being wronged, who would be wronged if not you? Could it be that you still expect the other party to pity you? Ridiculous. People like you are bullied. Haoyan was really unable to raise his head because of Tao ancestor Hongjun's words. All these years, it was precisely because of his weakness that the saint had bullied him even more. If he had acted a little tougher or directly ran to the Purple Cloud Palace to complain, the saint would definitely not have dared to look down on him. I'm sorry, teacher. Haoyan knows his mistake. It was only at this moment that Haoyan finally understood that he was different from Dijun. He was someone with a backer. Even if he directly fell out with the saint could not do anything to him. That was because he was Tao ancestor Hongjun's person. Bullying him was equivalent to slapping Tao ancestor Hongjun's face. This was also the reason why Tao ancestor Hongjun supported Haoyan as the heavenly emperor back then. He was standing up for Haoyan and clearly telling the saints that Haoyan was his person. Unfortunately, he did not know what was going on with Haoyan. After so many years, he still could not figure out Tao ancestor Hongjun's meaning. He had been bullied for so many years for nothing. Therefore, in a sense, most of the grievances that Haoyan had suffered over the years were his own fault. Have you really thought it through? If you have, take Yao Qi to the side and wait. Let's see how poor Wei will get an explanation for you. Tao ancestor Hongjun glared at Haoyan angrily and said. Seeing this, Haoyan smiled embarrassedly and pulled Yao Qi, who had just woken up with a confused expression, to the side. Come to the Purple Cloud Palace quickly. With a thought from Tao ancestor Hongjun, his dignified voice immediately sounded in the ears of the 6 saints. Hearing this, the 6 saints were shocked at first. Then they did not dare to delay and hurriedly ran to the Purple Cloud Palace. However, other than the 6 saints, there was another person who was called to the Purple Cloud Palace by Tao ancestor Hongjun. That was Feng Zichen. It was not surprising that the 6 saints were called to the Purple Cloud Palace. After all, this matter was related to them. But the strange thing was, why did the Tao ancestor call Feng Zichen? In this regard, Feng Zichen was also very puzzled. How could the matter of the apotheosis have anything to do with him? Although there were 365 deity positions on the apotheosis list, the same number as Zhouxing. But these deity positions really had nothing to do with Zhouxing. The power of the deity positions of the heavenly cycle was the embodiment of the power of the heavenly gods. It could either rely on heaven and earth, or rely on rules, or even rely on the power of incense and wish. But it definitely did not come from Zhouxing, because if not for Feng Zichen, Zhouxing would have been destroyed in the final battle between the liches and demons. In his previous life he did not even Zhouxing. How could the righteous gods of the heavenly court borrow the power of Zhouxing? Wasn't this happy? Therefore, the position of the righteous gods of the heavenly court had nothing to do with Zhouxing. If that was the case, then the purpose of Tao ancestor Hongjun inviting him to the Purple Cloud Palace was somewhat intriguing. However, no matter what Tao ancestor Hongjun's purpose was, Feng Zichen had to go. He could not guess anything here, but when he reached the Purple Cloud Palace, he would naturally understand. With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen directly soared into the sky and entered the chaos beyond the heavens after the 6 saints. As soon as he entered the purple cloud palace, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning saw Hao Tian sitting at the side. In an instant he understood why Tao ancestor Hongjun had called them over. This fellow must have come to complain. Thinking of this, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning felt a surge of anger rising in his heart. However, he also knew that this was the purple cloud palace, not a place for him to behave atrociously. Therefore, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning suppressed his anger and found his seat to sit down. He turned his head and did not look at Hao Tian. At the same time, he was also thinking about how to repay Hao Tian when he went out. On the other side, Saint Juan-Ti, who had the same thoughts as the heavenly lord of primordial beginning, also sat in his seat expressionlessly. He was silently thinking about how to deal with Hao Tian. Not long after the 6 saints took their seats, Feng Zichen also hurried over. After glancing around the hall, he found a seat beside Yu Haoyan and sat down. When everyone had arrived, Tao ancestor Hongjun appeared and sat at the head of the table. Today, there are disciples of the celestial sect of wonders who do not cultivate virtue and are lawless. They despise the power of heaven and earth and do not follow the rules of heaven and earth. As a result, they attract tribulation and perform the killing tribulation of heaven and earth. As soon as he appeared, Tao ancestor Hongjun said so. After he finished speaking, everyone felt a change in the way of heaven. Then the way of heaven began to become blurry and chaotic. They could no longer see clearly. However, just before the way of heaven completely became chaotic, everyone had already understood the origin of this killing tribulation from the revelation of the way of heaven. This killing tribulation was called the immortal God killing tribulation. It was caused by some immortals who did not respect the celestial emperor. What was the celestial emperor? He was the ruler of all living beings in the world. At the same time, he was also the incarnation of the way of heaven. Not respecting the celestial emperor was not respecting heaven and earth, and the way of heaven. Looking down on the celestial emperor, and even slapping his face was slapping the face of heaven and earth and the way of heaven. In the primordial world, saints could not be called by their names, and heaven and earth could not be humiliated. If one violated it, they would definitely suffer a calamity. The disciples of Chan school had committed all of these, so they naturally attracted a killing tribulation for themselves. Of course, that was all. This killing tribulation would not turn into a killing tribulation for all immortals and gods. After all, the mistakes made by the disciples of Chan school were only so big. It was already the limit to attract a killing tribulation for themselves. It was not only implicating all the immortals and gods. The main reason for this killing tribulation was the backlash from the Khanate myriad Tao. In order to seize the initiative of the postnatal era, the 3 pure ones had done something to change the world. They had directly crippled the Khanate myriad Tao and replaced it with the heavenly myriad Tao. Although they had succeeded, they had also offended the Khanate myriad Tao. How could there be no price to change the world? The backlash of the Khanate myriad Tao could not do anything to the 3 pure ones. But could it not do anything to the heavenly immortal Tao? Therefore, the backlash from the Khanate myriad Tao fell on the heavenly immortal Tao. Although this backlash was strong, with the strengthening of the post-celestial myriad Tao, there would be a day when it would be completely destroyed. However, there was a prerequisite for all of this, and that was under the circumstances that nothing unexpected happened. However, at this moment, the disciples of Chan school had angered the way of heaven because they looked down on the celestial emperor and attracted a killing tribulation for themselves. It was this killing tribulation that he was like a catalyst that directly detonated the backlash of the Khanate myriad Tao, thus evolving into a tribulation that targeted the entire heavenly immortal Tao. This was the Khanate myriad Tao's counterattack against the postnatal myriad Tao. Therefore, in this killing tribulation, all cultivators who cultivated the postnatal Tao, no matter which force they came from, had to transcend the tribulation. If they passed it, they would be carefree. If they could not, they would die. After understanding the reason, the 3 pure ones' faces darkened. They did not expect that after creating the heavenly immortal Tao, there would be so many troublesome things waiting for them to solve. However, even so, the three pure ones did not regret it at all. There was no other reason. It was because compared to the trouble it brought, the benefits brought by the heavenly immortal Tao were greater. Unlike the three pure ones, the other saints were much more indifferent after understanding the reason for this tribulation. Niwa was still expressionless, as if it had nothing to do with her. Obviously, at this moment, she did not know that this killing tribulation was started by her. If she really knew, she probably would not be able to remain indifferent. Xuanti and Jieyin frowned, as if they were worried that this tribulation would affect the West. After all, the West was also part of those who looked down on the heavenly court. As for Feng Zichen, the word gloating was written on his face. His expression was abnormally bad. If this was not the Purple Cloud Palace, the three pure ones would have beaten him up long ago. Since you already know the reason for this tribulation, the poor Wei will not explain further. I called you here today not for this matter, but for another matter. As he spoke, a list appeared in Tao Ancestor Hongjun's hand, and placed it in front of everyone. Master, what is this? Sensing the powerful fluctuations on the list, the Grand Pure One could not help but ask. This treasure is the Heavenly Book, also known as the God Roll. I called you here today because of this treasure. When the immortal God-killing tribulation erupts, there will definitely be countless immortals and gods who will die because of it. However, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life, so they left a chance of survival for those living beings in the tribulation. And this chance of survival is on the God Roll. If you leave your name on the list, you can use this treasure to entrust your true spirit to it. If those who are not on the list die in the tribulation, they will turn into ashes. Billions of years of cultivation will turn into flowing water. Pointing at the God Roll, Tao Ancestor Hongjun explained its function. However, after hearing the function of the God Roll, not only was everyone not happy, but they also frowned. In this world, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Since the God Roll's function was so heaven-defying that it could protect one's true spirit, it was impossible to use it without a price. One had to know that in this world, one had to cultivate to the realm of the Daluo Taoist priests if they wanted their true spirit to be indestructible. And this investiture of the gods could actually allow one's true spirit to remain intact, just like the great Luo holy man. Just this point alone was heaven-defying enough. However, that was why the three pure ones were worried. The more heaven-defying something was, the greater the price one had to pay after using it. Those who leave their names on the list will be controlled by the owner of the list. Their life and death will be in the hands of the owner of the list. After a moment of silence, Tao Ancestor Hongjun slowly explained the price of leaving his name on the list. Hearing that, everyone thought to themselves that they were right. Only with freedom as the price would it be in line with the gift of the God Roll. That was an equivalent exchange. You entrusted your life and death to me, and I gave you the ability to be indestructible. To be honest, leaving one's name on the God Roll was indeed a rare good thing for some cultivators of the heavenly immortal Tao. That was because most cultivators of the heavenly immortal Tao would not be able to cultivate to the realm of immortality, even if they spent their entire lives. However, as long as they left their names on the God Roll, although they would lose their freedom, they would be able to achieve immortality from then on. From this point of view, they still profited. However, to the saints, this was something they could not tolerate. That was because how could they be willing to see the disciples that they had painstakingly nurtured be enslaved by them? Therefore, they would not sign this God Roll. P.S. I want a monthly ticket. I want a premium product. Chapter 7:18. Isn't it just death? Don't be afraid. The saints have ways to revive their disciples. If the list of the God Roll is not satisfied, the heaven and earth killing tribulation will not disappear. Tao Ancestor Hongjun seemed to have seen through the three pure ones' thoughts and added. Hearing that, the three pure ones' faces darkened. Feng Zichen almost laughed out loud when he saw that. Since this killing tribulation was caused by the three of you, the list of names on the God Roll will be decided by you. I, along with everyone else here, will be your witnesses. Tao Ancestor Hongjun instructed as he handed the God Roll to the three pure ones. At that moment, Feng Zichen understood why the Tao ancestor had called him over. It turned out that he was here to be a witness. That's right. The immortal God-killing tribulation was a calamity born from the world. It was also closely related to the heavenly courts. The saints in the Purple Cloud Palace used the God roll to determine the direction of the Great Tribulation. They definitely could not avoid him, the paragon of heaven and earth. They needed him to be a witness. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if Feng Zichen were to cause trouble. Yes, master. Although the three pure ones were unwilling, they knew that they could not go against Tao ancestor Hongjun's attitude. They could only take the God roll with an ugly expression. The poor Wei only has one disciple under his name. He still needs him to continue his Tao teachings. He can't write his name on the God roll. The Grand Pure One looked at the God roll in his hand and said, that was the truth. Ren School only had one disciple, Xuandu. If Xuandu's name was written on the God roll, the Tao teachings of Ren School would be broken. Therefore, the God conferment tribulation had nothing to do with Ren School. However, even so, the Grand Pure One also had a share of karma for the cause of this killing tribulation. If he did not show up on the investiture of the gods, then the Heavenly Lord of the Origin and the Grand Master of Heaven would not say anything. But they would feel uncomfortable in their hearts. After thinking for a while, the Grand Pure One said, since Xuandu can't be on the list, the poor Wei will send an incarnation to replace him. As he spoke, an old man who looked 80% similar to the Grand Pure One walked out of his body and landed on the God roll. Immediately, a new name appeared at the top of the investiture list, Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. This person was the Grand Pure One's good corpse. Everyone was moved when they saw this. This was especially so for the primeval Lord of Heaven and the Prime of Tongtian. They opened their mouths slightly, obviously wanting to say something, but they did not know how to start. What should he say? He said, Big brother, there's no need for that. Your junior brothers will pay for your spot. This was obviously impossible. Whose disciple wasn't their favorite? Junior brother, it's your turn. The Grand Pure One ignored everyone's expressions and handed the God roll to the Heavenly Lord of Primordial beginning beside him. After receiving the God roll from the Grand Pure One, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial beginning remained silent for a moment, and did not start writing. Because he couldn't make up his mind, he didn't know which disciple's name to fill in. The disciples of the Heavenly Lord of the Primordial beginning were all carefully selected by him. They were all people with strong backgrounds, good fortune and virtue. If they were not such a person, they would not be able to catch his attention. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial beginning loved such disciples very much. Naturally, he would not be willing to send them to the God roll to be controlled by others. Therefore, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial beginning thought for a while, and threw the God roll to the Grandmaster of Heaven. The disciples under the poor Wei are all people with strong backgrounds. They should not be on the list. On the other hand, the disciples under Junior Brother are all born from eggs and have feathers. They have deep roots. They should be on the list. Hearing that, the Grandmaster of Heaven almost went crazy from anger. He widened his eyes and looked at the Heavenly Lord of Primordial beginning beside him in disbelief, as if it was the first time he had met him. To be honest, when Tao Ancestor Hongjun asked the three of them to discuss the list, the Grand Master of Heaven had a premonition that most of the disciples on the list would be from his sect. That was something that could not be helped. After all, he had the most disciples in Jie School. If Jie School did not send anyone, even if all the disciples of Ren School and Chan School were added together, they would not be able to gather the list of names on the God roll. In fact, the Grand Master of Heaven was also prepared to send someone. As long as the Grand Pure One and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial beginning sent out a few people symbolically, he would naturally make up for the rest. However, the Grand Master of Heaven did not expect the Heavenly Lord of Primordial beginning to be so overboard. He was not even willing to send out a few people symbolically. Instead, he wanted the disciples of Jie School to suffer on behalf of the disciples of Chan School. How could the Grand Master of Heaven tolerate that? That was not the way to bully others. Could it be that the disciples of Chan School were disciples, but the disciples of Jie School were not? Even the Grand Pure One looked at him unhappily when he heard the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's words. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's actions were indeed a little overboard. In order to save face, the Grand Pure One had given up an avatar. However, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was really unwilling to pay any price. That was too much. However, the Grand Pure One seemed to have thought of something and did not say anything. However, even if he did not say it, the Grand Master of Heaven, who was involved, had to say it. The disciples of the Poor Way are all people with deep backgrounds. They should not be on the list. The Grand Master of Heaven glared at the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and said in a muffled voice, "You." Hearing that, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was about to flare up. However, just as he spoke, he was interrupted by Tao Ancestor Hong Jun. "All right, the Poor Way did not call you here to listen to the three of you quarrel. Have you come to a conclusion?" Tao Ancestor Hong Jun opened his eyes and asked. This? Reporting to Master, no. After looking at each other, the Grand Pure One said, It's been so long, but there's still no result. What are you doing? Do you want the Poor Way and the others to watch you brothers quarrel? Or do you think that it's a glorious thing for you brothers to quarrel? Tao Ancestor Hong Jun reprimanded. Everyone present was a top-notch existence in the world. However, today they surrounded the Purple Cloud Palace and watched the three brothers quarrel. Even if they did not feel embarrassed, Tao Ancestor Hong Jun felt embarrassed for them. "Master, please calm down. I know my mistake," the three pure ones hurriedly said with a terrified expression. "The Poor Way will give you some more time. If you can't come to a conclusion, the Poor Way will help you fill it in." Tao Ancestor Hong Jun waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and said, "I understand." The three pure ones nodded to show that they understood. Thus, there was a long silence. "Since the two of you can't bear to part with your disciples, then don't fill in the God role." Finally, the Grand Pure One broke the silence and said to the two of them, "Not filling in." Hearing that, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven seemed to have understood something and said uncertainly, "Yes, don't fill in. The two of you send out your disciples and let them go to the mortal world to transcend the tribulation. If they transcend it, then there's naturally nothing to say. If they can't transcend the tribulation and die, then their souls will enter the God role. Although they have changed their cultivation to the divine Tao, this might not be a kind of creation." Looking at the two of them, the Grand Pure One revealed his plan. If someone's true spirit is destroyed, the Grand Master of Heaven seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Those whose true spirit is destroyed cannot enter the God role. If a disciple's true spirit is destroyed, then they can only say that their fate is like this. They can't blame others." The Grand Pure One shook his head and said coldly, "In that case, I have no objections." The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning took a deep breath and said, "The Poor Way has no objections either." Behind him, the Grand Master of Heaven nodded. "Since you have no objections, I'll report it to Master." Seeing that the two of them had no objections, the Grand Pure One walked to Tao Ancestor Hong Jun and said respectfully, "Master, we have already come to a conclusion." "What?" Tao Ancestor Hong Jun opened his eyes and asked. "We have decided to hang the God role on Kunlun Mountain and let the disciples of the sect go out of the mountain to transcend the tribulation and fight to complete the killing tribulation. Those who are blessed can safely survive the killing tribulation and continue to enjoy freedom. Those who are not blessed will die from the tribulation, and their souls will enter the God role. They will go from immortals to gods and return to the divine Tao. Those who are difficult to get rid of will die from the tribulation and turn into ashes to complete the killing tribulation." The Grand Pure One bowed to Tao Ancestor Hong Jun and revealed his complete plan. Killing tribulation, killing tribulation. It was called the killing tribulation. How could there be no killing? Therefore, even if the God role existed in this tribulation, there would definitely be people who would die completely. Yes, Tao Ancestor Hong Jun looked at the Grand Pure One deeply and nodded. The Grand Pure One's plan could be said to be perfect. Putting everything else aside, those who could survive after this killing tribulation were definitely elites in the immortal Tao. Those who entered the God role and even turned into ashes were those who did not have a deep immortal fate. If he continued to keep them in the immortal Tao, other than lowering the average level of the immortal Tao, there was no other use. He could use this killing tribulation to remove them from the immortal Tao. How was this a killing tribulation of heaven and earth? It was clearly a huge cleanup of the immortal Tao. He would sweep those who did not have enough immortal fate out like trash. In the past, the immortal Tao might be said to be mixed. However, after this immortal God tribulation, the disciples of the immortal Tao could be said to be all good materials. That was a ruthless person. He had quietly completed a cleanup of the immortal Tao. He had preserved the purity of the immortal Tao, and no one could find fault with it. However, although the Grand Pure One's plan was good, there was one thing that Feng Zichen did not agree with. That was, why did the God roll hang on Kunlun Mountain? Feng Zichen did not have any objections to the immortal Tao using this killing tribulation to clean up some disciples who were not lucky enough. But if they wanted to hang the investiture of the gods on Mount Kunlun, Feng Zichen would not allow it. Although the immortal God tribulation this time was caused by the backlash of the Khanate Myriad Tao, it was also partly because the heavenly courts did not have enough manpower. It was a good opportunity to use this killing tribulation to replenish the manpower of the heavenly courts. Since it was to select talents for the heavenly courts, the God roll should not be hung on Kunlun Mountain, but on the South Heaven Gate. Besides, Feng Zichen was worried about keeping the investiture of the gods right under the nose of the three pure ones, who knew if they would secretly tamper with the God roll and cause the heavenly courts to lose control of the God roll. Anyway, if it were Feng Zichen, and the list of the deification of the gods had always been under his nose, he would definitely do something. If he was already like that, there was no need to mention the Grand Pure One, who was even more sinister than him. He would definitely tamper with it. Therefore, in order to prevent the three pure ones from tampering with the God roll must not be in their hands. Feng Zichen was a straightforward person. He would not hide anything in his heart. Therefore, when he was dissatisfied, he said it directly. Wait, Tao Ancestor. Why do you want to hang the God roll on Kunlun Mountain? In the opinion of the Poor Way, since the people on the God roll will go to the heavenly courts to be officials in the future, it is obviously more appropriate to hang it on the South Heaven Gate. His words were reasonable, and no one could find fault with them. In order to strengthen his persuasiveness, Feng Zichen even changed his self-address to Poor Taoist. Look, not long after Feng Zichen finished speaking, Haotian and Yao Qi, who were beside him, nodded repeatedly. Obviously, they agreed with his words and felt that what he said was very reasonable. Hearing that, the three pure ones' faces turned cold. They could not help but glare at Feng Zichen. This fellow is really a *T stirrer. If the God roll was in their hands, they would be able to manipulate it. At that time, it was unknown who would be the biggest winner of the God conferment. However, if the God roll was not in their hands, then no matter what the outcome was, the Chan school and Jie school would suffer a huge loss. Why don't we build a God conferment platform in the mortal world to place the God roll and collect the true spirits of the dead immortals? After thinking for a while, the Grand Pure One took a step back and said, as long as the God roll did not fall into the hands of the heavenly courts, they would always find an opportunity to tamper with it. Feng Zichen smiled and did not answer. He only looked at Tao Ancestor Hongjun. No matter how they discussed, the one who could make the final decision was still Tao Ancestor Hongjun. While Feng Zichen looked at Tao Ancestor Hongjun Haotian, and Yao Qi also looked at him with anticipation. Ziwei is right. The purpose of hanging the God roll is to choose talents for the heavenly courts. It should be hung on the South Heaven Gate. After a long silence, Tao Ancestor Hongjun spoke. He gave the God roll to the heavenly courts. From this moment onwards, the God conferment tribulation began to change and walk towards the unknown. As soon as Tao Ancestor Hongjun said that, the three pure ones' expressions immediately became unnatural. Haotian and Yao Qi's faces were filled with surprise. Their teacher was indeed on their side. Feng Zichen was not surprised at all. The three pure ones would care about the immortals on the God roll, because they were disciples that they had taught. Of course they would care. However, Tao ancestor Hongjun clearly did not care. Entering the god role was equivalent to entering the divine Tao. They were not even immortal cultivators. How could they expect Tao ancestor Hongjun to care about them? Therefore, Tao ancestor Hongjun would hand the god role to Haotian to strengthen his power. As for the three pure ones' dissatisfaction, would Tao ancestor Hongjun care? It was as if the saints had considered Tao ancestor Hongjun's feelings when they suppressed Haotian. They had really given them face, and they still dared to be dissatisfied. P.S. Please subscribe monthly votes. Chapter 719. Whoosh! As soon as Tao ancestor Hongjun finished speaking, the investiture of the gods immediately reacted and flew in front of the three pure ones and landed in Haotian's hands. How stingy! Although Feng Zichen expressed his understanding of Tao ancestor Hongjuan's actions, he could not help but scold him for being stingy in his heart. However, there was nothing he could do. Among the 10 people present, he was the only outsider. The rest were all disciples of the Tao ancestor. Even if there were benefits, the Tao ancestor would definitely think of his own disciples first. That was human nature. Fellow Taoist Haotian, can you lend the poor Wei the investiture of the gods? Feng Zichen asked Haotian, who was slightly excited because of the investiture of the gods. Why do you want to borrow this treasure? Although he was a little confused, Haotian still handed the investiture of the gods to Feng Zichen. What can the poor Wei use the investiture of the gods for? Naturally, he has to fill in a few names on it. Feng Zichen took the investiture of the gods from Haotian and said with a smile. Then he used his finger as a pen and wrote the names of Yang Jian and his mother on the investiture of the gods. When Heavenly Lord Yuanshi and Taoist Kundi saw this, they could not help but feel angry. They wanted to stop them, but they could not say anything when they opened their mouths. It was really unreasonable. Moreover, for the dignity of the heavenly court, Yang Jian and his mother had to be on the investiture of the gods. Otherwise, the emperors of the heavenly court would definitely not let it go. At that time, there would be another huge wave. Thinking of this, Yuanshi Tianzuan and Taoist Zhuanti snorted coldly and turned their heads to look at the investiture of the gods. However, they did not want to look, but Feng Zichen forced them to look. Why, are you not convinced? Fellow Taoists, have you forgotten that these two people are wanted criminals of the heavenly court and will be executed on the immortal execution stage? If you hadn't interfered, the two of them would have died long ago. It was fortunate that the investiture of the gods appeared, allowing them to leave their names on the investiture of the gods and preserve their lives. This is truly a great fortune. Even so, the two of you are still not satisfied. Will you only be satisfied if fellow Taoist Poor Wei and fellow Taoist Haotian give up their thrones? Seeing the unhappy expression on their faces, Feng Zichen couldn't help but mock them. How dare you? After being mocked by Feng Zichen, the heavenly lord of the origin and Taoist Zhuanti could not take it anymore and wanted to retort back. However, before the two of them could speak, they were interrupted by Feng Zichen. Don't be unconvinced. Yang Jian is only the beginning. Your disciples will also enter the investiture of the gods. Do you really think that the heavenly court's criminals are so easy to rob? Not paying any price? What a joke! What do the 12 golden immortals of Chan School take the heavenly courts for? The back garden of Kunlun Mountain? You can come and go as you please. Can you find anyone more arrogant than them in the primordial world? Today, I'll tell you that the prisoners of the heavenly court are not so easy to rob. If we don't bring those fanatics to justice, where will the heavenly court's face be? Where will the heavenly laws and heavenly rules be? As he spoke, a powerful aura rose from Feng Zichen's body and pressed towards the heavenly lord of the origin and Taoist Zhuanti. At this moment, Feng Zichen wanted the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect to enter the investiture of the gods. He wanted to vent his anger and let the world know that the heavenly court could not be humiliated. Haha. He even wanted to rob the execution ground. When the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect entered the investiture of the gods, Feng Zichen asked them to guard the immortal slaying platform. Isn't it just robbing the execution ground? I'll let you rob as much as you want. If the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect couldn't be punished, who would take the heavenly court seriously in the future. How dare you? At this moment, the heavenly lord of the origin and Taoist Juanti were really angry. They roared and released their auras at the same time, pressing towards Feng Zichen. Rumble. The three powerful auras met in the air and entangled with each other. The terrifying fluctuations spread out, and the void was distorted. There were signs of instability, as if it could not withstand the power, and was about to collapse. A great battle was about to break out. At the critical moment, Tao ancestor Hongjun scolded unhappily. Enough, are you going to tear down the poor Wei's purple cloud palace? As he spoke, an invisible force spread out from Tao ancestor Hongjun's body. With the momentum of the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, it quickly wiped out the auras of Feng Zichen and the other two. Master, teacher, Tao ancestor, we don't dare. The three of them hurriedly said when they saw this. Humph. After stopping the three of them, Tao ancestor Hongjun only snorted coldly and did not argue with them. Instead, he said, the heavenly court is the face of the untainted world. Its dignity is indeed inviolable. At this point he paused, as if he was considering his words. Then he continued, however, the 12 golden immortals bear the heavy responsibility of the inheritance of the Chan school. If all of them are sent to the God role, wouldn't the Chan school exist in name only? Therefore, in the opinion of the poor Wei, how about letting the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school choose a few disciples to be on the list on their behalf? After saying that, Tao ancestor Hongjun looked deeply at Feng Zichen, as if hinting for him to stop while he was ahead. Master is right. Guang Qingzi and the others are wrong, but they don't deserve to die. Why don't we let them find a few people to suffer on their behalf? Heavenly Lord Yuanshi, who was originally worried about the safety of his disciple because Tao ancestor Hongjun was on the side of the heavenly court, agreed without thinking when he suddenly heard Tao ancestor's suggestion, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. At that moment, Feng Zichen seemed a little hesitant. He naturally understood the principle of stopping while he was ahead. However, the problem was that the premise of stopping while he was ahead was to see the benefits. However, he had yet to see the benefits. Where could he stop? Feng Zichen's goal was to send the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school to the God role, so that he could save the face of the heavenly court and vent his anger. Of course, he did not intend to send all the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school up. That was obviously unrealistic. If he really did that, wouldn't it be equivalent to destroying the Chan school? In that case, the heavenly lord of the origin would flip the table. On this point, he could refer to the Grand Master of Heaven after the Jie school was destroyed. After the Jie school was destroyed, the Grand Master of Heaven went crazy and used the Qingping sword to cut off the 4 heavenly pillars. He said that he wanted to destroy this world and re-establish the earth, fire, water, and wind. It was because of this that the God confirmant tribulation, which was originally a small fight between the younger generation, had turned into a calamity that destroyed the world. The primordial world had shattered because of this. Worried that he would force the heavenly lord of the origin into a corner and cause him to be alone, Feng Zichen naturally did not dare to send all the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school to the God role. His goal had always been very clear. He wanted to send a portion of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school to the God role. This portion might be 3, 2, or even 1. Even if he only sent one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school to the God role, it would be a great success for Feng Zichen. Therefore, as long as he did that, Feng Zichen would naturally stop when he was ahead. However, he had not seen it yet. How could he stop? Moreover, the Western sect was involved in the robbery of the execution ground. For this reason, it was impossible for the Western sect to stay out of the immortal God tribulation safely. How could Feng Zichen stop if he did not pull them into the Great Tribulation and let them shed a layer of skin for the Western sect? Tao ancestor, that's not appropriate. After hesitating for a while, Feng Zichen still said, the price that the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school had to pay was at most a portion of the luck that they had to give to the disciples. In that case, what was the difference between the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school and not being punished? This move was too far from the bottom line that Feng Zichen had set. How could he be satisfied? It's not that the poor way has to let the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school be on the list. It's just that they have made such a huge mistake. If none of them are on the list, it's really unreasonable. After all, this killing tribulation was caused by the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school. It's already like this. If none of them are on the list, how innocent should they be compared to the disciples of the Jia school who are on the list? Why should the disciples of the Jia school be responsible for the mistakes of the disciples of the Chan school? Seeing that Dao ancestor Hongjun's expression had begun to turn ugly, Feng Zichen hurriedly explained and brought up the matter of the Jia school. Dao ancestor Hongjun might be unfair to Feng Zichen. However, he still had to be fair to the Chan school and the Jia school. They were all disciples of the celestial sect of wonders. There was no reason to differentiate between them. Indeed, after hearing Feng Zichen talk about the Jia school, Dao ancestor Hongjun hesitated. If one were to investigate this matter carefully, although the disciples of the Jia school were not too innocent, they were still implicated by the disciples of the Chan school. If not for the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school, the immortal god tribulation might not have erupted. With the abilities of the three pure ones, as long as they were given enough time, the backlash from the Khanate myriad Dao would be resolved by them sooner or later. However, at this critical moment, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school suddenly caused such a thing and directly detonated the immortal god tribulation. It could only be said that this was the will of the heavens. Even the saints could not do anything about it. However, it was a fact that the disciples of the Chan school had implicated the disciples of the Jia school. If none of the second-generation disciples of the Chan school were on the list, it would be unfair to the Jia school. Regarding the God-confirmant tribulation, as long as one was not blind, one could tell that the candidates on the God roll had to be prepared by the disciples of the Jia school in the end. However, the three sects had agreed to discuss it, but in the end, the ones who produced the candidates were all from the Jia school. Wasn't that a little bullying? Even if it was just an act, the Run school and the Chan school should produce some disciples, so that the Grand Master of Heaven would not lose face. The Grand Pure One had done a good job in that regard. He did not have a disciple, but he had given up an incarnation. That was enough, right? In comparison, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginnings' table manners were much worse. Although he did not have many disciples, there were almost 10 of them. However, he was unwilling to give up a single person. That was a little too much. It was no wonder that the Grand Master of Heaven fell out with him. Teacher, it's not that I have to let the 12 golden immortals be on the list. If they are not on the list, how can I explain to the heavenly courts and the living beings of the three realms? You have to know that they have humiliated the heavenly courts in front of all the living beings of the three realms. In that case, it would be difficult for this disciple to cover up for them. Therefore, in order to save the face of the heavenly courts, someone from the disciples of the Chan school who robbed the execution ground that day must be on the list. If not, it will not be enough. If not, it will not be enough. If they are not on the list, who will take the heavenly court seriously in the future? As if he could see Dao ancestor Hongjun's dilemma, Hao Tian suddenly stepped forward and said a lot of impassioned words, giving Feng Zichen the best assistance. What was a good teammate in the primordial world? That was it. This time, Hao Tian was really angered to death by the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and Taoist Zhuan-Ti. In his backyard, his wife was almost beaten to death by others. No man would be able to tolerate such a thing. Therefore, when he saw Feng Zichen pressuring the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning step by step, Hao Tian did not hesitate to assist him to completely destroy the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's hope. On the other side, even though the Grand Master of Heaven knew that Feng Zichen was using him, he still looked at Dao ancestor Hongjun with anticipation. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was really not a son. He did not care about the brotherhood at all. Since that was the case, why should he treat him as an elder brother? If Feng Zichen's words made Dao ancestor Hongjun fall into a dilemma, then Hao Tian's words and the Grand Master of Heaven's expectant eyes made him make his final decision. However, just as Dao ancestor Hongjun was about to speak, he suddenly heard the voice of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Hao Tian, how dare you? Hearing Hao Tian's words, The heavenly lord of primordial beginning seemed to be greatly shocked. He looked at Hao Tian in disbelief. He did not expect that Hao Tian, who was usually respectful to him, would dare to stab him in the back in the Purple Cloud Palace today. After the shock, endless anger followed. That anger came too suddenly and too fiercely. It directly drowned the heavenly lord of primordial beginning's rationality and made him want to kill Hao Tian. In the Purple Cloud Palace, in front of Tao ancestor Hong Jun, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning wanted to kill Hao Tian. From this, one could see the anger in his heart. However, although the heavenly lord of primordial beginning was angry, there was one person who was even angrier than him. That was Tao ancestor Hong Jun. At this moment, Tao ancestor Hong Jun could be said to be both shocked and angry. What did the heavenly lord of primordial beginning want to do? Did he ever take him seriously? Moreover, he dared to kill Hao Tian in front of him. If he was not here, would the heavenly lord of primordial beginning directly attack Hao Tian, so that he could get rid of him? Tao ancestor Hong Jun was furious. He looked at the heavenly lord of primordial beginning with a cold gaze. At the critical moment, the Grand Pure One was more reliable. The moment he sensed that the heavenly lord of primordial beginning's condition was not right, his reaction was not slow. He directly reached out and grabbed the heavenly lord of primordial beginning's arm and squeezed it hard. After being stimulated, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning immediately woke up and realized what he had just done. "Master, I lost my composure." Without daring to hesitate for a moment, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning directly apologized. "P.S. I'm afraid that someone won't be able to see it. Let me add more. Then I'll say the rule of adding more. If the monthly votes this month are more than 2,000, then the next month's day will be 8,000 per week. If it's a premium product, then the next month's day will be 10,000 per week." Chapter 720. What do you think about the matter of the disciples of Chan's school entering the list? After staring at the heavenly lord of primordial beginning for a long time, Tao ancestor Hong Jun asked expressionlessly, I have no objections. I'll follow master's instructions." After hesitating for a long time, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning gritted his teeth and agreed. At this point, he had no room to refuse. If he refused, he would really become the target of public criticism. At that time, everyone would target Chan's school. Not even one of the 12 golden immortals could be protected. "That's good." Nodding, Tao ancestor Hong Jun turned to look at Feng Zichen and asked, "In your opinion, how many of the 12 golden immortals of Chan's school should be on the list?" Hearing that, Feng Zichen could not help but curl his lips. Ask for his opinion? How many of the 12 golden immortals of Chan's school should be on the god roll? All of them should be on it. But could Feng Zichen say that? Tao ancestor Hong Jun would probably kick him out of the Purple Cloud Palace as soon as he opened his mouth. How about 6? While paying attention to Tao ancestor Hong Jun's expression, Feng Zichen probed. 6? You really dare to ask? Then why don't we be more straightforward? Poor Wei will make the decision for Yuqing and write the names of the 12 golden immortals of Chan's school on the god roll. As expected, after hearing Feng Zichen's words, Tao ancestor Hong Jun's face darkened, and he said unhappily, "Haha, it's just a joke. Tao ancestor, don't take it seriously. Actually, in my opinion, it would be best if the names of all the disciples of the Chan school could be written on the investiture of the gods. However, that's not realistic. Moreover, Tao ancestor, you've already spoken. Of course, I have to give you face. Look, how about 2 or 3? Feng Zichen laughed and said with a straight face. 2 or 3 could be said to be his bottom line. Moreover, he had calculated the number before. Not only would he save the face of the heavenly court, but he would also not shake the foundation of Chan's school. It was just right. Okay. After pondering for a moment, Tao ancestor Hong Jun nodded, indicating that he agreed with this number. Then, he turned to look at the heavenly lord of the origin. Among the 12 golden immortals of Chan's school, there should be 2 people on the rankings. As for who they are, it's up to you to decide. In the end, Ancestor Hongjun felt sorry for his disciple. He automatically ignored the number 3 out of the 2 or 3, and chose a smaller number to tell Heavenly Lord Yuanshi. Both are flesh and blood. How can this disciple make such a decision? Let them all descend the mountain to undergo their tribulations. As for who makes it onto the rankings, that will depend on their own fate. The primeval Lord of Heaven shook his head and said sorrowfully. Sending a disciple that he had personally taught to death was not something that anyone could do. Seeing this, Feng Zichen pursed his lips. If you really want what's best for them, why didn't you do it earlier? If the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had restrained his disciples, they would not have made such a big mistake. Spoiling a child is akin to killing a child. This has been the case since ancient times. After dealing with the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, Feng Zichen looked at Saint Juanti. Fellow Taoist Juanti, fellow Taoist Primordial Beginning has contributed a few spots on the God roll. Isn't the Western sect going to express their gratitude? After all, you have a part in embarrassing the heavenly courts. Fellow Taoist, don't tell me that you don't want to pay anything, and just let this matter go. He turned around and walked to Taoist Juanti. Feng Zichen handed him the God roll in his hand, and gestured for him to fill in a few names. Seeing this, Taoist Juanti was so angry that his face turned green. What do you mean that he did not pay any price? Can't you see that such a huge Mount Meru has been destroyed? If this is not a price, what else can be called a price? It's really bullying. With anger in his heart, Taoist Juanti was about to argue with Feng Zichen. However, at that moment, the Taoist guide beside him suddenly pulled him. It was also at that moment that Taoist Juanti realized that the situation around him was not right. Why were the 3 pure ones looking at him faintly? Even Tao ancestor Hongjun looked at him inexplicably, as if he was silently plotting something. On second thought, Taoist Juanti understood what was going on. Good fellow, I've suffered a loss, but I can't see others doing well. The disciples of the 3 pure ones are already on the list. Isn't it inappropriate for the Western sect to watch the show from the side? Therefore, why don't you choose a few disciples to be on the list? In that case, wouldn't everyone be in the same boat? No one would laugh at each other. After understanding the sinister intentions of the 3 pure ones, although Taoist Juanti felt upset, he knew that the Western sect could not refuse this matter. Once they refused, the 3 pure ones and the others would definitely join forces to plot against the Western sect, so that they could pull the Western sect into the immortal god calamity. Since fellow Taoist Primordial Beginning has 2 disciples, the Western sect will be the same as him. We will also have 2 disciples. When the killing tribulation erupts, they will naturally come to the east to face the tribulation. In that case, what do you think, fellow Taoists? After pulling Taoist Juanti to the side, Taoist Jieyin stood up and said to everyone, "Okay." When the crowd heard this, they all agreed. Seeing that the 2 people from the Western sect had retreated, the 3 pure ones retracted their gazes. Taoist Juanti heaved a sigh of relief. On the other side, Feng Zichen looked at Taoist Juanti, who had heaved a sigh of relief. He was thinking about how to plot against him ruthlessly, so that he could pull the Western sect into the immortal god calamity. That was actually not difficult. Feng Zichen already had a rough plan in his heart. As for how to operate it, he could refer to how the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning dealt with Chan School during the God Conferment period. Do you think that you can avoid the Great Tribulation by going into seclusion and singing in the Yellow Court? Let me tell you, that's a dream. If you don't come to face the tribulation, I'll find someone to pull you into the tribulation. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning used the interpersonal relationships between the disciples of Jie School to pull the entire Jie School into the immortal god calamity. That method could be said to be brilliant. Everyone had friends, and friends had friends of their own. In this way, a huge network of relationships was formed, and that was an opportunity. Feng Zichen understood the plan of the 2 people from the Western sect. It was nothing more than sending 2 disciples who were not valued to deal with the immortal god calamity. However, as long as they sent their disciples over, they would give others a chance to take advantage of them. Through these 2 disciples of the Western sect, They could completely involve their friends and fellow disciples in the immortal God calamity. In the end, the Western sect would be like the Jie school in Feng Zichen's previous life. They would be pulled into this vortex and could not escape. In fact, when plotting against the Western sect, Feng Zichen could even cooperate with the Grandmaster of Heaven. The Grandmaster of Heaven definitely did not want his disciple to be on the list, but he had no choice. There were too few disciples of Chan school. Even if all of them were on the list, they could not meet the requirements of the God roll. For that, the list on the God roll could only be chosen from the disciples of Jie school. That was because there were enough disciples of Jie school that could completely meet the requirements of the God roll. Therefore, this immortal God calamity seemed to be specially targeted at Jie school. However, don't forget, in the primordial world, apart from Jie school, there was another sect with many disciples that could completely meet the requirements of the God roll. That was the Western sect. The Western sect was far away from the East. The few great calamities of the world did not affect it. Although it had experienced several demonic calamities, it was difficult to shake its foundation. Even if there were not as many disciples of the Western sect as there were at their peak, there would not be fewer. After all, the Western sect owned the entire Western sect. The current Western sect was barren, but it was not as barren as imagined. One had to know that in the ancient Lich era, the Lady of Earth had once used the power of Panga's heart to repair the Western Earth meridians. It was true that even Goddess Hutu was unable to restore him to his peak state even after giving it her all. However, even if it was only repaired a little, it would allow the Western sect to regain its vitality and give birth to new living beings. The new living beings had no other choice but to join the Western sect. In the Western sect, there was only one sect, the Western sect. Other Tao teachings were not allowed to exist. If those new living beings wanted to become cultivators, they could only become disciples of the Western sect and cultivate the Dharma formulation of Zhuan-Ti. The number of disciples of the Western sect, which owned the entire Western sect, could be imagined. Even if they were not as good as Jie school, they were not far away. If the disciples of the Western sect were to replace the disciples of Jie school on the God roll, would the Grandmaster of Heaven be willing? He would definitely be willing. He reckoned that as long as Feng Zichen told the Grandmaster of Heaven about this plan, the Grandmaster of Heaven would be able to arrange the rest without Feng Zichen's interference. It could even be said that even if he risked his life, the Grandmaster of Heaven would drag the Western sect down for the sake of the inheritance of Jie school. The saying that a fellow Taoist would rather die than die was applicable everywhere. Since you already have a plan, the poor way will not ask about what happens next. It's up to you to decide how the Great Tribulation will begin and how it will unfold. After confirming the God roll, Tao ancestor Hong Jun said to everyone. Then he took out a long whip and handed it to the Grand Pure One. This item is called the God Striking Whip. It's a treasure that comes with the God roll. It specializes in hitting the gods on the roll. Today, the poor way will give this item to you so that you can use it when you become a god in the future. The God Striking Whip was a supreme-grade Khanate numinous treasure that could seal one's Dharma powers. Those who were hit by it would instantly have their Dharma powers sealed and be like mortals. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, that was not the greatest use of the God Striking Whip. The greatest use of the God Striking Whip was just like its name. It was used to strike gods. Anyone who left their name on the God roll would be restrained by it. They would be unable to resist the whip holder. In other words, the so-called God Striking Whip was a weapon that controlled the gods on the God roll. It was just like the shepherd's whip in the hands of a shepherd. Thank you, Master. After receiving the God Striking Whip, the Grand Pure One bowed and thanked him. Seeing that, Feng Zichen only narrowed his eyes and did not do anything extreme. That was fair, wasn't it? Since the God roll was handed over to Haotian, the God Striking Whip naturally had to be handed over to the three Pure Ones. There was nothing wrong with that. Both sides had half of the treasures. It seemed fair, didn't it? Actually, Feng Zichen was already very satisfied with that outcome. After all, if he followed the normal procedure, the God Striking Whip and the God roll would fall into the hands of the three Pure Ones. As for Haotian, he did not get anything. However, now, under Feng Zichen's strong arguments, Not only did they obtain the God role, but they also forced the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and Taoist Yuanti to sign their disciples on the God role. Such an outcome had greatly exceeded Feng Zichen's expectations. He was very satisfied with that. Any more and it would be too much. Since all of you are here, why don't we set the rules for this immortal God-killing tribulation? It's better than calling you here in the future. It'll save us some trouble. After dealing with the God role and the God-striking whip, Tao Ancestor Hongjun instructed everyone. After saying that, Tao Ancestor Hongjun ignored everyone's reaction and disappeared. Regarding this, the crowd felt very helpless. What else could they do? They had to do as the Tao Ancestor said. Although he said that he was discussing with them, Tao Ancestor Hongjun used his actions to tell them that it was not a notice but an order. Fellow Taoists, how should we carry out this immortal God-killing tribulation? The Grand Pure One broke the silence and asked. After Tao Ancestor Hongjun left, the Grand Pure One was the strongest. Therefore, he was the one who presided over the meeting. Why don't Jie School and Chan School send out their disciples and have a fight? The dead will enter the role, and the living will be free. Big brother, what do you think of this method? The Grand Master of Heaven was angry and said directly. Those were really angry words. If they really followed that method, Chan School would definitely not be a match for Jie School. There was no need for Duobao and Xianqing to attack. As long as the disciples of Jie School swarmed forward, just their Dharma treasures could bury the disciples of Chan School alive. Third brother, what are you saying? The immortal God-killing tribulation is not a child's play. How can it be like a boorish man fighting each other? Afraid that the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven would quarrel again, the Grand Pure One did not wait for the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning to speak, and scolded the Grand Master of Heaven. At the side, Feng Zichen and the others sat there, and watched the three brothers quarrel with interest. It was said that everyone was discussing together, but other than the three pure ones, they could not interrupt. After all, this immortal God-killing tribulation was mainly targeted at the three pure ones. Unless you were willing to enter the tribulation, it was better not to interfere in such matters. As long as you dared to interrupt, the three pure ones would dare to pull you into the tribulation. After arguing for a long time, the three pure ones finally reached a consensus. They agreed to use the next change of the human dynasty as the battlefield. Each of them would support one side and kill each other. In the process of competing for the true dragon, they would complete the killing tribulation. Feng Zichen did not have any objections to that. It was inevitable that the three pure ones would choose the human race as the battlefield. After all, the human race was the protagonist of the world. Moreover, this matter was not without precedent. Be it Xianyuan Zhanqiyu or Chengtang destroying Xia, there were immortals behind them. The three pure ones used the dynasty as the battlefield. They were just following the old rules. As for the prosperity of the dynasty and the peace of the country, so what if it was not suitable to be a battlefield? That did not matter. He just had to wait. There was no immortal dynasty in the world. As long as he waited, there would always be a ruler of a fallen country. Anyway, the thing that immortals did not lack the most was time. P.S. I will start updating on May 1st, at least 7 days. Chapter 721. After the results were out, everyone bade farewell to Tao Ancestor Hongjun and left the Purple Cloud Palace. However, the three pure ones were traveling together. However, when he left, the Grand Master of Heaven was traveling alone. He did not travel with the two saints. Everyone left the Purple Cloud Palace. The Grand Master of Heaven snorted at the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and left alone. Big brother, look at him. Does he even have the slightest bit of respect for you? Seeing this scene, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning said to the Grand Pure One beside him with a displeased expression. He was very dissatisfied with the Grand Master of Heaven's attitude, and felt that he did not take him, his brother, seriously. Enough! Second brother, how could you say those words when we were discussing the God role in the Purple Cloud Palace? You're just dissatisfied with third brother's disciple. It's fine if you say it in private, but how can you say it in front of everyone? If that's the case, where will third brother go? The heavenly Lord of primordial beginning was dissatisfied with the Grand Master of Heaven, but the Grand Pure One was also dissatisfied with him. Until now, he still did not understand what the heavenly Lord of primordial beginning was thinking that he could say those words in the purple cloud palace, saying that the disciples of Jia school were all cowards in front of everyone, and scolding their disciples as beasts. Wasn't this equivalent to making sect master Tian lose face in front of everyone? No one would be able to tolerate that. Moreover, the immortal god calamity this time was clearly a very simple matter. But the heavenly Lord of primordial beginning had made it complicated. The heavenly Lord of primordial beginning only needed to give up a few disciples and send them to the god role, so that the Grand Master of Heaven could be appeased. The Grand Master of Heaven would naturally make up for the remaining candidates. In that case, wouldn't the immortal god calamity be over? However, the heavenly Lord of primordial beginning's operation was really hard to explain. In any case, in the end he could not avoid it. He had no choice but to send his 2 disciples to the god role. Moreover, he had offended the Grand Master of Heaven and ruined the relationship between the brothers. The heavenly Lord of primordial beginning was the one who had failed to win. Sigh. Big brother, I'm doing this for third brother's sake. Take a look at his disciples. Other than the top few, what kind of people are the rest? There are those who cultivate demonic arts, those who cultivate evil arts, and even those who cultivate with the blood of living beings. How could such actions be said to have the slightest bit of immortal atmosphere? It's even more demonic than the demonic path. What's the point of keeping such a disciple? Why don't we let them face the tribulation right now and correct the immortal Tao? Furthermore, third brother's talent is not inferior to ours in the slightest. However, his cultivation level is indeed the lowest among the 3 of us. Is third brother not working hard enough? Of course not. The main reason is that I was implicated by those disciples. The disciples of Jia school are doing evil outside. As their master, he will naturally be affected. As a result, my Tao heart is covered in dust and my cultivation progress is abnormally slow. In the Purple Cloud Palace, the poor Wei wants to send the disciples of the Jia sect to the investiture of the gods. Perhaps she has some selfish motives, but most of it is definitely for the good of third brother. The Jia order has been in chaos for too long. Now is the time to set things right. Get rid of those evil disciples and return peace to the Xian sect. It's also good for third brother to focus on cultivating. After being reprimanded by the Grand Pure One, the heavenly Lord of primordial beginning could not help but cry out in grievance. Just as he had said, he might have some selfish motives for sending the disciples of the Jia school to the god role. However, his fundamental goal was definitely for the good of the Grand Master of Heaven. The friendship between the 3 pure ones was still very stable. There were really too many disciples of the Jia school. Moreover, the Grand Master of Heaven did not have many restrictions on them. That could be seen from the rules of the Jia school. There were only 2 rules. They had to respect their teachers and not betray the sect. In other words, apart from that, the disciples of the Jia school had no taboos. In a sense, the disciples of the Jia school were more detestable than the disciples of the Chan school. After all, apart from being a little arrogant, the disciples of the Chan school could not be picked out. However, the disciples of the Jia school were different. They really dared to harm living beings. The disciples of the Jia school were indiscriminate. Basically, there were all kinds of demons and ghosts. Was it possible to say that they were all good people? Demons like to eat humans the most. Most of the disciples of the Jia school had deep negative karma. The Grand Master of Heaven was implicated by it. That was why he was entangled in karma, and his Tao heart was covered in dust. It was difficult for his cultivation to advance. The Grand Master of Heaven might have sensed such a situation, but it was impossible for him to attack his disciples. No matter what the disciples of the Jia school were like outside, they still respected their teachers. How could the Grand Master of Heaven do anything to his disciples who respected him so much? However, he could not do it, but the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning could. In order to solve the hidden dangers of the Grand Master of Heaven, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning said those words in the Purple Cloud Palace. He wanted to send all the disciples of the Jia school to the God role. As a matter of fact, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning did not make any mistakes in letting the disciples of the Jia school be on the God role. Such an outcome was because some of the disciples of the Jia school were guilty. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's mistake was that he used the wrong method and did not care about the feelings of the Grandmaster of Heaven. He felt that he did this for the good of the Grandmaster of Heaven. However, the Grandmaster of Heaven felt that the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was slapping his face. Then wasn't there a problem? The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning thought that I was doing it for your own good. It's fine if you don't appreciate it, but you still dare to throw a tantrum at me. You really don't know what's good for you. How could the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning not be dissatisfied with the Grandmaster of Heaven? The Grandmaster of Heaven thought that after you slapped my face, you still want me to understand you. If I tolerate this, I won't be able to survive in the primordial world in the future. Therefore, he exploded and fell out with the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning on the spot. After hearing the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's words, the Grand Pure One could not help but fall silent. If the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning could think of the Grandmaster of Heaven's current situation, he could naturally think of it too. Therefore, when the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning wanted the disciples of the Jia school to be on the God role, he chose to remain silent. Since his younger brother could not do it, he would let his older brothers do it. They would help the Grandmaster of Heaven get rid of those disciples with deep roots and return peace to the Jia school of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. However, the Grand Pure One, who had tacitly agreed to the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's plan, did not expect him to be so unreliable. At the same time, he did not expect the Grandmaster of Heaven to have such a huge reaction and fall out with the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. It was supposed to be a matter of brotherhood. However, under the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's manipulation, it had turned into a scene of brothers quarreling. The Grand Pure One was quite tired. However, he could not blame the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. After all, although the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had some selfish motives, his starting point was for the good of the Grandmaster of Heaven. No, it was because of this selfishness that the matter had developed into the current situation. At the thought of this, the Grand Pure One felt even more tired. Forget it. With third brother's current attitude, I don't think he will listen to the poor way. Then I'll explain to him in the future. The Grand Pure One sighed and said helplessly. Then, he turned to the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and said, on the other hand, second brother, can you pay attention to the way you speak in the future? Don't be so aggressive. He wanted to say something unpleasant, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was a little harsh, so he changed his words. Yes. Hearing that, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's mouth twitched, but he did not say anything. Next, the two of them looked at each other without saying anything and returned to their respective dojos. On the other hand, after Feng Zichen returned to the boundless starry sky, he immediately began to make arrangements. First, he sent the Black Tortoise and Luo Shui into reincarnation. This immortal god calamity might be a killing calamity to others, but to this Black Tortoise, it was a huge opportunity. With his status and merit, he would definitely not die in the calamity. The Heavenly Tao would not allow such a situation to happen. If he could not die in the calamity, he would undoubtedly be able to reap enough benefits. He believed that after experiencing the baptism of this killing calamity, the Black Tortoise would definitely undergo a shocking transformation. After sending the Black Tortoise into reincarnation, Feng Zichen looked at the Gaochen Heavenly Palace. There, the Gaochen Emperor was in a deep sleep, waiting for the opportunity to return. In today's world, the immortal god calamity was about to arrive, and the human race would also encounter unprecedented changes. Wasn't this the opportunity for the Gaochen Emperor to return? With a thought, Feng Zichen's will left the Emperor's star and descended into the Gaochen Heavenly Palace. Dong, dong, dong. In the depths of the palace, an incomparably sacred Khanate Taoist embryo could be seen wandering in the sea of incense and willpower, still beating by itself. With every beat, heaven and earth would resonate and intertwine with countless laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, during this process, the origin of heaven and earth appeared and poured into the Khanate Taoist embryo endlessly, as if accelerating its growth. In addition, the origin of the Gaochen star, the origin of the power of incense and willpower, as well as the majestic power that belonged to the human Tao, were also absorbed by the Khanate Taoist embryo as it beat. Heaven and earth, human Tao, Gaochen star, so many powerful forces appeared at the same time just to provide power for the Khanate Taoist embryo to help it grow. In that case, the identity of the natural Taoist fetus was obvious. Feng Zichen, the heavenly emperor of supreme polarity of the West. Only he could enjoy such luxurious treatment. Heaven and earth spontaneously provided him with the origin of heaven and earth to help him revive. Even the human Tao, which had always been ethereal, gave him power to support him. It's about time. Feng Zichen could not help but say when he felt the great power contained in the Khanate Taoist embryo. Of course, the so-called about time did not mean that the Gaochen emperor had accumulated enough power to revive him. Instead, it meant that the current power was almost enough to restore the Gaochen emperor's intelligence. It had only been tens of thousands of years since the Gaochen emperor's fall. Even with the help of heaven and earth and the human Tao, it was impossible for him to accumulate enough power to revive him in such a short time. If primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian could be revived so easily, they would not be so afraid of death. The more powerful an existence was, the harder it was to truly kill them. At the same time, once they fell, it was even more difficult for them to return and recover to their peak. However, this was obviously not applicable to Feng Zichen. This was because his providence was too strong. In the Eldritch world, providence was really a good thing. As long as one had enough providence, they could almost do whatever they wanted. Feng Zichen's providence, how should he describe it? Putting aside his identity, just the Gaochen emperor's alias was enough. It could be said that he was the alias with the most karma of heaven and earth. The great Taoist priests, the post-celestial Tao ancestor, the human Tao emperor, the celestial demon Tao ancestor, the Khanate sword ancestor, the martial Tao ancestor, the Gaochen emperor, the incense divine Tao ancestor. With so many karma of heaven and earth, one could imagine how strong the Gaochen emperor's providence was. Even if he was not the first in the Eldritch world, he was still able to squeeze into the top 10. Even with the identity of the great Emperor Ziwei, who controlled the entire boundless starry sky, his providence might not be as strong as the Gaochen emperor's. Why did heaven and earth love the Gaochen emperor so much that it did not hesitate to use its origin to revive him? The reason was that he had enough identities and sufficient providence. Fellow Taoist, it's time to wake up. Standing in front of the Khanate Tao embryo, Feng Zichen said softly. Following it, a great will was awakened in the Tao fetus. In a trance, an illusory image appeared above the Khanate Tao embryo. Greetings to me. After waking up from the silence, the Gaochen emperor opened his eyes and said to Feng Zichen, who was in front of him, Fellow Taoist, it's time for you to go. Without standing on ceremony with the Gaochen emperor, Feng Zichen said straightforwardly. In fact, there was no need to stand on ceremony. After all, they were one. There was no need to stand on ceremony. It was strange for him to be polite to himself. It was even stranger than him speaking to himself. I already know. Don't worry. The two of them were telepathically connected. Without needing Feng Zichen to say his plan, the Gaochen emperor naturally understood his plan. Okay. Then fellow Taoists, go ahead. As they spoke, Feng Zichen took out a streak of imperial purple qi and sent it into the Gaochen emperor's body. This streak of imperial purple qi was the first streak of imperial purple qi nurtured by the emperor star. It could be said that it had existed since the beginning of the world. It was the purest emperor Tao origin. Its power could be said to be shockingly great. With this streak of imperial purple qi, not to mention the human emperor, he could even compete with the heavenly emperor. Back when the real spirits of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were nurtured, Feng Zichen was reluctant to use this streak of imperial purple qi. Now that it was his turn, he was going to use this streak of imperial purple qi. In this life, it was his turn to compete for the position of the human emperor. That's right. The reason why Feng Zichen woke up the Gaochen emperor was to let him reincarnate as a human and compete for the position of the human emperor. This was to prepare for the immortal god Calamity in the future. Once the immortal god Calamity was activated, it would definitely happen in the era that he ruled. In this way, Feng Zichen was confident that the immortal god Calamity would happen according to his rhythm. Since he was going to be reincarnated, Feng Zichen would definitely not treat him unfairly. Everything had to be prepared to the best. The scale and extravagance would definitely be greater than the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors combined. If not, it would not be enough to show his nobility. After giving the imperial purple qi to the Gaochen emperor, Feng Zichen was still worried. After giving him the 10,000 spirit crown and the human Tao emperor seal, he nodded his head in satisfaction. Chapter 722. Since ancient times, the North Star was the first to be born with 2 innate cardinal treasures. After arranging everything, Feng Zichen prepared to send the North Star's incarnation into the cycle of reincarnation. The North Star's goal in reincarnation was to become the human emperor and secretly lead the process of the investiture of the gods. It would be a great opportunity to take down the Western sect. Since that was the case, it had to be done secretly so that no one would discover it in advance. At the very least, before the North Star's reincarnation became the human emperor, no one could discover his true identity. For this reason, the North Star's reincarnation could not start from the 6 paths of reincarnation. A special reincarnation passage had to be opened for him. With a thought, the Hongming Daozhong appeared in Feng Zichen's hand. Open! Feng Zichen raised the Hongming Daozhong and knocked on the void. Suddenly, boundless primordial qi descended and surged continuously in the void. In the end, it formed an incomparably deep passageway. No one knew where it led to, but it was surrounded by dense reincarnation power. This was the reincarnation passage that Feng Zichen opened with the Hongming power. Feng Zichen was proficient in the path of reincarnation. In addition, the Hongming power had the ability to evolve all kinds of powers. With the 2 of them working together, they could definitely hide from the perception of others and open up a reincarnation passage that could allow an existence like the North Star to pass through. The primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian was simply too powerful. Every move of his was like the might of the heavens. If such an existence reincarnated, the commotion it caused would definitely alarm the entire eldritch world. Even if he wanted to hide it, it would be extremely difficult. Only Feng Zichen, who had a large number of innate cardinal treasures and the support of the boundless starry sky, was confident that he could completely conceal the phenomenon of the North Star's reincarnation. Deity, I'll take my leave. Seeing the reincarnation passage appear, the North Star Emperor did not hesitate. He nodded at Feng Zichen and walked over. Whoosh! The illusionary figure of the North Star Emperor and the innate Tao embryo behind him turned into a ray of light and entered the reincarnation passage. At the same time, the Zichen sword and the Pantheon painting, which were hanging in the Gaochen Heavenly Palace, seemed to have sensed their master's departure. After swaying for a while, they also flew into the reincarnation passage. Only then did the reincarnation passage slowly close and disappear from the world, as if it had never appeared. The Gaochen is truly amazing this time. Feng Zichen lamented as he looked in the direction where Gaochen disappeared. 2 connate cardinal treasures and 2 supreme-grade connate spiritual treasures. Such treatment was truly hard to find in the world. He really hoped that the birth of the Gaochen would not scare the family that he reincarnated into. East Sea, Golden Turtle Island. The first thing sect leader Tong Tian did when he returned to the Jie sect was to order the Boy of Fire and Water to ring the immortal gathering bell on the highest scale, so as to summon all the disciples of the Jie sect to the main hall of the Jie sect for a meeting. Dang 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 dang. The melodious sound of the bell reverberated in the Eastern Sea for a total of 108 times before it stopped. This time, the disciples of the Chan sect were frightened, and they felt deeply uneasy. The more times the immortal gathering bell was rung, the more serious the matter was. For it to ring 108 times in a row was already the highest scale. This meant that the Jie sect was on the brink of destruction. However, the Jie sect was the orthodoxy of a sage. In this world, who had the power to destroy a sage's orthodoxy? With deep worries, The disciples of the Jia sect put down what they were doing and rushed to the main hall of the Jia sect on Golden Turtle Island with a solemn expression. With the immortal god Calamity, the Jia sect had become the target of public criticism due to the large number of disciples. They were about to be targeted by everyone. In the face of everyone's unfriendly gazes, would the Jia sect not have the power to destroy them? With the calamity right before them, sect leader Tong Tian summoned his disciples. Other than warning them, he also planned to give them some treasures to increase their chances of surviving the calamity. The immortal gathering bell has rung 108 times in a row. It seems like something big has happened to the Jia sect. Opening his eyes, Xianqing could not help but say. The ringing of the immortal gathering bell was so loud that it woke him up from his seclusion. That's right, Xianqing was in seclusion. To be precise, he had been in seclusion ever since he stepped down from the position of the Heavenly Emperor. After careful calculation, it should have been millions of years. During this period, he did not even move, let alone go out. He was no different from a stubborn rock. He was really in seclusion. That was the reason why Jia school gradually became chaotic. One had to know that Xianqing was the celestial lord of the Xian sect who was personally conferred by Tao ancestor Hongjun. He had the power to punish the Xian sect. Once a disciple of the Xian sect did evil in the world, and was discovered by him, he could suppress him or kill him directly without any negative karma. Because of this, with Xianqing in charge of the Jia sect, the disciples of the Jia sect were afraid. Naturally, every one of them was obedient and followed the rules of the Xian sect. However, as Xianqing went into seclusion and did not show up for millions of years, the disciples of the Jia sect were no longer restrained. Naturally, they grew solid and started to do evil. It could only be said that these disciples of the Jia sect should go to the investiture of the gods. Is the investiture of the gods about to start? As Xianqing woke up, he and his original body began to share their memories again. Soon he knew what happened recently. Tisk. It seems that during the time when the poor Wei was in seclusion, the eldritch world was unusually exciting. Xianqing smacked his lips and said with interest. Then his figure gradually became illusory and soon disappeared without a trace. He went to Golden Ao Island. Such a big thing happened in the Jia sect. As the eldest senior brother of the Jia sect, he had to be there. Moreover, if Feng Zichen wanted to cooperate with the Tong Tian sect leader in the future, he would need his help to bridge the gap between the two of them. The people now might not know, but the people of the older generation definitely knew that Xianqing and the North Star Emperor had been good friends since they were young. He vaguely remembered that the two of them were called the two heroes of the eldritch world. No one in the younger generation could be on par with the two of them. Even many of the people of the older generation could not be compared to them. They were really too outstanding. The North Star Emperor opened the way of the sword and created the way of the gods and demons. The 9 heaven immortals established the way of the talisman, and established the currency system of the eldritch world. These were all matters of great merit. Many people could not do it in their entire lives. However, they did it one after another. As a result, for a period of time, their legends were spread everywhere in the eldritch world. The brilliance of the rest of the people, even the Saint Donghuang, was overshadowed by the two of them. It could be said that the younger generation would surpass the older generation. As he thought, Xianqing came to Golden Ao Island in front of the Tongtian sect leader. Xianqing greets master. Xianqing bowed respectfully in front of the Tongtian sect leader. Xianqing, why are you here? Looking at Xianqing, who suddenly appeared in front of him, the Tongtian sect leader's face was full of shock. With his strength, he did not realize how Xianqing appeared in front of him. In his opinion, this was extremely unbelievable. But immediately, the Tongtian sect leader seemed to realize something and looked at Xianqing with his Dharma eye. He was shocked by what he saw. Xianqing, how can your realm be? In the eyes of the Tongtian sect leader, Xianqing's cultivation had already reached the half-step primordial chaos realm. He was only one step away from becoming the carefree primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. After being in seclusion for millions of years, I was lucky to have gained something and my realm was able to increase a little. Xianqing smiled and said modestly. His character setting could not fall. The North Star Emperor, who was as famous as him, had already achieved the Tao for many years. Naturally, he could not fall too far behind. At least, he had to have the cultivation of a half-step primordial chaos realm. This time, after being in seclusion for millions of years, Xianqing's biggest gain was to increase his realm from the middle stage of the Sage-to-Be realm to the half-step primordial chaos realm. He was one of the top great divines in the Eldritch world. In addition, he had cut off all 3 corpses, and they had achieved the same mind. As long as he took them back into his body, he could take another step forward. But it was this step that was difficult for Xianqing. It was difficult to cut off the 3 corpses, but it was even more difficult to take them back. No matter how hard Xianqing tried, he could not perfectly merge the 3 corpses into one. However, he was not in a hurry. At his level, breaking through to become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian was inevitable. It was nothing more than grinding. Slowly grinding, he would eventually grind his cultivation up. Good. Very good. Xianqing, you are indeed the most outstanding disciple of the Xian sect. I see your cultivation. It won't be long before you can achieve the Tao and become an existence on par with me. After being stunned, the Tongtian sect leader was ecstatic. If there was a primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian in his sect, it would be worth it even if the Jie sect was gone. Among all the saints, who could cultivate a primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian like him, having a disciple who was comparable to a sage was a matter of pride no matter where one went. However, when he thought of the Jie sect, the Tongtian sect leader seemed to have thought of something. He was suddenly stunned, and then took a deep look at Xianqing. No one knew what he was thinking. You flatter me. Master, you flatter me. Even though he was praised by the Tongtian sect leader, Xianqing was still as humble as ever. I see that your 3 corpses are unstable. I think you are stuck at the step of merging the 3 corpses. As for how to do this step, I have never experienced it, so I have nothing to teach you. However, when your grandmaster preached in the past, he talked about this. I will sort it out for you later, and you can study it yourself. The Tongtian sect leader was very experienced. He saw the problem that Xianqing encountered at a glance. However, he only cut 2 corpses back then, and did not cut the 3rd one. He did not know much about how to merge the 3 corpses, so he had nothing to teach Xianqing. The only thing that could help him was to give him a piece of enlightenment from the Tao ancestors' preaching. He hoped that he could understand it. Thank you, Master. Hearing this, Xianqing's eyes lit up. The method of cutting the 3 corpses was created by the Tao ancestor. If he could get the Tao ancestors' enlightenment, even if it was just a few words, it would be enough for him to gain something. Just like this, the 2 of them started to communicate. Just as the 2 of them were communicating, the rest of the disciples of the Jie school also arrived one after another. The first to arrive was Taoist Duo Bao. After him were the true disciples of the incongruence Divine Mother. Next were the inner disciples like Zhao Gongming and the 3 Shao Immortals. Seeing that everyone gradually arrived, Xianqing and the Tongtian sect leader consciously stopped communicating. After all the disciples of the Jie school had arrived, the Tongtian sect leader first told the disciples about the immortal god Calamity. Then, after the disciples recovered from their shock, he distributed the Khanate spirit treasures in his hand. Then he told everyone to cultivate in peace so that when the immortal god Calamity came, they would have a better chance of survival. Until then, things were very normal. But when it was over, the Tongtian sect leader suddenly changed the topic to Xianqing. Xianqing, this calamity is the postnatal calamity. It is also the calamity of the Jie school and the Chan school. You obtained the Tao from the Khanate realm, so this calamity has nothing to do with you. Therefore, you don't have to participate in this immortal god calamity. During the calamity, you can cultivate in seclusion and hope to achieve the Tao as soon as possible. Looking at Xianqing, the Tongtian sect leader suddenly said. Hearing that, Xianqing was stunned. What was the meaning of not letting him participate in this calamity? What did he mean by he obtained the Tao from the Khanate realm? Didn't Duo Bao also obtain the Tao from the Khanate realm? Why could he participate, but not him? This reason was completely unconvincing. Moreover, the god conferment tribulation was such a big matter, but he, the eldest senior brother of the Jie school, could not participate. What was the reason? Master, what do you mean? Junior brother also obtained the Tao from the Khanate realm. Why can he participate in this calamity, but I can't? Xianqing asked directly with doubts in his heart. Because Duobao is a disciple of the Jie school, but you are not. Therefore, he can participate in this calamity but you can't. The Tongtian sect leader frowned and explained. What? Eldest senior brother is not a disciple of the Jie school? As soon as the Tongtian sect leader said that, the disciples of the Jie school were shocked, and their faces were filled with disbelief. How could eldest senior brother not be a disciple of the Jie school? But Shizhuan wouldn't lie. Once the saint opened his mouth, it was the truth. If he said that Xianqing was not a disciple of the Jie school, then he was not a disciple of the Jie school. But how was that possible? Could it be for a moment? The disciples of the Jie school could not help but have a bold guess in their hearts. Could it be that eldest senior brother had angered master, and was expelled by him? Indeed, if someone who did not know heard the Tongtian sect leader's words, they would have the same thoughts as the disciples of the Jie school. However, as the person involved, Xianqing suddenly realized something after the Tongtian sect leader finished speaking. He was indeed not a disciple of the Jie school, nor was he the eldest senior brother of the Jie school. From the beginning, the eldest senior brother of the Jie school had always been Duobao, not Xianqing. Everyone called him eldest senior brother because he was the first disciple of the three pure ones, the eldest disciple of the Xian sect. When Xianqing became a disciple of the Tongtian sect, he entered the Xian sect, not the Jie school. Because at that time, the Tongtian sect leader had not become a saint yet, so how could there be a Jie school? After that, the Tongtian sect leader established the Jie school and became a saint. He included the disciples he had accepted previously, Duobao, the goddess of fire spirit, and the others as direct disciples. Chapter 723. As for Xianqing, he was not included in the Jie school because he had the inheritance of the three pure ones. He still considered himself a disciple of the Xian sect. Xianqing was the disciple of the Grand Master of Heaven, but he was actually a common disciple of the three pure ones. They had taught him together. Such an awkward identity was indeed not suitable to be included in the Jie school. Back then, the Grand Master of Heaven had considered this point. That was why he did not pull Xianqing in when he established the Jie school. Since he was not a disciple of the Jie school, Xianqing had no reason to interfere in the battle between the Jie school and the Chan school. The disciples of the Jie school were Xianqing's junior brothers, but the disciples of the Chan school were also his junior brothers. Master this. After coming back to his senses, Xianqing still looked at the Grand Master of Heaven in confusion. Although it made sense to reject him because he was not a disciple of the Jie school, it was still a little far-fetched. Xianqing could not be a disciple of the Jie school, but he was definitely a disciple of the Grand Master of Heaven. Even if he could not fight for the Jie school, he could fight on behalf of his master. Moreover, with Xianqing's strength, if he interfered in the immortal god-killing tribulation, the Jie school would definitely win. Unless the saint interfered, Xianqing could kill the three sects alone. Since that was the case, the Grand Master of Heaven still did not let him interfere in this killing tribulation. Obviously, he had some difficulties. Thinking of this, Xianqing looked up at the Grand Master of Heaven. What he saw was the Grand Master of Heaven's eager gaze. In a trance, Xianqing seemed to understand why the Grand Master of Heaven did not let him participate in the battle. The Grand Master of Heaven wanted to use this opportunity to completely draw the line between him and the Jie school, so that he could be free of worries and devote himself to cultivation, so that he could achieve the Tao as soon as possible and cultivate the primordial chaos Tao fruit. How could the Grand Master of Heaven not know the benefits of letting Xianqing and the Jie school participate in the battle? Of course he knew. However, he also knew that Xianqing was not suitable to be involved with the Jie school at this moment. The Grand Master of Heaven knew what the Jie school was like now. Even he was implicated, causing the progress of his cultivation to be abnormally slow. If Xianqing was involved in the Jie school, he would probably not have the chance to break through to the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. In order to break through the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, one had to first transcend the primordial chaos. If Xianqing was tainted with karma because of the Jie school, how could he break through? Seeing that a primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian was about to be born in his sect, how could sect leader Tongtian delay his best disciple for the sake of the broken ship of the Jie sect? If Jie school was gone, it could be rebuilt. On the contrary, if Xianqing was gone, it would be difficult to cultivate another disciple like him. Furthermore, if Xianqing could successfully break through to become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, then Jie school would be gone. It would not be a big deal. He, the Grandmaster of Heaven, could still hold his head high in front of his fellow Taoists with the help of Xianqing. After all, he had cultivated a primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Alas! Yes, master. Xianqing obeys. Seeing sect leader Tongtian like this, Xianqing knew that he was determined not to let him participate in this great calamity. Therefore, Xianqing did not force him and directly accepted the order. Sect leader Tongtian's idea was quite good, but once the killing calamity started, even the saints could not help themselves, let alone Xianqing. His involvement with the three pure ones was so deep that he could not avoid this immortal god-killing calamity, no matter what. He had to enter the calamity and even die. This immortal god-killing calamity might be the opportunity for Xianqing to cut off the karma between him and the three pure ones. If he entered the calamity and died, his body would turn into ashes. He came and left cleanly. In this way, when Xianqing returned, it would be the time for him to become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. However, before Xianqing died, he still had to repay his master's kindness. Sect leader Tongtian was worthy of his master's name. Xianqing naturally had to repay his master's kindness. Then, he would do his best to preserve a trace of inheritance for the Jie school. Not to mention other things, he could ignore the outer and inner disciples, but those personal disciples must be protected. In this way, Xianqing could die without any worries. Okay. Go back and cultivate in seclusion first. I will handle the matters of the Jie school. You don't have to share the burden. Seeing that Xianqing understood his painstaking efforts, sect leader Tongtian nodded with satisfaction. After that, sect leader Tongtian dismissed many disciples and asked them to rush back to their cave residences and focus on refining magic treasures to wait for the immortal god-killing calamity. The immortal god-killing calamity was about to arrive, and the boundless killing aura began to gradually spread between heaven and earth. When it completely covered the untainted land, it meant that the immortal god-killing calamity had taken shape, and it was time to erupt. At that time, the immortal god-killing calamity would completely erupt and sweep across the whole untainted land, affecting all the living beings who practiced the acquired path. It should be known that in the immortal god-killing calamity, not only the disciples of the three religious sects had to go through the calamity, but also countless living beings who practiced the acquired path. However, compared to the disciples of the three religious sects, their treatment was much worse. The disciples of the three religious sects at least had the investiture of the gods as a guarantee. If they died, except for a few unlucky ones, most of them could enter the investiture of the gods to survive. However, if those ordinary cultivators died, unless they made great contributions or were lucky enough to enter the investiture of the gods, they would die. As for the rest, if they died, they would really die. Their souls would enter the netherworld to be reincarnated, or completely turn into ashes and fly away. There was no other way. After all, the master of the three religious sects was a sage. With such a powerful background, naturally, they would receive treatment that others did not have. The privileged class had always existed. Since ancient times, it had always been like this. However, compared to the mortal society, the mythical world was more cruel. As the tribulation aura spread, more and more cultivators in the untainted land sensed the impending killing calamity, because when they were meditating, they could occasionally see that the untainted land was filled with a layer of blood. That blood-red color was formed by killing intent. It was a boundless killing intent that stretched as far as the eye could see. Wasn't such a strange phenomenon a sign of the impending killing calamity? For a moment, a tense atmosphere spread in the untainted land. While the three religious sects were constantly moving and everyone was in a state of anxiety, the netherworld, which was isolated from the world and almost forgotten, also had some movements at this moment. Fengdu City, Netherworld. At this moment, the powerhouses of the Netherworld were gathered here to discuss a major event that could change the current situation of the untainted land. Fellow Taoists, I think you all have a premonition that the next calamity of the untainted land is coming. On the main seat, the ghost emperor of Fengdu looked at the people below and said slowly. Below him were all famous big shots of the untainted land. For example, ancestral shaman Xianming, patriarch Nether River of the Blood Sea, and other top great divine abilities of the untainted land. Even goddess Hutu had left the reincarnation palace and rushed here personally to participate in this gathering. I did sense it. This calamity is called the Immortal God Calamity. It seems to be caused by the backlash of the Khanate Myriad Tao. It's a calamity specially targeted at the three religious sects. However, it doesn't matter. The Netherworld is located in a remote corner and has not cared about worldly affairs for many years. No matter how powerful this immortal god calamity is, it won't affect this place. As soon as the ghost emperor of Fengdu finished speaking, Patriarch Nether River, who was sitting below him, said. However, judging from his attitude, he clearly did not care too much about this calamity. When the rest of the people heard this, they nodded their heads in agreement. Just as Patriarch Nether River said, the Netherworld was located in a remote corner. Since its birth, no calamity of the world had affected this place except for the Chaos Demon God Calamity. Moreover, the Netherworld also had the protection of the most powerful Dharma treasure in the untainted land, the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Six Paths of Reincarnation Disc. Even if a calamity of the world affected this place, it would not be able to escape the suppression of the Six Paths of Reincarnation Disc. As such, they naturally had an indifferent attitude towards the impending apocalypse of heaven and earth. However, such an outcome was obviously not what the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu wanted to see. Therefore he frowned and said, Fellow Taoist Nether River, you're wrong. How can the eruption of this calamity of the world have nothing to do with the Nether World? You should know that every time the calamity of the world erupts, countless living beings will be affected and die tragically in the calamity. And after they die, they will come to the Nether World. They will either be reincarnated and start all over again, or they will stay in the Nether World and become a member of our world. So, how can you say that it has nothing to do with the Nether World? Every time the calamity of the world erupted, the Nether World would be in chaos for a period of time. Moreover, after these ghosts were reincarnated, the population and strength of the Nether World would welcome an explosive growth. Countless ghosts entering the Netherworld would definitely affect the order of the Een Court. Therefore, the Netherworld would inevitably be in chaos for a period of time. Order would only be slowly restored after all these ghosts were sent into the cycle of reincarnation. As for why the population and strength would increase, it was even simpler. In this world, not everyone was willing to be reincarnated. Those who were unwilling to be reincarnated would naturally choose to stay in the Netherworld and cultivate the Ghost Tao in order to attain the Great Tao again. In this way, the strength and population of the Netherworld would naturally welcome an explosive growth. So what? Hasn't it always been like this in the past? Could it be that this calamity is different from the past? Or does fellow Taoist Fengdu have some ideas? Hearing this, Xianming asked curiously. He heard another meaning from the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu's words. Otherwise, why would he talk about things that he was used to? Indeed, this calamity is different from the past. As far as I know, when the saints were discussing in the Purple Cloud Palace, the Tao ancestor gave the heavenly book Investiture of the Gods to Hao Tian. The Investiture of the Gods has the power of the gods. As long as one writes their name on it, when they die, they can be resurrected on the list and obtain the power of immortality and indestructibility. Of course, those who are on the list are not without a price. From then on, they will lose their freedom and will be controlled by the list master. The Tao ancestor used this method to select war generals for the heavenly court to expand the strength of the heavenly court. Faced with Xianming's doubts, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu told him the information he had obtained. Then fellow Taoist Fengdu means. Hearing this, Xianming and Patriarch Nether River seemed to have guessed and asked at the same time. That's right. I want to imitate the investiture of the gods, and create a ghost investiture of the gods and ghosts in the world to strengthen the strength of the Yin court. Nodding, the ghost emperor of Fengdu said in an excited tone. If the heavenly court could confer gods, the Yin court could naturally do the same. However, the heavenly court conferred righteous gods, while the Yin court conferred ghostly gods. One managed the living and the other managed the dead. This method sounds feasible. But the heavenly book investiture of the gods is a supreme-grade connate numinous treasure. With our strength, I'm afraid it's difficult to refine it. The ghost emperor of Fengdu's method sounded very good. But how could a supreme-grade connate numinous treasure be easy to refine? Not to mention the problem of materials, just refining a connate numinous treasure was difficult for them. Apart from the cauldron of heaven and earth in Yua's hands, they had never heard of anyone who could refine a connate numinous treasure. Haha. Fellow Taoist Xianming, you don't have to worry about refining a connate numinous treasure. You've underestimated the power of a chaos treasure. I believe that as long as Goddess Hutu is willing to help, it won't be difficult to refine a supreme-grade connate numinous treasure. Hearing Ancestral Witch Xianming's worry, the ghost emperor of Fengdu laughed and turned to look at Goddess Hutu. At the same time, Ancestral Witch Xianming also looked at Goddess Hutu with a puzzled expression, as if he wanted to verify the authenticity of the ghost emperor of Fengdu's words. Indeed, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc can refine connate numinous treasures. Nodding, Hutu confirmed that what the ghost emperor of Fengdu said was true. The 6 paths of reincarnation disc did have the ability to refine connate numinous treasures. In fact, as long as there were enough materials, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc could even refine connate numinous treasures, let alone supreme-grade connate numinous treasures. One had to know that the 6 paths of reincarnation disc was a chaos treasure. And what was a chaos treasure? It was an existence that stood at the peak of all Dharma treasures. It was equivalent to the Pangu of cultivators. It was the peak that all Dharma treasures could not surpass. In the vast world, there were only 4 chaos treasures. Each of them was accompanied by countless legends, and their power was beyond imagination. Such a Dharma treasure already had the ability to nurture connate numinous treasures, and even connate numinous treasures, let alone refine connate numinous treasures. As long as the 6 paths of reincarnation disc was given enough time, it would definitely be able to nurture connate numinous treasures, or even connate numinous treasures with the reincarnation attribute. However, this time was a little long. At this moment, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc had already nurtured a connate numinous treasure embryo. As long as Hutu could remain calm and not touch it, it would definitely be a powerful numinous treasure in the future. Although the 6 paths of reincarnation disc can refine connate numinous treasures, it can't be refined out of thin air. So, I wonder what kind of heavenly treasures have you prepared to refine the ghost sealing roll? After confirming the ghost emperor of Fengdu's words, Goddess Hutu continued to ask. Supreme-grade connate numinous treasures were rare, but the heavenly treasures to refine them were even rarer. Especially for a Dharma treasure like the ghost sealing roll, whose purpose had been determined in advance, it was even more difficult to refine. The heavenly treasures needed to refine it were undoubtedly very precious and abnormally difficult to find. You don't have to worry about this, goddess. Since Fengdu dared to suggest this idea, he naturally has already made preparations. Goddess Hutu smiled confidently. Chapter 724. Oh, what is it? Everyone's curiosity was piqued. Take a look. As he spoke, the ghost emperor flipped his hand, and 2 broken Dharma treasures appeared in his palm. Everyone looked over, and saw that it was a few pieces of paper and a broken flag. Those few pieces of paper should be a book-type Dharma treasure. No one knew what hit it, but it was completely broken. Only a few pages were left hanging, and they could barely make out the shape of a book. The tattered flag was in an even more miserable state. The flag had completely disappeared, leaving only a bare flagpole. Even so, it did not affect their strength at all. Everyone could feel an extremely powerful aura from the 2 broken Dharma treasures from afar. The aura was as strong as a superior-grade connate spiritual treasure. It might even be stronger. Everyone was a little moved when they saw the two items. They were already broken to such a state, but the aura they emitted was not weaker than a superior-grade connate spiritual treasure. How powerful were they before they were broken? A supreme-grade connate spiritual treasure would definitely not be able to do that. It had to be at least a connate cardinal treasure. These two treasures are fragments of the Chaos Spiritual Treasure Netherworld Treasure Record and the Underworld Banner. In the past, when the Chaos Demon God tribulation had just erupted, I had a conflict with the two demon gods who had rushed out from the depths of the 9 underworlds, the Netherworld Demon God and the Underworld Demon God. In the Great Battle, in order to force the two of them to retreat as soon as possible, I used the power of the Netherworld Realm's origin to forcefully break the Dharma treasures in their hands, forcing them to leave. And this Dharma treasure fragment in my hand was obtained at that time. Faced with everyone's doubts, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu explained the origin of the two Dharma treasures. I see. Hearing this, everyone had a look of realization on their faces. Obviously, they all had an impression of that great battle, but they did not expect the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu to have such a harvest. The names of the Netherworld Demon God and the Netherworld Demon God are obvious. They must be related to the Netherworld realm. In fact, that is the case. The reason why the Netherworld realm could be born, other than the nurturing of the origin of the earth, was because it had merged with the origin of many chaos demon gods. The Netherworld Demon God and the Netherworld Demon God are one of them. Therefore, the Tao of these two devil gods is the most compatible with the Nether realm. By the same logic, their accompanying spirit treasures are also spirit treasures that are most compatible with the Nether realm. If we use its fragments to refine the ghost sealing roll and the ghost beating whip, the two treasures that we refine will definitely become important treasures of the Nether realm. They will have the ability to suppress the fortune of an entire realm. Placing the Chaos Spiritual Treasure fragment in front of everyone, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu slowly explained his plan. The Netherworld Treasure Record was a chaotic spirit treasure that was born from the Netherworld's Grand Tao, and it could be said to be innately capable of carrying the karmic luck of the Netherworld. Using its fragments to refine the ghost sealing list, even if the resulting treasure was not as good as the Heavenly Book's investiture of the gods, it would not be much weaker. On the other hand, the Nether Spring Banner was a chaotic spirit treasure that was born from the Nether Spring Grand Tao, and it complemented the Netherworld Treasure Record, so it was most suitable to refine the ghost beating whip. The combination of the two happened to be a complete ghost sealing supreme treasure, which was no different from the god sealing supreme treasure. You're right. Seeing that the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu was so well prepared, everyone nodded in agreement. They had no choice but to agree. Since the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu was so well prepared, it was obvious that he had a plan. At this time, unless they planned to fall out with him, they could not refuse at all. Refusing would not shake the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu's determination. It would only make them stand on the opposite side of him and become his target. In this way, everyone was very clear in their hearts about what to choose. Moreover, once the ghost sealing matter was completed, the origin of the Netherworld would definitely be strengthened. Then they, the rulers of the Netherworld, would also obtain a lot of benefits. Since that was the case, why would they refuse? Fellow Taoist, I'll take my leave first. I'll try to refine the ghost sealing list and the ghost beating whip before the immortal god Calamity erupts. After Goddess Hutu reached out and took away the two chaos spiritual treasure fragments, she said to the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu, "Thank you, Goddess." Seeing this, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu hurriedly thanked her. "It's fine." Shaking her head, Goddess Hutu left. After he left, the crowd also took their leave. The great era is about to arrive. Looking at the backs of everyone, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu said faintly, once the ghost sealing list was completed, he would hang it in front of the gate of hell when the immortal god Calamity erupted. He would take in the souls of the dead who were fated with the Netherworld, and complete the great cause of sealing the 10,000 ghosts. At that time, Lizai would come. The god sealing list was hanging on the southern heavenly gate of the heaven realm, and the ghost sealing list was hanging on the gate of hell of the Netherworld. It would be strange if they did not fight. With the outbreak of the immortal god calamity, if a cultivator really died, would his soul enter the god sealing list or the ghost sealing list? Those cultivators who had already left their names on the god sealing list would definitely have their souls enter the god sealing list after they died. However, those who were not on the god sealing list would face a difficult choice after they died. Should they go up to the sky to become a heavenly god, or go down to become a god? Oh, no. They had no choice. Since they were already dead, they had no right to choose. Which list to enter depended on which of the two lists was more powerful. Whoever was stronger and whose methods were more brilliant would be able to pull more people into the list. As for those dead cultivators, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, allowing the two lists to choose. However, no matter which of the two lists was stronger or weaker, the appearance of the ghost sealing list would always take away some of the candidates who belonged to the god sealing list, causing the pressure on the god sealing list to increase greatly. At the same time, this also caused the competition in the immortal god calamity to become even more intense. In the past, 365 people could fill the god sealing list. However, with the appearance of the ghost sealing list, this number would at least double. This undoubtedly caused the three sects, who were already under a lot of pressure, to feel even more pressure. In other words, the three sects could not afford this loss at all. 365 people. By sacrificing the Jie school, the three sects could barely gather enough people for him. However, if this number doubled, although the three sects could gather enough people, the price they would have to pay would be too great. It would even shake the foundation of the entire immortal Tao. Not everyone was qualified to be listed on the investiture of the gods. Those with deep negative karma, even if they were from the three sects, would not be able to enter the god sealing list. If they died, they would really die. Only those with good fortune were qualified to be on the list. Thus, even though the god bestowment list only required 365 people, it was unknown how many people would have to die in order to gather all 365 people. If this number were to double, then most of the new heavenly immortal Tao cultivators would probably be killed. In this way, how could the foundation of the immortal Tao not be shaken? However, this was not the end. According to Feng Zichen's plan, not only did the heavenly court and the Yin court have to become gods, but the human world also had to become gods. One had to know that in addition to the god sealing list and the ghost sealing list, there was also a divine Tao treasure called the myriad god painting in this world. And this treasure was in the hands of the North Star Emperor. Now he carried this treasure and reincarnated into the human world, wanting to unveil the prelude of the human world's god sealing list. Now there was the god sealing list in the heavenly realm, the ghost sealing list in the nether realm, and the myriad god painting in the human world. When the immortal god calamity broke out, the three realms of heaven, earth, and man would unveil the god sealing list together. That scene would definitely be spectacular. The entire untainted land would be shaken because of it, and the saints would go crazy because of it. The ghost sealing roll was already enough for them. If they were to add the god sealing roll to it, it would not only shake their foundation but also destroy their foundation. In order to protect the immortal Tao, the three pure ones would definitely expand the scale of the immortal god calamity without leaving any leeway, so that more forces would be involved in this calamity and reduce the pressure on the three sections. This was the only way. The three realms would unveil the god sealing list together, so the disciples of the three sects would definitely not be enough. The forces of the three realms would have to enter the calamity together to complete this calamity. Under Feng Zichen's plan, this god-sealing calamity might not be the biggest calamity in the untainted land, but it would definitely affect the widest and most. All the forces of the three realms would be involved in this calamity. All living beings and countless cultivators, unless they had merit, would have to walk into the killing tribulation to end their own karma. They would either escape the calamity or die on the list. As for those with deep karma, they were destined to be turned into ashes in this great calamity and vanish into thin air. The heaven, earth, and mortal realms were all conferred gods at the same time. The scale of this investiture of the gods' cataclysm was absolutely unprecedented. Ever since the Lady of Earth entered the 6 paths of reincarnation to refine the ghost sealing list and the ghost striking whip, The netherworld realm returned to peace. Everyone returned to their respective cave residences and cultivated as usual. It was as if nothing had happened before. It was the same in the heaven realm. After the great Emperor Ziwei and the Jade Emperor returned from the Purple Cloud Palace, they had been living in seclusion and did not show any signs of nervousness in the face of the great calamity. It was as if the calamity did not exist. It was a sharp contrast to the immortals who were worried because of the calamity. Just as the heaven realm and the netherworld realm fell into a strange silence, the human realm, which had been peaceful for many years, was in turmoil. Rumble. On this day, the destiny of the human race, which had not changed for a long time, suddenly became restless. It manifested the image of a five-colored torch flame and stirred up the entire river of destiny. Affected by this, the destiny of the Shang dynasty also became turbulent. In the sky above Shangdu, a huge Xian bird suddenly appeared and circled above the royal city, crying out continuously. Such a change naturally alarmed the human king in the Shang dynasty's royal palace. At that time, the human king, Di Jia, walked out of the palace with a solemn expression and looked in the direction of the Xian bird above his head. How could this be? Why would the Xian bird appear for no reason? In recent years, nothing major has happened in the Shang dynasty. Looking at the Xian bird that suddenly appeared, Di Jia's eyes were filled with doubt. There was a saying that the Xian bird of destiny descended and gave birth to Shang. The Xian bird was the totem of the Shang dynasty. At the same time, it was the manifestation of its destiny in the human realm. Since it was formed by destiny, it naturally would not appear unless something major happened. Every time the Xian bird appeared, it meant that something major had happened. However, no matter how Di Jia thought about it, he could not think of anything major that had happened in the Shang dynasty recently. While he was puzzled, Di Jia secretly used a secret technique and communicated with the Xian bird. Xian bird, did something major happen? A dignified voice came from Di Jia's mouth and resounded in the Xian bird's heart. However, something that shocked Di Jia happened. Although he had communicated with the Xian bird did not give an answer to his question. Instead, through the connection, it transmitted an extremely fearful emotion. It was as if some great existence was about to descend, causing the Xian bird to feel fear from the bottom of its heart and want to submit. At that moment, Di Jia only felt that it was extremely ridiculous. The Xian bird was formed by the destiny of the Shang dynasty. Its strength was comparable to that of a great perfection quasi-saint expert. Even if a saint personally came, at most, it would be fearful and not submit. The Xian bird's behavior was like something out of a fairy tale. However, while he felt that it was ridiculous, Di Jia could not help but feel curious. Just what kind of existence could make the Xian bird submit? That was something that even a saint could not do. Di Jia's doubts didn't last long. Soon, the answer he wanted appeared before him. Rumble. In the sky above the royal capital, endless five-colored flames suddenly appeared, burning through the entire void. Then, he saw the faint silhouette of a vast river behind the void. That was the River of Destiny, the most mysterious place in the untainted land. After the River of Destiny appeared, the five-colored brilliance became even more resplendent. Like the sun, it hung above the royal capital. At that moment, the Xian bird formed by the destiny of the Shang dynasty had already folded its wings. Like a mortal, it knelt in the void and bowed in worship in the direction of the five-colored brilliance, as if it was welcoming the arrival of some supreme existence. Seeing this scene, the human king Di Jia finally felt fear. Just as he was about to move, he saw an unfathomable majesty suddenly spread out. In an instant, that terrifying majesty pressed down on Di Jia and forced him to kneel on the ground. Even someone as strong as the human king could not summon any strength to resist in front of this majesty. He could only submit, and that was the only way. Rumble. As if the sky was collapsing, the space shattered in an instant. A ball of resplendent Xianhua accompanied by five-colored light appeared before Di Jia's eyes. This is Xianhua? Slightly stunned, Di Jia recognized the origin of the Xianhua before him. It was the manifestation of the destiny of the human race. No wonder the Xian bird submitted. Compared to Xianhua, it was not worth mentioning. The Xian bird was formed by the destiny of the Shang dynasty. However, Xianhua represented the destiny of the entire human race. The difference between them was clear at a glance. The Xian bird itself was just a part of Xianhua. Ever since Xia Qi changed the world to a family world, the destiny of the human kings was no longer represented by Xianhua. Instead, it was represented by their respective totems. Chapter 725. That was because neither Xia nor Shang could represent the entire human race. Therefore, Xianhua left them. And in this world, the only ones who could use Xianhua as a symbol were the legendary 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and King of Great Yu. Could it be that they had descended? Looking at Xianhua in front of him, Dijia could not help but have a bold guess. Unfortunately, he guessed wrong, and it was a big mistake. That was not Xianhua formed by the destiny of the human race, but the manifestation of Feng Zichen's destiny. With Dijia's shallow knowledge, he did not know that other than the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, there was another person who could use Xianhua as a symbol. That was Feng Zi, the human race's Saint Emperor Feng Zichen. He was really too ancient, so ancient that the world had almost forgotten him. Feng Zichen attained the Tao in the primordial era, and he had already become the human emperor before the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors. He was the first human emperor of the human race, and at the same time, the greatest human emperor. He had single-handedly created the glory of the primordial human race. Feng Zichen's greatness not only allowed him to use Xianhua as a symbol, but even his own destiny was also manifested in the image of Xianhua. In other words, the reason why the destiny of the human race was in the image of Xianhua was because he had once imprinted the image of his own destiny on the destiny of the human race. The destiny of the human race was the manifestation of his destiny. As such, the two were naturally identical. When Dijia saw Xianhua, his first reaction was that the destiny of the human race had manifested. In fact, that was not the case. It was the result of Feng Zichen's destiny manifesting. The two were exactly the same, so he naturally could not tell them apart. Of course, this was also related to Dijia being too weak. As long as he could pull himself together and look directly at the ball of Xianhua that Feng Zichen had transformed into, he would be able to tell the difference between him and the human race's Xianhua. As a sovereign personage, Dijia was not qualified at all. It had to be said that compared to the world of the public, it was indeed easier to produce mediocre people. Take Dijia for example. If it was during the era of the public, he would never be able to become the human king. It was only during the era of the family that he was able to steal the position of the human king, by relying on his status as a member of the royal family. The decline of the human race with each generation might not necessarily be due to the incompetence of the human king. If the human kings were more outstanding with each generation, then why would the human race worry about not being able to prosper? However, it didn't matter. This was because Feng Zichen had been reincarnated. As long as he could become the emperor, whether it was the family world or the public world, everything would become history. From now on, the human race would only have one emperor, and that was Feng Zichen. Rumble. Feng Zichen ignored Dijia's question and focused on controlling Xianhua. Dijia wasn't displeased at all. Although he was the human king, in front of those mighty existences who could control the destiny of the human race, his position as the human king was nothing. He could be stripped of his position at any time. In fact, even if his ancestor, Cheng Tang, was here, he would not dare to be disrespectful to such a character, let alone him, Dijia. Just wait patiently. As time passed, the ball of Xianhua continued to emit light and gradually enveloped the entire Shang dynasty's capital. Then a shocking change happened. The Xian bird formed by the destiny of the great Shang dynasty began to slowly evaporate under the illumination of the Xianhua, turning into wisps of light that merged into the Xianhua. No, Your Majesty, please stop. Seeing this, Dijia finally panicked. He couldn't care less about the other party's identity and hurriedly stopped him. The Xian bird could be said to be the foundation of the great Shang dynasty. If it was completely devoured by the Xianhua, the Great Shang dynasty would be finished. For a faction without the slightest bit of destiny, Dijia couldn't think of a second possibility other than gradually heading toward destruction. He was the king of the Great Shang dynasty. He could be incompetent and absurd, but he would never watch his country be destroyed in front of him. Therefore, even though he knew the other party's identity, Dijia still spoke up. As the emperor of the Shang dynasty, his duty was to stop the other party from devouring the Great Shang dynasty's destiny. However, although Dijia spoke up to stop him, Feng Zichen clearly didn't care about his words. He completely ignored him and continued to devour the Great Shang dynasty's destiny. You've gone too far. After all, he was a human king and had his dignity. Dijia's previous humble attitude was already the limit of what he could do. Now, even though he was so humble, Feng Zichen still didn't give him any face. Dijia was instantly enraged. Immediately, he was about to use the martial arts that the Shang dynasty's royal family had inherited from the great emperor of the human race, Diku, and kill Feng Zichen. The founder of the Shang dynasty was Diku's son. Therefore, the Shang dynasty had Diku's inheritance. Dijia's heart moved, and an unparalleled power burst out from his body, turning into a majestic emperor's aura that rushed towards Xianhua in midair. Noisy. Seeing the emperor's aura coming towards him, Feng Zichen snorted in displeasure. Immediately, an even stronger emperor's aura swept out, easily shattering the incoming emperor's aura and suppressing the emperor's aura. Dijia was naturally extremely unwilling to be suppressed by someone so casually. He forcefully raised his spiritual energy, wanting to use a secret art to increase his strength at all costs to break free from Feng Zichen's suppression. However, just as Dijia was about to make his move, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Things seemed to be different from what he had imagined. In his senses, after the mystic bird was devoured by Xianhua, not only did the Great Shang dynasty's destiny not decrease, but it also became stronger. This wasn't right. That person wasn't devouring the Great Shang dynasty's destiny. On the contrary, he was pouring the human race's destiny into the Great Shang dynasty's destiny to strengthen it. Oh no. After realizing this, Dijia didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he became even more terrified. He was scared. He was really scared. If the Great Shang dynasty's destiny weakened, the Great Shang dynasty would be in danger of being destroyed. Therefore, Dijia was terrified. However, if the Great Shang dynasty's destiny continued to increase, his life would be in danger. For this, he was even more terrified. The more foolish a person was, the more afraid they were of death. Dijia still cared about his life very much. Therefore, he shouted desperately, "Your Majesty, please stop. You can't increase it anymore. If you're at home, I'll die." The stronger the Great Shang dynasty's destiny, the stronger the human Dao Dragon Qi would be. Similarly, the backlash from the human Dao Dragon Qi would also be stronger. Normally speaking, if a country's destiny suddenly increased, it must be because the monarch had done something beneficial to the world. In this way, the monarch would receive merits, the wishes of the people, and the support of the Ziwei star. Thus, he wouldn't have to worry about the backlash from the human Dao Dragon Qi. However, the increase in the Great Shang dynasty's destiny was because Feng Zichen had merged his own destiny into the Great Shang dynasty. It had nothing to do with Dijia. Thus, an extremely frightening thing happened to Dijia. In his body, the backlash from the human Dao Dragon Qi grew stronger and stronger, but the Ziwei star's power didn't move at all. In this way, the balance between the two was immediately broken. The backlash from the human Dao Dragon Qi directly broke through the seal of the Ziwei star's power, and pounced on Dijia's origin, wanting to devour it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In just a few breaths' time, half of Dijia's origin was devoured by the backlash from the human Dao Dragon Qi. The loss of source energy was reflected on his body. The outer appearance of the emperor armor was visibly aging. In the blink of an eye, Dijia went from youth to middle age. Moreover, he was moving towards old age at a very fast speed. His hair had turned white, and wrinkles had appeared on his face. A rotten aura spread from Dijia's body, indicating that he didn't have long to live. He was about to die. At the crucial moment, It was Feng Zichen who noticed Di Jia's situation and saved his life. He's about to die? What a piece of trash. Although he was displeased, Feng Zichen still acted. He used a strand of Z-Wei star qi to protect Di Jia's origin, preventing him from dying from the backlash from the human Dao Dragon Qi. Although Di Jia was crippled, he was related to Feng Zichen's future plans. He couldn't die. After an unknown period of time, the Xian bird of fortune was finally devoured by Xianhua. Then, Xianhua suddenly twisted and turned into the appearance of a Xian bird. It looked exactly like the Xian bird from before. It was impossible to tell the real one from the fake. Even Di Jia, who was very familiar with the Xian bird, could tell the difference just by looking at the appearance. It was a Xian bird to begin with, so what was the difference? However, although the Xian bird was still the same Xian bird, Di Jia clearly knew that its core had undergone a tremendous change. The power contained in this Xian bird was much stronger than the Xian bird condensed from the Great Shang's national fate. It was as vast and unfathomable as the starry sky. One couldn't see the end. It was too strong. Facing this Xian bird made Di Jia feel like he was facing the Great Tao. Facing the Great Tao. Thinking of this, Di Jia's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to know who this existence in front of him was. It was an existence he didn't dare to imagine at all. The Great Tao was the primordial Daoyuo Jingxian. Since the birth of the human race, only one person had reached that level. He cultivated to the level of the primordial Daoyuo Jingxian and became the Great Tao. That person was the oldest emperor of the human race. He later became one of the supreme rulers of the Eldritch world, Emperor Goken Upper Palace Heavenly Emperor. However, in Di Jia's memories, didn't this emperor fall long ago? Why would he appear here? For a moment, Di Jia was dumbfounded. A legendary figure who had fallen long ago suddenly appeared in front of him. This brought great shock to his young heart. Feng Zichen's existence was even older than the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. In the hearts of Di Jia's generation, he was a myth, a legend. If it weren't for his deity position in the imperial ancestral temple that could prove his existence, the human race would think that he was a fictional character. After all, Feng Zichen's life was too legendary. Even novels didn't dare to write it like that. There was a limit to exaggeration. However, Feng Zichen's experience didn't have that. That was a myth. Forgive Di Jia for not knowing that Emperor Goken liked to fake his death. After all, he was only a junior. The older generation naturally knew that Emperor Goken liked to fake his death, but the younger generation didn't know. And the older generation wouldn't tell them either. Gossiping about a primordial chaos expert behind his back would damage his luck. The saying that the Great Tao couldn't be humiliated was not just a saying. Over time, the new generation of experts naturally didn't know about Emperor Goken's dark history. Moreover, the sages also deliberately diluted the existence of Emperor Goken in an attempt to prevent his return. Therefore, there were even fewer living beings in the primordial world who knew about Emperor Goken. Only the disciples of those top factions knew a thing or two about him. However, because his experience was too bizarre, they treated him as a legend and didn't take it to heart. Di Jia was like that. He was a fatuous ruler. Could you expect him to have any extraordinary abilities? Are you His Majesty the Sacred Emperor? After hesitating for a long time, Di Jia asked respectfully. How could he not be respectful? If this person was really the Sacred Emperor, then he was the most noble existence of the human race. His status was already at the peak. Other than Empress Niwa, he was the most powerful. Yes. In the void, Feng Zichen replied indifferently. Now that the luck had been merged, it was time for him to explain some things to Di Jia. This time, he planned to reincarnate into the Shang dynasty's royal family. However, he wasn't willing to find himself a parent. Therefore, his reincarnation method was a little special. He needed the cooperation of the current human king. Oh, greetings, Your Majesty. He thought that the other party wouldn't answer, but he didn't expect the other party to actually answer. Di Jia couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. A moment later, he realized what had happened and hurriedly bowed. May I know why Your Majesty has fused the luck of the human race with the luck of the Great Shang? After bowing deeply, Di Jia asked cautiously. Recently, when I was traveling the river of time and space, I discovered that the human race was about to face a great calamity. Therefore, I decided to reincarnate into the human race to help the human race survive this calamity. Seeing his appearance, Feng Zichen couldn't be bothered to correct the mistakes in his words and directly said, what had fused with the luck of the Great Shang wasn't the luck of the human race, but his own luck. It wasn't that Feng Zichen didn't have the ability to mobilize the luck of the human race, but that he couldn't. At the very least, before he completely stabilized the situation, he couldn't touch the luck of the human race. Otherwise, once he touched the luck of the human race, the saint would definitely notice and expose his existence. Therefore, the luck of the human race couldn't be touched. Fortunately, Feng Zichen's own luck was strong enough to allow him to complete his layout. Then, Your Majesty, do you mean to reincarnate into the Shang dynasty? At this point, even if Di Jiao was muddle-headed, he should have guessed Feng Zichen's purpose. If it wasn't for the sake of reincarnating into the Great Shang dynasty, why would he come to the Great Shang dynasty? Yes. Nodding, Feng Zichen said. He wanted to descend into the Great Shang Palace as an innate saint and become a member of the royal family. Then, after Shang Jia abdicated, he would naturally replace him as the new human king. And this plan couldn't do without the support of the current human king. Otherwise, he would have to spend more effort. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.